Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today, we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the number one law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether, because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form, but the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why The Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body, into another universe, unite. Unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe, an infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite, always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind, can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler, free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see again, this is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the most high. We are the most high in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all of these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God. The universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I. The letter I and the number one is just one line. The letter I is the number one. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. One is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers, all of their numbers are created by one, because there is only one. It's me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind, cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division, because the physical world's the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak, because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind, because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts, because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song, and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops, and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mind and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me. I, you, and me are I, one. We are not the name. We are I. Every single one of you is I, because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mine and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can't really, you can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams are manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it, without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine, the conscious is the male. The Bible, of course, Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself, because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say, I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. Because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stored within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. Subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick the subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life and into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. The storehouse of emotions is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. But except be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind, because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind, and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything, you receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The Earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food for free. It grows on trees with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay? Is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, it starts to hear the people on outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, they have a firm mind and they'll be stuck under the firmament because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth, because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, in the EYE or I, same thing, mind, it's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see the Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over, everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it, giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified consciousness, dimension. No brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearranged spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind. Everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep and they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything's true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong. But if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external God. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts. The hive mind. They want one religion, one government, one currency, one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen, because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all. What if I told you the devil is closer than you think, and it's not actually a real person, force, or spiritual entity outside of you, but a being and an aspect of your own mind and psyche? In this video, you will learn exactly what the devil is and the true esoteric meaning of the devil. The first thing we need to understand is that the universe is a mental universe. Look around you. Every action, every building, everything you see around you was begun first as thought in the mind, then manifested. We use the mind to build and shape our reality. The universe, the world, only exists inside of our mind. Therefore, God and the devil exist inside of our own psyche. So first of all, the devil is not a literal being, but a symbol of the lower self. It represents the unmastered, ego-driven part of the human mind, a symbol of destructive thoughts, emotions, behaviors, lives in realms of chaos, fear, hatred, lust, and ignorance. This is why we see the devil as red, because red is the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. It also corresponds with the root chakra, which is all to do with survival instincts. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. When we are angry, our face turns red. The devil represents our animalistic fundamental needs, our instinctual needs, our survival state of consciousness. We have a survival state of consciousness and a godly state of consciousness. Our godly state of consciousness is creating, not just experiencing in the animal state, but consciously creating reality. This is why we see the devil with a goat head, an animalistic head, and the head is where the brain is. The animal head represents living off instinct, the part of our mind that lives on urges, impulses, and instincts, eating, sex, power, ego-driven actions, and ego-driven thoughts. Animals are only aware of themselves. Animals live on instinct. They have no ability to consciously create like humans. This is our lower desires for the material world. That's not to say the material world is evil. However, when our consciousness is only seeking material things, this leads us down a path of self-destruction, because nothing material can ever satisfy our soul. Everything material is temporary. Therefore, the devil represents the part of us that seeks only material desires, only material fulfillment, the ways of thinking where we only think about ourselves and ego-driven thoughts. It also represents the unchecked, unconscious self, where we have no mastery over our thoughts, over our emotional impulses, and no mastery over our actions. We're living in instinct and impulsive states, which causes chaos, selflessness, destruction, and keeps us bound to our lower material 3D state of consciousness. It's important to recognize that the word devil was never present in the earliest Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. This distinction is crucial because it underscores that the idea of the devil, as popularly conceived, does not actually exist as an independent entity. Rather, it is a personification of the lower aspects of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness. The term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. A spirit is a force, an energy, and we have three forces that create our reality: thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have full control over these three aspects, which transform and mold reality. A destructive thought, a destructive emotion, a destructive action is a spirit of evil, and it originates from the darker aspects of the human psyche. So now, because we're on the topic of the devil, we have to look at the pentagram, which is obviously connected to the devil heavily. The upright pentagram represents spirit, air, water, earth, fire. Upright, which represents spirit, the most important element on top of the earthly elements, showing spiritual principles over material principles. As spiritual beings as we are, we have to put our spirit first, our higher self first, and material things second. Why? Because material things never satisfy us long term. Seeking material fulfillment will leave us feeling unfulfilled in the long run and very unhappy, and we can lose ourselves in illusions. We have to put our spiritual principles first, seeking wisdom, knowledge, connection to the divine, and connection to our higher
ourself is what gives us true fulfillment in our hearts and souls. But when we see this pentagram inverted, we now have spirit on the very bottom, which now represents earthly principles on top of the spiritual principles. We're putting our earthly elements on top of our spiritual element, which this inverted pentagram represents no longer caring about spirit, no longer caring about our invisible internal world, and only caring about this external body, food, sex, material things, cars, money, and all the things outside of us, the world outside of our mind. This is what true Satanism is. Satanism is not worshipping an external deity, but it is worshipping the self, only fulfilling the ego's desires. This is what true Satanism is, and we have all been conditioned to live in this state. Satanists want us to believe that there is an external deity called Satan or the devil, and the reason they do this is because they trick us, making us believe that we are not Satanists, while they are actually conditioning us to be self-seeking, ego-driven people, where we only care about sex, food, material things, and money, which is actually conditioning us to be Satanists. 80% of the population today are unknowingly involving themselves in Satanism, which is ego-driven thoughts, actions, and emotions, dwelling and living in this state where we only care about ourselves. When we are spiritual, we realize we are all one. We are all one consciousness family, and we need to do things that help and contribute towards our collective experience, helping others, instead of seeking to serve only the self. The angel is depicted with wings, which represents elevation, higher self. The devil is represented with an animal horns, which is on the ground. A goat is on the ground, which represents the lower self. This is the elevated mind and the lower material mind. Horus, the bird, higher self. Set, the ground animal, lower self. Jesus and Satan. These are two forces, two characters that exist within the human psyche, not real entities. They are forces of our minds, and there is a battle between our higher self and lower self all the time within our own minds. There's always a part of us that's telling to do one thing and another thing, to do something bad and to do something good. There is this battle inside of our own consciousness. Here we have the human spinal column. The human spinal column is showing you the higher and the lower self. The higher self represents the head. The head is where the mind is. This is the creative essence of the universe. This is where all material things begin as a thought in the mind. We create with the skull, with the brain. This is our higher self, the heavens, connected to the heavens, the sky. And the lower end of the spinal column is where our reproductive organs are, where our gut is. Our reproductive organs and our gut is all to do with survival. The lower end of the spinal column, lower instinctual 3D based consciousness. The lower end of the spinal column is where our lower self dwells. Eating, consumption, power, and sex, lust. These are all emotional forces and instinctual based organs that are not inherently evil, but when we dwell and live off this lower end of the spinal cord, it keeps us in low states of consciousness. Our goal to raise to our higher mind is to balance this, not to overeat, not to abuse power, not to abuse sex and lust, but to master these organs and gain the ability to say no to these organs so that we can raise to our creative side of consciousness. Instead of dwelling in our instinctual nature, we can turn to our creative nature and consciously become a builder and constructor of reality. This is the true way of raising consciousness. This is the stairway to heaven, out of the animal consciousness to the higher consciousness. To wrap all of this up, it's all about gaining control over our instinctual lower nature and allowing our spirit to rule over our body and not our body ruling over our spirit or mind. The moment you let a thought become instantly an action is the moment you are an impulsive person. We are all trained to be this way. It is okay if you are in this state. The moment you let a thought turn straight into an action without questioning, that is the mind controlling you and you not controlling the mind. We need to gain control over the mind, and we do this through many different ways, through meditations, affirmations, and discipline, we slowly gain control over our minds. And once we gain control over our minds, we gain control over our thoughts, and we gain control over the attention that we give certain thoughts. We can then start to uplift our mind, our thoughts, out of our instinctual state to the higher mind. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now, in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their five senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their five senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now, if you notice something about the circle, they have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines, which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So we can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness, and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited. That's why it's outside the square. This is eternal. The body is mortal. The body will die. Consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're a slave to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world, because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see the square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today. In a week's time, you would be back to the same original state of consciousness and actually chasing more and more millions of pounds. It's because nothing physical in this tangible world will ever satisfy your internal world of consciousness. So through spiritual growth, we can actually become happy and seek higher understanding, higher consciousness, which actually satisfies us eternally. So when we see the compass on top of the square, it symbolizes the triumph of spirit over matter. This arrangement not only signifies the mastery of spirit over the material realm, but also represents the resurrection, ascent, and dominion of spiritual principles over all earthly conditions. It's all about gaining personal power and spiritual growth. It's all about spiritual evolution, going from matter to spirit. The external world controlling the internal world, to the internal world ruling over the external world, where the mind becomes a powerful tool to actually create and command reality. The mind cannot create and command reality if it's being governed and tossed all over the place by external circumstances and thoughts. Here's a quick tip on how to know if your mind is controlling you. If your phone notification goes off and you're working on something and you instantly go to reach and pick up the phone as soon as the notification goes off, that is an indication that your mind is controlling you and you are not controlling it. The mind is the direction of consciousness. It directs the flow of your attention, your energy, your consciousness. So to practice to gain mind over matter is simply just meditation, allowing the mind to sit still and focus on one thing for long periods of time. And over time, this will gain mastery over your attention and your mind. If you are on your spiritual path, this should be your goal. Your internal world becoming the master. The mind becoming a vessel for you and not a vessel controlling you. It needs to become a command center and not a reaction. Please like, share this with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay? So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Lucifer, sigil of Lucifer, represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. The energy, the light enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the eye behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light, consciousness, and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway. 5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of, oh, the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? There will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief as on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped waking up, stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception. creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video, and I hope you all gain some insight, and I'll see you inside the university. Hello and welcome to another lecture from Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, the author of the Book of Wisdom series from revivalofwisdom.com. In this lecture, you will learn how to decode Freemasonic symbolism, gain a deeper understanding of yourself, expand your awareness of consciousness and reality, and receive guidance to navigate life with greater clarity. So today we're going to be breaking down this particular piece of artwork, this Freemasonic artwork, and how this relates to you and reaching a higher consciousness. Because ultimately, this is what it's about, okay? Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is crafting a better brain and heart, crafting a higher consciousness, crafting a better self. Why? So we can operate in the world at a higher degree, operate in the world more efficiently, live a better experience in the world, and getting to know thyself. Okay? So we're going to start from bottom to top because this is important. Every placement of this symbolism is on purpose, has meaning, especially the placements of the symbols. Okay? So we're going to start from the very bottom of the artwork, which represents lower down. When we're looking at symbolism, especially occult symbolism, that's what the word occult means. The word occult means hidden, hidden from the eyes. It has its roots in the word oculus. I'm pretty sure that's Latin, which means eye. So the word occult comes from oculus, which means eye. And the word occult means hidden from the eye, the unseen, studying the unseen aspects of self. We're studying the brain. We're studying consciousness. We're studying the body, the heart. We're studying the self, the hidden aspects of the human psyche and the hidden aspects of self. Okay? Because ultimately, this is what gives you power in the world, depending on how you use that power, whether for good or bad, depending on the consciousness wielding that power. This is why we say knowledge is power. But I would actually say knowledge of self is power. Because when you know how you function, you gain power. You gain personal power. You gain mastery. Ultimately, this is what Masonry is about. Self-mastery. Crafting a higher consciousness. So at the very bottom of this artwork, we have a checkered board with a coffin. The coffin is the beginning of the artwork, the very base. This is the foundation of consciousness. The coffin symbolizes unconsciousness, the state that myself was in, maybe yourself, before we woke up and before we came conscious of our spirit, before we came conscious of ourselves. That ignorant state of acting without purpose, acting unconsciously, experiencing the world and not actively living in the world, simply reacting to external circumstances. This is an unconscious state where one is ignorant. 80% of the world is in this unconscious state. And this is symbolized as the darkness, the tomb. Look at how the tomb is fully blacked out, representing dull, no emotion, it's dark. This represents the darkness of self. The spirit is buried. The spirit is in the tomb. They're not even aware that they possess consciousness. They think they're the material body flying on a ball, millions of miles per hour through space, and the sun is, they think they're a monkey evoluted. They've never questioned themselves. They stay in ignorance. They're in the spiritual darkness, okay? And they're furthest away from the light. Look at the top. This is the light sources. They're in the darkness, okay? They're in spiritual darkness. They're in ignorance. And they're in division. Their mind has no power. Their thoughts contradict themselves. They say they're going to do something, but then their mind tells them, oh, I'm going to fail. Or I want to do this, but my mind says this, and I believe this about myself. They want to, I don't know, they want to write a book, but their actions are scrolling on TikTok, and their emotions about, feeling about their past person in their life. That's division between the self. That's divided consciousness. They also have a divided brain hemisphere. They do not see reality through a true lens, because the brain acts as like a lens on how we perceive things. And if the brain hemispheres are not aligned, then we cannot see reality the way it actually is and truly presents itself, neutral. If we're left hemisphere dominated, we see everything as divided. Nothing's interconnected, nothing's a whole. But if they're, right hemisphere dominated, they see everything as a whole. We need to look in the middle of that, okay? So we'll go into that a bit later. But ultimately, they're in a divided state of consciousness. They're in ignorance. But the tomb is symbolic of that. The tomb is, you're not even aware they are divided. They think everything's right in that state. I was like that. My family is like that. They're not even aware of themselves, and you try and say something to them, and they don't even know they're in division. They don't even recognize that they're in a bad, low earth base consciousness. Okay? So when we get out of the tomb, which is representing by a spiritual awakening, we get out of the tomb, we realize, wow, I possess consciousness. I've woken up. You're waking up to the things in the world, and you wake up and start to see the world for what it truly is. When you become aware and you rise out the tomb, you're born again. You start to actually start looking within. You start to become conscious of your thoughts. You start to become conscious of your actions. You start to become conscious of the evil in the world. You start to become conscious of the things. You rise out the tomb. You start to become conscious of your intuition. You then step on the checkered board. The checkered board is now you realizing you're in a divided state. Okay. So you're now putting down the ego. Because remember, when you're in the tomb, the ego is fully in domination over consciousness, over your consciousness. It doesn't allow you to say that you are wrong. It doesn't allow you to think that there's evil in the world. It doesn't allow you to believe you have a spirit. It doesn't allow you to see that there is maniacs running the world and trying to control you. The ego is so stuck. But when we start to realize this is part of our awakening, we start to realize that the ego is trying to keep us safe at all times and keep us locked in that state of thinking and believing that we were in before. It's always seeking safety. Okay. So when we come out the tomb, we start to put down the ego and start to, how do I say this? We start to acknowledge that we were wrong about the world. And that is a lot about awakening. You have to acknowledge that you do not know everything. There are people with such higher knowledge. Okay. So when we come out the tomb, we put down the ego. We start to actually say, I was wrong about the world. I was a victim of mind control. I was in ignorance. I was in darkness. Spiritual dark. I'm divided. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are not aligned. My intuition and my action are not aligned. I'm not taking action on what I know is good. I'm taking actions against what I know is good. That's a sin. That's a sin against the spirit. Okay. So when you acknowledge this, you acknowledge your indivision, you then take the first 3 steps, which is the Freemasonic Blue Lodge degrees, these 3 steps. Okay. Ultimately, this checkerboard represents illusions as well. You're in an illusion. Okay. This is why we see it heavily used in the music industry. It represents base consciousness, base level awareness, 5 sense thinking. It represents you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's trying to hurt you, and it's always you versus me, judging people in your own mind. That's low thinking, lower thought. And not to notice squares. Squares are an unnatural state. They're an unnatural shape. We do not see squares or 90-degree angles in nature. It's the lower mind. So it represents base consciousness, base level awareness, only aware of the physical body, only aware of the 5 senses, never looked within. That is the base. And this is the foundation we have to rise up to the light from, up to higher consciousness. So this gives us a strong foundation when we realize this about ourselves, that we were in division. Our thoughts, emotions, actions were not aligned. Our brain hemisphere was not aligned. I'm not thinking with love of the heart. Okay. So that is the state we're in. Now, hopefully that's cleared things up about the chessboard. Before we move on, please leave a like, maybe a comment if you wish for me to discuss anything in the further lectures. Please smash the like button, and it would really help me out. And share this with a friend who is interested in the occult. Okay, so the steps are the first steps of the Freemasonic degree, the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Now, this can be represented as the number 3, a very powerful number, a very symbolic number. Number 3 is the 3 expressions of consciousness. How do we express consciousness? How does consciousness express itself? Well, there are 3 ways. We think, consciousness thinks, consciousness feels, and consciousness acts. They are the 3 expressions that we express our awareness and consciousness. So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're also looking at the 3 brains: the reptilian brainstem, the mammal limbic brain, and the neocortex. The reptilian brain governs basic functions of the human body: breathing, surviving, scanning the environment for threats, automatic responses, eating, scanning for food, base consciousness. That's the reptilian brain. That's what most people operate their lives in, including myself before I woke up. I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but this is the truth. Ignore my tone of voice, ignore my voice, focus on the words I'm saying. If you're judging, that means you have divided thinking. It's always you versus me. So we need to get out of that thinking of you versus me all the time. That's lower consciousness. That's animal thinking. That's earth thinking. We're unified. We need to reach a higher consciousness and do not waste our mind's potential on low-level earth divided thinking. Okay? So we're looking at the reptilian brain, the mammal brain, and the neocortex. Now, the neocortex is ultimately what makes us human. It allows consciousness to operate on a higher degree. Okay? This is what makes you human. The neocortex. The neocortex. The reptilian brain, like I just said, governs natural survival instincts and the respiratory system, things along them lines of basic awareness, basic functions to operate and survive in the world, in the physical plane. And the neocortex is what allows us to critically think. Okay, it's what allows us to be human, be aware of ourselves. Okay, not. I don't think animals have neocortexes. Don't quote on me on that, but this is the part of the brain that makes us human. and it allows us to think deeply, to create masterpieces like we can. Humans have massive potential in creation. Look at the world we live in. This is because of the neocortex. It allows us to critically think and self-reflect. Now, when we start to operate from higher thought, we start to think with higher thoughts, the higher parts of the mental dimension, we ultimately start using this brain more. We start functioning from the higher brain. Now, this is why Neo from the Matrix is called Neo, because he uses he was in the reptilian brain. If you watch the film The Matrix, if you notice, he gets plugged out of the Matrix and he's plugged in on the back of his neck into the brainstem. And when he's plugged out, his name's Neo, which is neocortex, using the higher brain. It's what awakens the self. It allows consciousness to function on a higher degree compared to animals. Okay, so we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're becoming conscious of thought, emotion, action. Becoming conscious. What am I thinking? What am I feeling? And what am I acting in the world? And what can I do to master these? To operate more efficiently in the world? How can I use these towards higher consciousness and use these actions, these thoughts, emotions, actions to reach a higher state of awareness of self? So when you go through the first 3 degrees, you enter the doorway. Now, this is symbolic of a doorway. Now, looking at this with a right hemisphere dominated view, you would see a doorway, right? The right hemisphere sees this as a holistic doorway, right? You see a door, you're gonna, you enter the stairs, you go through the door, right? But at the left hemisphere is now going to dissect and analyze each individual little part of this, right? So the right hemisphere sees the trees, the left hemisphere sees the woods. So to dissect this down on a right hemisphere, going back to the right hemisphere, we're entering the door. The door is symbolic of entering the unknown. You're entering a higher consciousness. You're entering the door. You're going beyond. See, this is the earth here in the background. This is the darkness. The darkness represents the abyss, the unknown. You're entering in the self. Okay? This door represents entering in the self, questioning internally. Most of us think externally. We have to, obviously, to operate in the world, but we never give time to think and question and reflect internally. What do I mean? Closing the eyes and questioning the self. Who am I? Where am I from? What's the voice in my head? If the voice in my head stopped using the language that I speak, what is it then? It's about going within, into the darkness, what you cannot see, and finding the light. Okay? It's about entering within the self. This is a doorway to higher knowledge, higher consciousness, higher self, and really digging deep for what you truly are beyond your human form. Okay? So we have, most importantly, I'm not going to go over every single one of these symbols here. I'm going to go over this on a basic, well, not a basic level, a very detailed level, but it's not going to go over every single symbol. We have a left pillar and a right pillar. The left pillar has the sun next to it. The sun is more electrical energy. It's very dominant. It's a very powerful masculine force. This represents the masculine quality of consciousness. The masculine qualities. We have many masculine qualities, such as actions, physical actions with the body. We have thinking. Thinking is a very masculine force. We have the left brain, analyzing brain, the brain that's very logical, that's trying to figure things out. That's the masculine pillar. Okay. So this is the masculine qualities of consciousness. It also represents what we can see, the sun. The sun allows us to see. to visually see in the world. So the sun represents the external world, the world outside the self. When we close our eyes, we have a self, an internal dialogue, an inner voice. We have an inner world, outer world. This represents the world we take physical action in, the material external world outside you. Okay? The world we can see. And then on the right pillar, we have the moon, which is associated with feminine qualities of consciousness. Now, the moon is in the night, what we cannot see. The moon is the nighttime. The darkness symbolizes what we can't see. So it's representing the internal world, the world of the self, the immortal world. Okay? The self in the mind is immortal. When you close your mind, you go in the mind, that self inside you is immortal. In the mind, you are immortal. Outside the mind, you are mortal. You will die. This body will die. Okay? So this is representing the internal world on a holistic understanding. It's also representing the right brain, the feminine brain. It's also representing intuition, emotion. They're linked. Intuition and emotion. They're a feminine. They're a feminine force. Also, we're looking at the heart, the right pillar. So everything that is feminine falls under this right pillar. Now, don't get confused. I know a lot of people can get confused about what I've just said. So this represents the inner world, the outer world. It also represents everything masculine and feminine. So thought is, although it's an internal quality, it would fall under the left pillar, because thought is a masculine force. It's a penetrating force. So try not to get misunderstood with that. On a holistic scale, it's also represented inner world, outer world, and how they are reflections of each other. Now, these pillars, they're the same height, they're the same structure, but just different in sun and moon, which represents their reflections of each other. Their reflections, the inner world reflects in my outer world. My external world, what I see outside of me, is a reflection of my thoughts and my internal world. So the inner reflects the outer. The inner reflects the outer. As within, so without. So we're also looking at the right and left brain. I've already gone over that. So what we need to do is build the bridge between the two to reach higher awareness of self. Because ultimately, remember, we're still divided. We came from the checkerboard, we entered up here, we've just entered within the self, started questioning the self. We're still divided. We need to build the bridge. And this is what they're crafting in Freemasonry. The bridge, the arc, the agreement, the great work. This is the crafting of aligning the left and right brain. We're also aligning intuition, feminine, with the actions. Because ultimately, the higher self is always guiding us. That's our true spirit guide. Our true spirit guide is our higher self. And the higher self ultimately exists in a higher dimension. This is going to sound crazy to some people, okay? But who you are is not your human body. And your higher self does not communicate through the language of the human material world. It doesn't communicate through English, doesn't communicate through thoughts. It communicates through intuition and communicates through dreams and symbolism. So it's all associated with the right pillar. This is the things we can't see. The higher self is always guiding us to awakening and to our purpose on the earth. Okay, so this left pillar also can symbolize what we're born into the world with, our circumstances, our external world. What are we born into? You know, our family, our current financial situation, where you're located in the world. So it's also symbolizing this. It's also symbolizing the qualities you bring here, the natural abilities you have when you're born, and what we need to do with our environment to ultimately reach a higher consciousness and reach our and transmute our environment we're born into to realize who we were and why we came here. Okay, so we need to build the bridge between intuition and action, and always take action on what we know and feeling is right at all times. That's unity consciousness. And when we do this, we gain the light. We gain more light, symbolic of more information of the self. Because the higher self is always guiding. It's always watching over. And it's always trying to give us knowledge of awakening, of why we came here. And when we take action on what we know and feel is right at all times, it's like a domino effect and a stepping stone that pushes you closer and closer towards your life purpose. Okay? We're also aligning the right and left brain to perceive the world in truth, to see the world in its true form, to see the world in what it actually is, instead of any distorted left or right hemisphere dominated beliefs or thoughts. We ultimately do that by acknowledging that, yes, you have a self, you have the left brain is more ego, this like divided thinking, everything's separate, and the right hemisphere is more holistic. So we need to see the world in the middle of this, in the middle, acknowledging the self and acknowledging the collective consciousness, and how my thoughts, emotions, actions contributing towards myself and the collective. We always need to keep the collective in mind. Why? Because we are experiencing this world together. It's not just you. And your actions also have a ripple effect on the collective. We're experiencing the world as a whole as well. Yes, there's yourself and there's the collective. We need to think, feel, and act towards the collective and the self. So aligning our brain hemispheres allows us to do this. It allows us to think holistically and individually and see reality in this. And when we do align the left and right brain, what do? We gain higher insight, the eye. We build the bridge between the left and right pillars. We gain the eye. The eye is what? Insight. The eye requires light to perceive and see the material world. So this is symbolic. This is the inner eye, the inner self, consciousness. And when consciousness has light, which is symbolic of truth, knowledge, light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. And light represents knowledge of self, information. And when we gain information and knowledge of self, when we align our left and right hemispheres, our actions take action on our intuition, we gain higher light, higher knowledge of self, ultimately. And this is why we also have the square and the compass. Okay? We have a square and compass here. The square and the bottom, base consciousness, also representing masculine qualities. This is the masculine qualities because squares are masculine. And the compass creates circles. So we have the circle on top of a square. Circles are divine. This is oneness. The circle is one line. The square is 4 lines. It's divided. So we need oneness over division. We need to unify the masculine and feminine qualities. Masculine, feminine qualities, okay? This is in the middle because the compass would fall on the right pillar and the square would fall on the left pillar. And it's unifying. It's representing unification of these two pillars of masculine and feminine qualities of self to ultimately rise towards this light, out of the darkness and into the light. Okay? Let's go back. The G. This is very important. This is one of the most important teachings I could possibly give you about the G. The G is the generative principle, is what generates things. And the force within you that generates things is care and the heart energy. The heart ultimately expresses our actions. We think, if we care, we act. Everything in your external world is in front of you because your heart cares. You care about the video and gaining knowledge. You're now here watching this video. That's the care energy expressing actions. So in order for us to truly get out of this divided consciousness, we have to go through the G. We have to go from base consciousness, the square, divided, we go through the G, because we have to care. And if we care, we'll reach the higher mind and gain higher self-knowledge and master the self. You cannot do this if you do not care. And if you do care, you will take action towards it. If you're watching this and you don't actually truly deeply care, you won't take the action. You'll just gain the knowledge, which is ultimately useless. You have to take action on this knowledge. And if you do not, there's no point watching the video. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not easy. And things, throw us off our path sometimes. I understand. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but we ultimately have to give care towards reaching higher knowledge. Seek and you shall find. If you have the care about reaching higher knowledge of self, you will seek it and you will take actions towards it. Okay. We see this everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The Temple of Solomon has the 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz pillars, feminine and masculine qualities. Sol, O, Mon. Sol is sun, Mon is moon. It's building the temple, which is the temple is the inner self, ultimately. It's symbolic. The temple's not a real place. The temple of self, building the Temple of Solomon and reconstructing the Temple of Solomon, is about reconstructing the self through masculine and feminine qualities. We see it everywhere. And this is very symbolic, like very symbolic. We have the 2 pillars, we have building the bridge, and we have a stairway that goes to what you can't see because it's going to the unknown. You have to have faith. Okay? What I'm about to say is very important. You don't know what higher consciousness is, okay, until you get a little bit higher. This is hard to explain, but I didn't know what everyone talks about, what higher consciousness is. I can't give you my higher consciousness. It doesn't work like that. You have to enter in and go within and have faith, going into the unknown, because you're ultimately going into something you do not understand. Higher consciousness, I cannot give it you. You have to enter the door and take action and think, feel, and act towards it, and you will go to the place, and then you will understand what higher consciousness is. Ultimately, what higher consciousness is higher knowledge and understanding of self, what you actually are. Okay, that is what's being symbolized here. It's again in the Masonic art. We have the darkness. We have to have faith to leap into the darkness, into the unknown. We see this everywhere. Like, you know, you'll see, when I say this everywhere, and I mean everywhere, you'll see this. Every doorway has this symbolism in the ancient world, because ultimately this is what it's about, people. The door represents going within, into a new light, a new room, a new level of understanding of self. Okay. Here we have Astro World. Now, this is obviously a darker aspect of this. But again, we have the two pillars. See you on the other side. That's the doorway. The other side. And I'm not going to break down, you know, this ritual, but you can guess what I'm on about here. That's for the university, of course. I can't break that down on YouTube. It's way too deep. But there's knowledge out there that is so deep you couldn't even comprehend it with the current mind, even for myself. And this is the power of symbolism. The more you learn about yourself, the more these symbols reveal to you. It is a journey of self. And I can't give you these understandings. You have to go within and question and meditate on these symbols yourself, and have thinking exercises of meditating on a symbol and seeing what your mind does with the symbol, what it lets you think about that symbol, and you'll unlock deeper meanings. I'm going to go over one more symbol before we end this. This is the hourglass, which represents time, a very overlooked thing in today's world. We do not have unlimited time in this body. You have limited time. You will die. You will die. You have limited time in the external world. This is why it's on the left pillar, located on the left side, the external world. You are limited. The scythe represents you will be harvested. Your body will die. It'll be harvested. You will die, and you need to fulfill your mission here. You came with a purpose. You have to find that purpose by going within the self and questioning and taking action on what you know and feel is right. Unity consciousness, aligning thought, emotion, action. So if you wish to learn deeper insights, gain exclusive lectures, astral projection, self-mastery, I've just started a new section on mind control methods and how people are using this in society and becoming conscious of it. I've now opened 5 spots at a limited special price for Ethereal University. Use the code MIND, all capital letters, MIND, all capital letters at the checkout. And there's only 5 of these codes. Whoever uses them gets them. It's ultimately going to give you 20% off the university for as long as you're subscribed to the university. We go so much deeper in the university. Remember, social media is just the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg information. There are certain things I can't talk about, but I'll see you inside, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe. And order is, and the physical world is order. It's order out of chaos. This is the chaos of emotion. Sorry, not emotion. Chaos of imagination. Chaos just means there's no order. But then the physical world is order out of the chaos. This is an order. This is an order out of imagination. Okay. Does that make sense? I say it's death in our breath. This is the pineal gland. So this is why Buddha has a pine cone on his head. The pine cone represents it's an open pine cone, and this represents the open pineal gland.
Now, the pineal gland is pretty much a radio receiver for consciousness. Your body is like an antenna. So you have a radio. You have a radio, right? And the radios pick up frequency and then play the song with that, play the frequency. It's the same with your body. It's pretty much an antenna picking up the stream of consciousness that you are. You are a stream. You are a verse. Universe. You're a verse. Your life is a verse. It's a song. It's a song of consciousness that you're playing. Uni means unite, meaning one. It's one big giant verse. It's one big giant song. The universe is a song that we're playing, and we tune the songs with our hearts. Our hearts are energy, emotion, and energy and motion. Like I said, here. The heart is the philosopher's stone. Emotion is energy in motion. The expression of emotions resonates through the heart, exerting a significant influence on the individual's overall magnetic field. The emotional state of an individual emanates outwards from the heart, influencing and interconnecting with the surrounding magnetic fields. Thoughts manifest as energy in motion, constituting emotions, which each thought inherently linked to an emotional state. Every thought produces an emotion in the heart. That's why the Bible says, whatever happens in heaven happens on earth. Because whatever happens in your head happens in your heart. Whatever you think in your head produces emotions in your heart. The head and the heart are pretty much the creators of reality. The mind and the soul, the mind and emotion, thought and emotion. Okay. It's very powerful when we learn about this stuff. You are literally a holographic being. You are a holographic being. Okay. Scalar energy, a subtle force, flows through and interacts with matter and divides and creates electromagnetic torus field. This field organizes astral light into the essential components like photons within the holographic reality. This world is holographic. The electromagnetic fields turns astral light into matter. Because, like I said, everything is a product of the higher planes. God. Generator. Let's move this so you can see it properly. Generator, operator, destroyer. God. How to activate the pineal gland. You can do it many different ways. First, meditation is one of the greatest ways to literally just connect with your consciousness. By turning off and removing thoughts and emotions and the activity of the body, we connect with consciousness, which is stimulating the pineal gland. If you also want to activate it properly, you do this by Kundalini meditations. Kundalini meditations. So when you breathe in through the nose, you breathe in to the stomach and you think about raising the breath and imagine energy rising up your spine as you breathe in. And then when you breathe out through your nose, you release it, and then just keep repeating this over and over. And you will feel energy rise along your spine. You'll feel energy rising your spine, and your brain will feel like this, tingly. You'll get a tingling sensation. It's an amazing sensation when you get it, a Kundalini awakening. It's one of the best feelings you'll ever experience in your life. It's undescribable.
It just feels like tingling, light, a surge of energy entering in your brain. And you just feel so refreshed after. And you're more in tune with yourself. Yes, you can become dizzy. You can become dizzy or lightheaded. You're more in tune with yourself. You gain deeper thoughts. Your dreams are enhanced. Lucid dreaming definitely enhances. You pretty much become a superhuman. My brain tingles periodically on a regular. Yes, that is your Kundalini. That is your Kundalini awakening. Now, there's many different levels to Kundalini awakenings. You can have a small awakening or a large one. There is a medium, a half, and a full. So if you gain then surges of energy that rises your spine, I get it now and then. I'll just be working and I'll just feel energy rise my spine and into my brain. This is your Kundalini energy that's awakened inside your body. It brings peace to us. Yes, it does. Very well said. Very well said, Flower. Grand rising, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome. So, generator, operator, destroyer. This is the secrets of number 3. This is the secrets of number 3. We've hit 10k already. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. Share the live with a friend or family member. Let's keep tapping the screen. Keep commenting. It's going to help the algorithm. So feel free to ask questions as well. God is generator, operator, destroyer. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. What the 7 snakes? Good question. I'll go over that in a minute for you. Brahma, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, Shiva. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. All creation goes through threefold process. Everything is a threefold process. Everything in this world. Okay? Is a threefold. And the reason why it's threefold is the number 3 is very, very sacred. So we have the eye in the triangle with the eye in it and the light. Well, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the number 3 the Illuminati use. 3 represents creation. Why? Look at the number 3. 1, 2, 3. This middle point represents the dot here is the emanation of creation, turning into duality. It's a torus field. It's a torus field. Okay, it's here. There's the number 3. Represents creation because the torus field is threefold. Consists of dielectricity, which is rest, the midpoint, magnetism, motion, and electricity, polarization. This is the physical world is simulated by these atoms. So the threefold is dielectricity or ether, magnetism, and electricity. That creates the physical world. Them 3 forces. And everything in this world follows by them 3 principles. Everything's generated, operated, and destroyed. Generator, operator, destroyer. Generator, operator. So you will be born, you will live, and then you will die. Everything goes through this threefold process. That's why the Freemasons at the top of their artwork always have an eye in a triangle. I'll show you. I'll try and find an example. It's very powerful. So the Freemasons always have, where is this page? That was a sneeze. Right. I don't know where this page is. I should know it, but... Because the eye in the triangle is the force that governs all creation. So you always see this on top, because this governs all things. Everything in this world, in this universe, will be generated, operated, and destroyed. Everything goes through this threefold process. Okay, so the Freemasons always show you that in their artwork. And it takes a threefold to create something. So the number 3 is creation. It represents creation. So it takes a father and a mother to produce a child. That's threefold. It takes dielectricity, magnetism, and electricity to create the physical world. You have the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Generator, operator, destroyer. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Jesus was in a cave for 3 days. Why was he in a cave for 3 days? It's a symbolic of transformation and creation. Death and rebirth. Same process. It's all symbolism. All symbolism. Why isn't my laptop working? So yeah, the number 3 is all to do with creation, death, and rebirth process. The book, I wrote this book myself. You can find it in my bio. You can get this in a PDF form. The only place I sell it is on my website, the Book of Wisdom. Click the link. Share the live, people, with some friends, or feel free to share it with someone. Let's get some more people in here. We're talking about the threefold. Is there anything else you want me to go over about that? I love your book. Thank you, Chosen 144. Appreciate that. How to ensure negative energy. So yeah, this is Saturn. This is the biggest on Amazon. You can't get the book on Amazon. You can't get the book on Amazon.
is this volume 1. You can get it in my bio. Just click the link, it'll take you straight there. So anyways, let's go over this. We're talking about Saturn. Saturn is a very interesting topic when it goes over this. Okay. A very, very interesting topic. It is pretty much the god of this world, the god of the elites, the god of this physical plane, this matrix. This is why you see it absolutely everywhere. It is literally everywhere. Okay. Everywhere. And the reason why it's so powerful is because, is this volume 1? Yeah, this is volume 1. The reason why it's so powerful, and the reason why you see it literally everywhere, like the Nike symbol is Saturn, Capital One, Nissan, Vivian Westwood, Toyota, Walkers, NASA, all symbolic of Saturn. All symbolic. This is very, very important. Moon is our problem, not Saturn. Now, the moon is not the problem. I'm going to go over this for you. So there's something going around called the Saturn moon matrix, right? I don't entirely agree with it because there is nothing outside of you that can trap you, that can control you, that can... There's nothing outside of you that can trap your soul. So people believe that the sun and the moon are trapping us, right? And I'm going to explain how that is working. So, people say Saturn and the moon are trapping our souls. The moon's an artificial thing, and the Saturn's a simulation thing. No, but Saturn is pretty much it's the ruler of this material world. It's the god of this world. It pretty much creates this world. It's the force that creates this universe. Okay? Because it creates time. And everything in this world is created by time. So the planets are not physical place. They're not physical. They're not physical. They're symbolic. And they're energies that create this physical world. So if we supposedly look on the North Pole of Saturn, supposedly there is a cube. You add up all sides, you get the Star of David. Star of David. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 sides. 666. You're made out of carbon. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Your body's made out of carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 666. So if we look very closely, here, this is the true order of cosmology. This is the true cosmology. You have the Earth, which is known as purgatory. Then you have the moon, and at the end you have Saturn here and the moon at the bottom. So this explains the Saturn moon matrix, right? This explains the Saturn moon matrix. You have moon is at the very bottom, Saturn is at the top. Now these are layers of dimensions, pretty much. The stars represent the astral plane. That's why the word star is, you rearrange the word astral, you get star. Because this is where we come from. We come from the astral plane. That is our original light body. That's our light body. And the astral plane is your imagination. The astral plane is your imagination. That is a whole dimension. This sounds a bit crazy to people, right? This will sound crazy to new people. But you must understand that your physical reality, your imagination is not physical. You can't touch that screen you have in your mind. You can't touch thoughts. You can't touch imagination.
So they are higher dimensions. The imagination is a higher dimension. Okay, so when you use that screen in your mind is using a astral plane, the astral light, the light of the astral. So when you imagine something, you're creating form out of astral matter. So Saturn is the first one that governs this material plane. So what you fall from the astral plane into the material plane. You fall from the astral into the material, and Saturn's the first celestial body that will incarnate you into this plane. That's why you have 7 days of creation. Saturn day for Saturn, Sunday for the sun, Monday for the moon, Thursday for Thor's day, Jupiter. So it's all symbolic of these 7 gods. These 7 gods that incarnate your soul into this reality. This is why you have 7 major chakras on your body, and you can feel them. You can simply just feel them. You can feel your gut, you can feel your anus, your gut, your solar plexus, your heart, and your throat. You can definitely feel your throat chakra. You can definitely feel your anus. You can definitely feel these places. These are all energetic centers in your body. These are energetic centers in your body. So, Saturn is worshipped in this world because Saturn is what represents Satan. Satan represents limitation. Same thing. This is why we celebrate Christmas. Sorry, not Christmas. New Year's. Why do you celebrate New Year's in December? Have you ever thought about that? The New Year's is not in December. The New Year's is spring. Spring is the New Year's. So what does that represent? Why are we worshipping New Year's in December? Or in January, in the winter? When? Who rules the winter time? Does anyone know? Who rules the winter time? It's definitely not the sun. What is always opposite the sun? So wherever the sun is, if you look directly opposite, you have Saturn. Saturn is always opposite the sun. So Saturn rules the winter. This is why we work. This is why we have the New Year's in winter, because it represents Saturn. And did you know Christmas was a Roman? You can research this yourself, right? Christmas used to be called Saturnalia in the Roman times. Yes, it was a festival worshipped to Saturn. And what they used to do was sacrifice people in the Roman times to the god Saturn. This is no lies. You can research this. It was called Saturnalia Christmas. It was worshipped on December. And December and January are the months with the most deaths. This is why Saturn is the known of death and reincarnation. Look. Because Saturn is what reincarnates you. He's the reaper. Saturn's the reaper. He holds the scythe. This is the Saturn god. This is symbolic. This is the Saturn god, right? He holds the scythe. He's the scythe. And look what he's doing. Can you show you? This is not a real person. It's symbolic of Saturn. This is an ancient Roman painting of Saturn. What is he doing? He has a scythe and he's cutting off the wings of a child. What does this represent? The wings represents your astral, your spirit self. What does he do? He cuts them off. He incarnates you, turns you into physical. You're now under the rules of Saturn. So he represents rules, structure, laws. This is why all judges wear black robes. This is why when you go to university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is why the Jews wear a black cube. This is why the London Underground symbol is Saturn. You'll never unsee that now you've seen it. Have you ever seen the London Underground symbol? It's Saturn. Why? Because Saturn rules everything that is underground and structure. So Saturn is Satan, and this will absolutely blow your mind. After this live, in fact, I'm going to try and get it up now for you. Type in Roman god Saturn. And guess what he rides? He rides a sleigh in the sky. And he looks exactly like Santa. I'll show you. Check this out. You think this is all a coincidence? Here it is. That's the Roman god Saturn on his sleigh. This is why you worship Christmas. Well, we all worship Christmas. Well, not worship, but we all celebrate Christmas on December. So that's Saturn. Same thing. All the worship of Saturn. This is why we say think outside the box. You're in the box. This is the box we're in. Because your mind has access to beyond physical reality. This is the box. The box of Saturn. The physical world you're in. You're trapped in. Our consciousness is limited to the physical plane. This is the box we're in. We can only go up, down, left, right, upwards. You know, we're in a six-sided cube. Jack in the box. How do we get out? We have to learn astral projection. We have to learn how to expand our consciousness. We have to learn how to expand our mind. This is why we say, think outside of the box. This is the box, the physical plane. And we have to enter our astral bodies. Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k. Your free astral projection guide is incredible. Wow, thank you, Ivy. Did it help you? All of us, wow, amazing. Conspiracy theorists. This isn't conspiracy. This is simple knowledge that you can figure out yourself. Yes, I never thought it would work, but it truly did. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for that. That's a free book as well. Space is fake. Yeah, you had a free astral guide. Yeah, it's still on my website. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. But it's on my website. Just go get it after this live or something. So we're basically trapped in a box with an automatic. Yes, so the mind is pretty much trapped in a box. The mind has no limitations, remember. The mind is a dimension filled with infinite possibilities. You can think anything, be anywhere. So the mind has infinite possibilities. So what limits the mind is the belief system and the belief structure that we have, which is governed by Saturn. Saturn is the structure. He rules our minds. Well, if you have limiting belief systems, that's a Saturnian energy. That's a Saturnian aspect of your mind. So, does that make sense? So we all descended from spirit to matter, from stars to earth. Now we have to climb our spines to turn matter back into spirit by raising our consciousness, by raising our vibration. And the way we do that is by raising your consciousness, by purifying the self, purifying the belief systems, removing, controlling our emotions. When we gain control over ourselves, we can raise our consciousness. Here's the Baphomet. The Baphomet has a goat head. The goat represents Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn or Satan. Same deity, same thing. Saturn, Satan. Because this is the limiting aspects of our consciousness. This is the low. So, this is Saturn, Satan. Represents the lower mind, the lower self, because it's a ground animal, and it represents a lower aspects of the lower aspects of the mind, limiting belief systems. Low frequency. Why these all red, orange, and yellow? McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut, Burger King, Wendy's. They're red, orange, and yellow because they represent the low frequency chakras, red, orange, and yellow. They keep you trapped in this low state of consciousness. Why? Because these foods attack your nervous system. They attack your immune system. They attack everything in your body, keeping your body in a fight or flight state, keeping you in low stages of awareness. They're addictive. Okay? So they keep you down. They keep you in low energy. They keep you in low frequency. Is this Satanism? We'd be very surprised, right? That everything in our reality is satanic. They have trained us to become satanic. A lot of people are satanic without even realizing. The whole system is based on Satanism. Okay, it's based on Satanism, the whole system. The whole system has you worshipping material things, worshipping false icons like celebrities. That's Satanism. Worshipping money, worshipping clothes, like all we care about is Satanism. Like taking substances to alter our minds, like toxic chemical. That's all Satanism. Obviously natural substances are not bad, but I'm talking about synthetic ones. You teaching this is Satan. This is far from Satanism. What I'm teaching you right now is to master your own mind, master your emotions, and master yourself, so you can become the best version of yourself, so you can align your mind and heart with the God consciousness. There's no, if you worship this man in the sky, then you are lost, completely lost. Can you explain why the occult perform sacrifice or rituals? I can't explain that on here, but I do know why they do it. I can't tell you that because there's probably people in here who will probably go and try and do it to change their life, because it's very powerful. I can't reveal that. That's a piece of information that's like too crazy. Yeah. It goes deeper than you can imagine. God is real. It is real. Yes, God is real. Of course. God is real. God is you. God is inside of everything. That's why he's omnipresent. Why do you think they say God is omnipresent? Not because God is watching everyone, but God is inside your own mind. God is your consciousness. Please reveal it. There's no point revealing it because it won't do anything to you. It'll only darken you. If you want that sort of knowledge, join the university. That is like, it's too deep. There's certain things I can't talk about on here. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get this to 50k likes. Let's get this to 50k likes. How to open your third eye. Your third eye is opened by imagination. University's lit. Wow, thank you. The university is an amazing place. But your imagination is your connection to the fourth dimension, to the astral plane. You just have to learn how to use your imagination. Your imagination will open your third eye. Your third eye is your vision in the spirit realm, which is imagination. So, going back to the Saturn cube, it represents matter. The number 6 represents matter. There are 6 sides to a cube. There are 6 sides to a cube. Up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards. And God created, well, supposedly in the Bible, it's all symbolic, of course. But the Bible says God created the physical world in 6 days and rested on the 7th. He created everything in 6 days. This is the physical creation. Matter is physical, yes. So this represents matter, the worship of physical reality, the worship of physical pleasure. Have you ever wondered when you were younger, you got a toy, you really wanted this toy, but then when you got the toy, you didn't even play with it? That's because nothing physical can ever satisfy your soul. Nothing can ever satisfy you in this physical world. The physical world will never, ever, ever satisfy you. Only inner satisfaction can satisfy you. When you're satisfied with your soul, with your mind and your heart, that is true that is how you satisfy yourself. Spiritual advancement, not physical things. But the elites, this whole system is based on constant physical low-level pleasures. They give you Netflix, they give you porn, they give you food on every corner, they give you entertainment, music, they give you all of these distractions to keep you constantly distracted, and it literally just corrupts your soul in the long term. It darkens your soul, it corrupts you, makes you feel lost. The system is a satanic, saturnic system. Okay? It's a satanic, saturnic system. Let's get this to 50k likes. If we get this to 50k likes, I will release a nice code for everyone to get themselves the book. When is the Book of Symbolism coming out? Hopefully in the next few months. Next 1 or 2 months. Hopefully. I'm not too sure. Let's get this to 50k and I'll help you save some money on this book. I've gotten the book amazing. Thoughts on the Book of Enoch, amazing book. It's encoded though. Is Jesus Lucifer? A lot of people ask him about Lucifer. Lucifer is another symbolic thing. Lucifer's not a real identity, not a real person. A lot of people think he's a real person. Not a real person. Lucifer in the esoteric world represents something that is, it represents good, it
Sorry, no. Let's start that again. It represents evil dressed in good. It represents something beautiful that brings corruption and darkness. So it's an aspect of your own life. So if we look very closely at your brain, you do not see into reality. Light enters your eyes and the image is produced in the visual cortex of your brain. And this sigil, this process, is actually the sigil of Lucifer. This process, so reality is produced by your brain. It's a computer to experience this 3D world. Consciousness experiences the brain. So everything you see is in your visual cortex, and this is the sigil of Lucifer, representing the body. Sorry, the eyes can be Luciferic. Why? Because the eyes deceive the soul. When you close your eyes, there is an inner self, there's an inner being, there's an inner consciousness, an inner word, inner voice. That's the spirit, that's internal, that's invisible. That's the invisible experiencing the visible. These eyes can trick you into worshipping the physical world and elude you. If you become obsessed with beautiful things, money, fame, temptation, lust, cars, I'm not saying these things are bad, but I'm saying if you worship them, that's Luciferic, because money is Luciferic. It lures you in slowly, and then it slowly corrupts you. Before you know it, you've traded your soul for something that doesn't really actually exist. That's Lucifericism. That's Lucifer. Think of it like this. A rapper is Luciferic. You think they're a rapper, you think they're cool, you think they're amazing, you worship them, you love their music because it sounds so good, but little do you know that music is corrupting your subconscious mind and programming your mind to be degenerate, to think about drugs, sex, and alcohol. So rappers, like music, is Luciferic. It's Luciferic. Anything that appears good but brings destruction. Okay. Music is hypnosis. Yeah, music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic trance. That's why you can't not move your body to music. It's a hypnotic trance. It's a form of black magic. Yes, black magic. Very well said. Very well said. So everything in this matrix is to lure you in slowly. Katy Perry in space. There is no space. So the whole system is Luciferic. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but it's the truth. This is deep stuff. The system works on Luciferic energy, luring you in, making you think. The brain chip, for example, that brain chip they want to put in your brain, they're going to say, oh, it's so good. You know, put this brain chip in your brain. You can download information into you. You won't have to go to school because you'll download everything when you're born. You'll download language. You'll download anything you wish into your brain. But there's a catch. It's Lucifericism. This phone you have is Luciferic. They made it sound like it's so good, but it lures you in. It's actually mind control. And now people spend 9 hours of their life every day looking into a mind control machine. Programming your mind. Same, everything's Luciferic. The whole system's based on this. It's illusion. That's why it's symbolized with this. The eyes. It's the false light. That's why the word Lucy means light. Fer means to bring. It means to bring light. It's me saying, oh, I've got all this light. Can I help you? But then there's a catch. That's Luciferic energy. Okay?
Okay, so we have hit 50k. I did hit 50k a while ago, but does anyone want me to produce a code, a coupon? I can carry on if not, but I know a lot of people want the coupons. So Lucifer's not a real person, so a lot of people. Okay. I'm going to create 5 codes for 5 people. And they're going to be 40% codes. You're going to save yourself 40%. This is I never really give 40% out, but this is, this is a good live. I've been going very good. And I give 5 people the chance to use them. And guess what? If you wanted to, someone mentioned the free ebook. There is a free ebook on my website. There's a free ebook. It's going to teach you exactly how to imagine. It's a free book. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. So the code is, the 40% code is this. Add this at checkout, wisdom, all capital letters. This is the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 we've been going over. There's also Volume 2. Use the code wisdom, all capital letters. There's 5 of these available. You can get Volume 1 in PDF. There's English, French, Italian, Spanish, German. There's so many different languages. We even have this one in Russian. We have many different languages. Use the code wisdom, all capital letters. This is Volume 1 we've been going over. Wisdom, yeah. This is Luciferianism. That's what we've been going over. I wrote already. Thanks for helping me. It's a pleasure, Banana. So, heel, hell, connected to physicality. Head, heaven, connected to spirit, connected to the stars. The head is heaven, the heel is hell. The head is heaven, the heel is hell. The bottom of the foot is called what? The soul. The soul. They say the bottom of the foot's called the soul. Well, it's spelled differently. It's spelled like that. Same thing though. Why? Because they're telling you your soul is in hell. If you worship this plane, we all want good things in life. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't want money, don't want abundance, don't want I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is have, balance between these two. Balance between the inner and the outer world. We all want good things. We all want good things. In life, but yin yang, yeah, it's having balance between them. What was that? Well done to Veronica Sims, Angela Preto for purchasing the Book of Wisdom. Conscious. What you do a regular day. I wake up, I visualize what I want, then I get straight to work. Well, have a shower, straight to work. Make content, work on my book, work on the university, speak to clients, speak to students, then go to the gym, come home. Pretty much the same day every day, to be honest. I'm very disciplined, very controlled. and very focused on my goals. But my goal is to just literally just help as many people as possible awaken their mind and open their minds to new things. You know, that is the goal. But yeah. Thanks for the code, just ordered. It's a pleasure. You'll love them when it comes. So here we have, look at the power symbol. The power symbol on your phone is upside down your brain because the power is within. The power is inside. The power is inside the mind. This is the power of the mind inside of you. Okay? Here we have the Holy Grail. This is the Holy Grail. This is your brain, because your brain's connected to the heavens, the stars, the astral plane, the higher realms, the higher dimensions of consciousness. You're connected directly to them. Your body on its side spells Yahweh. This is Yahweh, the name of God, inside of you. You are Yahweh. And Yahweh is the breath, breathing in. That's Yahweh is way. Yahweh. Inhale, exhale, because you're breathing ether, you're breathing consciousness. That's what you're breathing. When you stop breathing and stop disconnecting with whatever this is in between us, you lose consciousness. So the quickest way to raise your consciousness is through breathing exercises. It's the fastest way. The symbol for spirit is a circle. That's why your head is a circle, because your head's where spirit is. Circle. What about breathing? Breathing is connection to consciousness. It's the fastest way to raise your consciousness. 5 points on the body for the 5 elements. 5 fingers for the 5 elements. They demonized your middle finger because it represents ether. Ether is the ever-present field of energy that connects all of us. The ever-present field that connects all things. There are 2 codes left. The code was wisdom. 2 codes left. Feel free to ask questions, people. How do I use the code? You use the code at the end. It's at the checkout. God doesn't exist. God does exist. God is in you. You can connect with it yourself. You just have to connect with the source within you. And the way you connect with the source is by turning off the thoughts. Because when you turn off the thinking mind, you turn off the human. You turn off who you think you are. If you don't think, then you're no longer your name, your job, your reputation. You're pure awareness. That's who you truly are. You are not this being. You're not this matrix man or woman. You are not this name. It's made up. If you turn off your thoughts, what's left? That's who you actually are. Pure awareness. Turn off your thoughts and you'll figure out who you are. Pure consciousness, pure awareness. You can only figure this out by going within and actually connecting with it. It's very, very important that you connect with yourself. Become the observer, yeah. When you are nothing, you are everything. Yes, very well said. Very, very well said. When you are nothing, you are everything. The life and death cycle. We're in a constant cycle of life and death. Daytime is life, nighttime is death. Everything goes through this cycle. Life and death, winter and summer. All the same cycle. When you go to sleep, you enter spirit. When you're in your day, you enter matter. Spirit and matter. Spirit and matter. You're in this constant cycle. And we need to prepare for life after death. That's why the word death is ether. This is the ether. Everything is born out of the ether and returns back to it. Everything's born and dies. Energy can only be transmuted, never dies. So it's born and it returns back to ether, back to singularity. Physical is phi cycle. We live in a cycle of phi, of a torus field. A cycle of this torus field, though, is what we live in. This is your heart. It's the same thing with your heart. Everything leaves the heart, the blood goes into the heart and leaves the heart. Everything goes in and out of the heart. Energy leaves the heart and returns back to it. All blood leaves the heart and returns back to it. It's a cycle of the heart, which is ether. The heart is an infinite vortex. You know, very, very powerful. Very, very powerful when you learn this stuff. I'll be back in 2 seconds. You will pay for your blasphemy. I won't. You will pay for believing in Jesus. I promise. And the reason why I say that is because your whole life you haven't prepared for life after death. So if you believe in Jesus and you die, you go into the astral plane, you're just left with your internal world. So when you die, if you close your eyes right now, that is what you're going to experience. You're going to experience yourself. You're going to experience your state of consciousness, your internal self. And that internal self will be manifested on the astral plane, the realm of imagination, infinite possibility, and you will suffer there if you do not master yourself. Because if the mind is not controlled in that plane, then you will be manifesting and destroying yourself. I'm not scaring you, but like this is what happens when you die. You're left with your internal self. You're left with your internal state of consciousness. So your imagination is a dimension where you come from, and you descend into matter, to physical reality. You will return back to the astral plane, and then you will experience your state of consciousness there. So whatever you think, you manifest instantly. So we have to control ourselves. We have to make sure our internal world is not connected and desiring physical things like addictions, food, sex, smoking. Whatever our addictions are, we have to detach before we die in order for our consciousness to ascend to a higher plane. You will match your vibration, your state of consciousness in that plane. So you will match. If you're thinking sex, food, money, drinking, smoking, you will match the beings, consciousnesses, and souls that think the same things. That are on them level of thoughts are very low vibration. They exist because, okay, the higher you go, the less formless. This is thoughts, this is imagination, this is energy, this is matter. Everything in the material plane began as thought. It was thought, imagined, give energy, and matter. That's the order of manifestation. So you're in the material realm now. When you go to sleep, you always go to the astral. But when you die, it's just a bigger version. When you die, you're going to return back to the astral in your state of consciousness. So yes, the battle between spirit and the flesh, very well said, Remit. It's the battle between spirit and flesh. That is the battle between Jesus and Satan, Horus and Set. All of these gods that you see in religion is symbolic of the battle between your inner world and the outer world. There is a battle inside your own mind. There's a battlefield in your mind going on right now. That's the battle. It's a psychological battle. Yeah. A psychological battle. I go a bit deeper on this embodiment. So here, right, I'm going to show you. I'm not being a monk. Like, I'm not saying, don't engage in anything of the physical world. Never will say that. Me personally, I just balance it. Like, this is what I do. I'm not telling you to do anything. This is pretty much off my research of esoteric occult wisdom and life after death research. But what I'm saying is just have balance between them. Like, you can want riches. You should want to be wealthy. You should want to have the best possible life with abundance in your life. However, the Bible says don't put your heart on it. When you gain wealth, don't put your soul on it. It means don't be attached to it, because you're going to die and you're going to leave everything behind. So there must be, the Bible tells you, be in the world and not out. Be in the world but not of the world. Be in the world but not of it. Okay. So anyways, these were gods. These were the Sumerian gods. Can you see this very clearly? These were the Sumerian gods, right? And they had two faces, all symbolism. This is two faces. Because what are we? We are physical and spiritual. These had access to their spiritual bodies, the astral plane. These were the gods, because back in the ancient times, if you had the knowledge of leaving the body and entering your spirit and entering your spiritual body,
then you are considered a god. Now, astral projection is even in the Bible. This is what people don't understand. Christians say, well, astral projection is demonic. It's in the Bible. I know a man in Christ who in 14 years ago was caught up in the third heaven. Whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. Corinthians 12:2 tells you to ask, is telling you the third heaven. What's the third heaven? What is the third heaven? You have the physical, etheric, astral. That's the third. It's the third layer of reality. Astral plane. Corinthians again. What does it say? We are confident, I say, sorry about that. I had a tickle in my throat. Corinthians 5:8. We are confident, I say, and willing, rather absent from the body, and present with the Lord. Present with the Lord. Absent from the body. Corinthians 5:8. Corinthians, whether in the body or out of body, I do not know. He was in the third heaven. Same thing. This is all astral projection. This is accessing spirit. And I still have angry Christians in the comments calling me a deceiver. This is in your Bible. This is in your Bible. So what you need to do, Christians, is do not follow the church. Follow the Bible. Go and read the Bible. Do not follow the church. The church is Rome. The church is Rome, and they want to enslave you. If you figured out what Rome did, you would never go to the church ever again in your life. If you figured out what they actually did to the world, to every race possible. Same thing. Here's the Freemasons, you showing the same thing. Here's the Egyptians showing you the same thing. All symbolism of astral projection. Astral entities. I talk about the entities. Talk about how you create demons. You create demons. Demons are aspects of yourself. You literally create demons. Okay, it's so crazy when you actually figure this out. You are literally creating demons. Don't follow the masses. Like, honestly, I grew up in a I used to be a Mormon. My whole family's Mormon. So I know about Christianity. This is why I decode. Well, I spent a lot of time studying the Bible. I've gave myself a new challenge. I'm going to be studying Genesis for like a long time. I'm going to study Genesis, the creation, the story of creation, because I think there's so many hidden codes inside of it. The whole Bible is filled with hidden codes. But I'm going to study it, and I'll let you know how it goes on. But I've already decoded Adam and Eve. I've already decoded that. I could share you what Adam and Eve actually is. So think of it like this. What you need to understand anything in the Bible, to understand the Bible, you have to understand that the universe only exists in your mind.
everything is psychological. Everything represents the mind and what's happening in the mind. The events that play out in the Bible are the events that happen inside our own consciousness, inside our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. Okay, so when Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden, they eat the apple, and the serpent is there that tempts them. Well, if you study symbolism, you'll quickly figure out that the serpent represents transformation, because the serpent sheds its skin. The serpent sheds skin, which represents renewal and transformation, right? For the people asking, there was one code left, wisdom. Someone asked for the code. Wisdom, all capital letters. So the serpent represents transformation because the serpent sheds its skin, right? So it transforms itself. So the serpent in the tree tempts Eve. Eve represents the inner world, spirit. Adam represents matter. Okay? So Genesis is the beginning of your life, the Garden of Eden, which is even when you are in an even state. Now that sounds like a stretch, I understand, but let me explain. When you are a baby, your mind, remember, everything is psychological, the universe is mental. Your mind is whole. You don't have any contradicting thoughts. You don't contradict yourself, so you don't say, I'm going to do this, but then I don't have anything inside of me that says you can't do that, but we do now as a child. So we're even. Our mind is whole. We don't suppress aspects of ourselves to fit in with society, what we do now. We all do this. We don't have anything fractaled in our consciousness. Our mind is not fractured. But when we gain the knowledge of good and evil, which is growing up, when we reincarnate, we're a baby, we're whole, but then we grow older. This happens to every single soul that enters this world. This happens to everyone. So it's a story that happens to everyone. And then as you grow older, your consciousness now splits. You gain the knowledge of good and evil. Your mind starts to contradict you. Your emotions tell you different things. You start to suppress aspects of yourself to fit in with people. You fracture yourself. It's a psychological story about fracturing yourself and leaving that whole state. It's a psychological story. That's leaving the Garden of Eden. And then all the chaos after is all about the chaos in the mind. Because remember, when we are a child, we're whole. We have no mental chaos. We don't suffer from our thoughts and emotions. We don't suffer from depression as a child. But when we gain older, we suffer from this mind, these thoughts, our body, our temptations. It's all about you. The whole Bible's about you. The chaos with Cain and Abel, and the chaos and all this, the flooding, it's all symbolic of what's going on inside your mind. It's a symbolic story about you. But yeah, I hope that makes sense, everyone. And that's what we have to reach. We have to reach back to our whole state. That is the light. And we return back. We have to this is what I teach, purification inside the university to my students. I teach purification. Purifying your beliefs, purifying your mind, purifying your thoughts, purifying your body, purifying every aspect of yourself so you can return to that whole state where you are in control. Because most people, the body's telling you to smoke, eat sugar. The mind's telling you to watch Netflix and entertain itself because you want to escape the thoughts. Emotions are sad, worthless because they don't know who we are. I get it. I've been there. That's how I'm describing myself. Literally describing myself. But that is the chaos that the Bible's talking about. But that is the chaos. It's talking about the chaos within. and we transform ourselves. And that is the serpent. Now, I'm writing a whole book on this, so you can do your research on it if you want. But I'm making a whole book on the symbolism of the serpent, symbolisms of all different things, all different symbols you could possibly imagine. But I'm pretty much going to provide information that the whole world was under one religion at one point. And it wasn't a religion, it was a worldwide knowledge of self, and it was the serpent religion or wisdom. Yeah, the serpent wisdom. It was the knowledge of self-transformation, of the mind, of the emotions, of the body. It was the knowledge of Kundalini, of self-transformation and spiritual enlightenment. This was the true religion, and I'm going to prove it in that book. It's going to prove it, but yeah. Are you going to write volume 3? I'm not writing volume 3, I'm writing the book of symbolism. That is the next book. Bye bye, have a wonderful day. Take care, Sundus. Take care. Maybe Luciferianism, study that. I have studied that. And yeah, I went over that at the beginning of the live on Luciferianism. There's a God inside of you, and you can connect with that. How do we join the university? Yeah, all the links in the bio. All the links in the bio. So this is symbolic of cutting your connection between the mind and heart, the mind and soul, the intellect and emotion. All symbolic of transformation of self. Not transformation of self, sorry, I was daydreaming then while saying that. I was doing something else. This is symbolic of cutting off your intellect from emotion. You know, this symbol. Isn't that what Catholics do? Yes. Now, I'm not doing this is not going to cut your intellect from emotion. I'm not saying that. Like, doing this is just a gesture, but it's symbolic. It's a ritual, symbolic. We don't want to cut off our mind from emotion, because cutting off the mind from emotion thinks destruction, hate, and a beastly nature. That is the devil. You are literally the devil if you don't think with emotion. They have to be in sync. We have to think with empathy, think with morals, think with our heart as well. They combine. But we don't want to just think with our emotions, because then we become impulsive. We have to combine them both. The heart is literally a guidance system. It's connected to the universal laws of God. It's connected to the laws of God, consciousness of love, authenticity. But yeah, it's very powerful information when you learn about this stuff. Inner GPS, yeah, it is. It's pretty much an inner GPS. It tells you everything that's right and wrong. When your heart tells you something, it's the truth. Like, if you think something, your heart's going to say, no, that's either right or that's wrong. That's the intelligence in you. We all know what's right and wrong. Is this the second book? Yeah, this is the volume 2. So the heart talks about volume 2 talks about the heart. Your truth, you can feel it. Yeah, exactly. The truth resonates with you. It resonates with your heart. You can feel it. When did you finish the second book? Oh, a while ago. It's October now, I think. October, yeah. October last year. So is going to church bad? It's... I don't want to say it's bad, because obviously you're probably going to church, but, you know, if you go to church, don't get me wrong, they're good people. You know, you think you're doing the right thing, which you pretty much are. You're becoming a good person, but it's like the most powerful way to really connect with God is to become the best version of yourself. Become control in the mind. Become control in your heart. Gain control over the self. Meditate. Connect with your consciousness. Connect with higher. You know, learn visualization so you can connect with your true power. So Jesus is telling you to meditate. Jesus tells you to meditate many times in the Bible. Many times. He says to pray, not meditate. He doesn't. I'll prove it to you. Listen to this. Jesus tells you to meditate many times in the Bible. Okay. Here it is. Psalms 4:6-10. 4:6-10. Be still and know that I am God. Be still. Be still is meditation. Be still. Keep the mind still. Keep the body still. That is all meditation. Then he says in Matthew 6:3-4, take no thought. 5 times he says this. 5 times he says, take no thought. 5 times, 5 senses. Turn off the 5 senses and take no thought. This is all meditation. Take no thought is connecting with the pure self. And we also have another powerful verse inside the Bible, which is a very powerful verse. Here. Matthew 21:12, Jesus went into the temple of God. Corinthians 3:16, do you not know that you are the temple of God? Jesus went in the temple of God, but then he tells you, do you not know that you are the temple? So you got to go within yourself to go inside to God. Then he says, Luke 11:52, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourself. You didn't enter in yourself. Luke 11:52. You've taken away the key. You didn't enter yourself. You have to go within. Then, Luke 6:6. When thou prayest, enter in thine inner chamber and shut the door. When you pray, enter in thine inner chamber. This is the inner chamber. This is your inner chamber. Is your mind. You got to go within the mind. This is why they teach you to be scared of the dark when you're a child, because they don't want you going inside yourself. They don't want you going inside. Why? Because the inner room of exactly, the authentic. Very well said. The inner room of consciousness is where they don't want you to go. Exodus 14:14. You need to be still. Wow. You only need to be still. It's there. Enter in the inner chamber, the inner room. There is a room inside of you, right? And this room is a very sacred room. It's the room that every Brahma goes into the cave. Jesus goes into the cave for 3 days. This is the cave. The cave is this beautiful room inside of you. This cave is when you turn off thoughts and you are left with pure peace, pure love, nothingness. That's the inner room. That is the room of where your worries go out the window. Everything goes out the window. And you're left in that room. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. You just got to go within yourself. It's symbolic. The whole thing's symbolic. The whole thing. Egyptians are telling you the same thing. What do you think about the Emerald Tablets? It's one of my most favourite books. That book really woke me up. It's very powerful. Okay, right. A lot of people asking about the book. It's called The Book of Wisdom Volume 2. I wrote this myself. You can get it straight in my bio. It literally tells you everything you could possibly imagine. Now, I'm going to give 5 more people the chance to save 40%. Okay, so 5 more people can use this code, Wisdom. You got 2 streams. Yes, I have 2 lives on at the moment. So 5 people, use this. Click the link in the bio. Use this. You're going to save yourself 40%. Well, that's useless. You're going to save yourself 40%. Out of context is wrong. It's not out of context. I've read the Bible. Here it is. The energy field around your body. Sacred energy field that produces all physical life. Did you know you become sick? This field becomes sick before your body does. This is the field that becomes sick before your body does. This is what we call, I forgot the name for it. There's a name for these machines, right? And what these machines, if I join the university, what do I gain? What don't you gain? You gain, there's a live lecture tonight talking about the secrets of number 3, where we do a live discussion. You get all it teaches you everything you could possibly imagine and to transform your life, to go from darkness to light. But yes, tonight there's a live lecture. There's a live lecture. We are all discussing certain things. The secrets of number 3. There'll be many people there. There'll be a great discussion at the end. So if you, like, when you're an intelligent person, you're pushed away from society. And that's the kind of people that I'm aiming for inside. The people that are intelligent, they want to take their research to the next level. They're serious about the esoteric. They're serious about their research. That's what it's pretty much for. So anyways, I was talking about that machine. That machine, there's a machine that will pretty much calculate the frequency that will heal holes in your aura, because there can be holes, there can be problems in your aura. So this energy field becomes ill before your body does, because this is what feeds the body. So you can actually see illness in the field before you can see it in your body. So there are these machines that can detect what frequency is missing from the field. They'll produce that frequency and then shoot it into your field, which will heal your field and then heal your body. I forgot what the machine's called. But it's true. This stuff is true. There's literally a machine out there, and people have businesses for it, and they charge crazy money for it. It's very expensive, but it's true. So this tells you illness operates on frequency. Illness operates on frequency. If you are on a low frequency, you will match you're on the same vibration as illness. But if you raise your frequency by eating high vibrational foods, thinking high vibrational thoughts and high vibrational emotions, you will no longer match the frequency of illness. Everything is vibration. The doctors won't tell you this. The doctors will never tell you that your aura, your electromagnetic field, becomes sick before your body does. Yeah, it's very true. Do doctors know this? Probably not. They're not taught this. And is vibration connected to electricity in the body? Yes, in a way. Yeah. Any coupons for the university? No. It's already underpriced for what's inside, to be honest. What's the best foods for high frequency? Fruits. Fruits, vegetables, because it's literally crystallized sunlight. It crystallizes the sun. Literally crystallizes the sun. The sun is artificial. The sun's not artificial. That's why they try and block it. The sun upgrades you. The sun produces melatonin in your pineal gland. It makes you feel good. You have no clue Jesus exists. He only exists because of your belief system. You know, whatever you believe in, that's your reality. This is why believing is failing. It's a failing system. Belief is a lie. You have to know. And the only way you can know is by going inside yourself. And when you go inside yourself and meditate for long periods of time, you will have an experience that will completely blow your mind off. And that will prove to you that you are literally God in human form. You are connected to the infinite. We're all this one consciousness. We're all drops of the ocean. And belief doesn't get you anywhere. That's why this is why Islams think they're right and Christians think they're right. But what we need to do is know. And the only way you can know is by going in yourself and actually having direct access, direct experience. But Jesus is kind. But who is Jesus? A character in a book. If that book didn't exist, you wouldn't think Jesus ever existed. So it's a belief. You just have to go inside yourself. You can connect with God. Just go within. Just go within, you'll see Jesus there. You'll realize you are Jesus, just a human with a powerful consciousness inside of you. I'm so excited for the book. Oh, honestly, when you read it, your life will change. Life will change. But yeah, I'm gonna love and leave you all here today. Harry, the books are amazing. Still reading. Thank you for that, Anya. If anyone's read the books, let me know in the comments. If I join the university, will I have symbolism class as well? Yes, you'll have the symbolism class. You have everything you can imagine. We also have a library in there as well. We have a library filled with books. But yeah, if you join, I'll see you tonight in the live lecture. We can have a discussion after the lecture. But yeah, I'll see you there. Ordered, can't wait. Wow. I'm working through them every day. Amazing. I love your book. I'm learning so much. Thank you so much for this, people. This is amazing. You should start doing podcasts. Yeah, I really want to. I think that's my next thing. I think that is the next thing. Thank you, everyone. Have an amazing day. Oh, wow. Thank you, Violet. Both books are amazing. Thank you so much. Wow, this is amazing to see like the change, to see how it's actually helped people. But yeah, thank you everyone. Have an amazing day. Take care. I think there were a few codes left, I'm pretty sure. Wisdom, all caps. There's a free ebook on the website as well. So yeah, feel free to ask questions, people. Let's get some questions going and we can talk about anything you wish. The more questions, the better, because then I can just keep talking. How can we find our purpose? Your purpose is found in your higher self. Now, when I say higher self, I don't want to seem like this cringe spiritual thing, but each one of us has a higher self, a potential of our highest state of being, where we are doing everything that we know we should be doing. So if you want to find your higher self, you just constantly have to find that guidance within you. There is a guidance system within you. Your soul is always telling you the correct thing to do at all times. It's always telling you the correct thing. For example, your heart is always judging what you think. Whatever you think, your heart tells you that is right and that is wrong. It gives you a feeling on what is right and what is wrong. So if you want to find your purpose, you have to constantly say yes to the inner guidance. Every time you say no to the inner guidance, you are pulling yourself away from your life purpose. Each one of us has a purpose in this life. Your life has a great meaning.
We're part of this beautiful experience we call life. So if you want to find your life purpose, you have to constantly say yes to your heart's guidance, to your soul's guidance. It's always telling you the correct thing. There's always something inside of you saying, I should be doing this, but I'm actually watching TikTok, or I should be doing this, or I'm actually doing this. There's a guidance telling you not to masturbate. There's a guidance telling you not to do these bad things. So you always know the correct thing to do at all times. You know you shouldn't waste time. When we waste time, we have a feeling within us. Well, I do anyways. Thoughts become reality. Yes, what you become what you think about. You become what you think about. Because our soul speaks to us through emotion. Emotion is the language of your soul, and thought is the language of the mind. So it's the emotion that is teaching you the correct thing. Emotions are a guidance system in this life. If you have a negative emotion of fear, that is your soul telling you need to overcome this so you can become stronger. If you have a emotion of jealousy, this is your soul telling you where you need to be. So the soul, emotions are always guiding you in this life. Always. Emotions are a guidance system. They're always guiding you. Emotions tell you the correct things at all times. Here we have the hands. The hands are reflections of the 5 elements. You have 5 fingers for the 5 elements. Okay? So these 5 elements are corresponding with your hands. Now they're also corresponding with your skull. Your earth is the jaw. Water goes in the mouth. Air goes in the nose. Fire's light goes in the eyes. And spirit is your 3rd eye. So your jaw, your whole skull is showing you the order of the elements. This is how beautifully designed the world is and your body is. It's a sacred creation. Look at your skull. You can't deny this. You cannot deny this. Okay? And you have 5 points in your body. So they told you your middle finger is evil. Why did they tell you your middle finger is evil? Because this represents spirit, and they've hid this element. Why? Because they want you to believe there is only a physical world. They trap you off from your potential. They want you to believe you're only this physical material body. Why? So they hide the power of your consciousness. Your consciousness has access to higher dimensions. Thoughts are higher dimensions. You must understand, you don't just live in this physical body. This is one of the aspects of you. You have a thought body. You have a body for thought. That's the mind. The mind is the body for the thought dimension. You have an emotional dimension. Emotion is energy in motion. You have this physical body for physical action. So you must understand, these things don't just exist in the physical world. They've told you that your thoughts are physical, emotions are physical, and your body's physical, and everything's just physical. Why? Because they hide the connections to the higher dimensions. These dimensions shape and mold this physical dimension. Everything they do is to brainwash you into believing there's only a material world. That's literally what they do. The Matrix is designed to keep you in a physical state of consciousness. Just a physical state of consciousness. Yeah, church. Church is one of the biggest scams there is. Church is one of the biggest scams. Yes, ether is spirit. Ether is spirit. So they demonize your middle finger so that they make you scared. Oh, well, because they've hid this element. They've hid the ether. This is why this is always the highest. This is the highest finger, because ether is the highest element. All of the 4 elements are created out of ether. This is the most important element. So your body's showing you the elements. Ether is what you breathe. Ether, you breathe ether. That's what breath. Look at the word breath. Breath. Ether. You're breathing in ether. He's no longer on my For You page. Yeah, I think I've been shadow banned, to be honest, on everything, even on Instagram. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all of my views have just completely plummeted, which is crazy. Never on the For You page anymore, which is weird. And it's crazy because I have affiliates as well, and the affiliates don't even get on there. But like AI is advancing so much where it's probably, it's probably detecting my voice and knows the voice and knows to not put it out there. Because everything I tell you is to empower you, is to give you back your power. Everything I teach is to give you back your own power. Everything. And yes, there probably will be an attack on me soon, to be honest. Are people waking up? Yeah, I think they are. But it doesn't matter if we wake up. It only matters if we rebel against the system. We can wake up, but if we don't act on that, then we're nothing. Doesn't matter. It's all about action. So the system is it's designed to keep you trapped in your physical body. They don't want you accessing higher dimensions of consciousness. Everything they do is to just keep you locked in physical pleasures. That's why they give you they give you entertainment, they give you food on every corner, they give you alcohol, they give you all these things to fuel your body, to feed your body, to feed yourself, to keep you distracted, to keep you unhealthy, to keep you from using your mind. Your mind is the most powerful force in the whole universe, and you have access to it. If you learn how the mind works, how this consciousness functions inside of you, you can use this power to create empires. You can use this mind to create anything you wish. And that's the one thing they hide from you. They hide from you consciousness, your consciousness. They hide from you your mind. That is the one thing they don't want you to realize. They're not trying to hide God. They're not trying to hide anything else but yourself. They don't want you to realize that you create reality. You don't observe reality. You create it. You are the creator of reality. So it's crazy. And even these lives get capped at 300 views. Like, I can't get past 300 views. It's impossible. I used to get like 1,000 views on every live. Now it's just capped at maybe 300. Never goes past 300. It's really strange. So I've had many attempts to take down this account, take down Instagram, everything. But yeah, ask questions, people. I can't speak here forever. I need questions so I can speak and have a topic. What's the book called? The book is called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, this one now. Astral projecting. Astral projection is something that's very advanced. However, you need to learn on how to meditate, stillness, and visualize first. So you need to learn how to visualize very clearly, because a lot of people can astral project, but they can't actually see anything when they get there. Here it is. So they'll astral project, but they can't actually see. Why? It's because they didn't work on their imagination. Imagination is the ability to see in this plane. Your imagination is your biggest power when you die. When you die, your ability to see in that plane is imagination. That's what you use when you dream. You're using your imagination. Okay. Now, if you observe yourself just as you wake back up from your dream, you will realize that you are shifting from a dimension from within your middle of the brain. You can feel it. Just observe it. I can observe myself falling back and turning back to my physical body from a dream. You can feel it. You fall out of your imagination. That's what you're using when you dream. It's your subconscious imagination. But dreams are very, they're personal. You're not in the collective astral plane. You're in your personal mind. You're only in your mind. But when you astral project, you're actually entering the collective subconscious. You're entering the collective astral plane, which means there are other souls, there are other thought forms, there are other beings in this plane. Okay. So a dream and astral projection are separate, are very different. Okay, they're very different. Let's keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes if we can. Let's get this to 50k likes. So when you dream, you're in your own personal subconscious mind. But when you astral project, you're entering the collective mind, the collective subconscious. Is astral projection easy to do? It's not easy. Well, it can become easy once you know and understand how it works. However, you won't just do it straight away. There are many different things that can block your astral projection, which is limiting beliefs, fear, suppressed emotions. These things can stop you from leaving your body. Most people, I had this myself when I first started astral projecting, that when you leave the body, you start to fear. And that fear pulls you down. It pulls you back into your physical form. Astral projection is a powerful, powerful way to literally change your life, gain information. How do you stop it? You have to work on your subconscious. That fear is coming from a belief. Your emotions that you feel are mainly coming from beliefs. So that fear is maybe coming from a belief of death, or a fear of death, or fear of the unknown. So you have to reprogram your subconscious mind to not fear anything, and to heal these aspects of your subconscious so that you can actually leave the body. So it's yeah. But in this book, I literally teach you everything about astral projection, pretty much. The etheric body. Here we have the Egyptians showing you astral projection. Astral projection. This is the Egyptians. This is some more information on it. Soul trap. Yeah, you trap yourself. There is no external person trying to trap your soul. So a lot of people say the moon traps their soul, right? A lot of people say the moon is a soul trap. Saturn and the moon are working together to trap your soul, which is in a way true, but they're not trapping your soul externally. It's yourself. You trap your own soul. Okay? So what we need to understand is that the cosmology is showing you this. So if I show you this, right? Here we have the cosmology. We have the Earth, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the stars. So the Moon represents the lower astral plane. This is the lower astral plane. This governs the lower astral plane. What is the astral plane? The astral plane is the dimension of imagination. So when you dream, you use this imagination. Okay? So the astral is the body of thoughts. Every dimension has a body of the plane above. For example, thoughts are just thoughts. Thoughts take a body, which is imagination. Imagination is the body of a thought. Then it turns into ether, which is energy, and that ether turns into a physical body. So you are literally consciousness made manifest. You manifested yourself in the physical plane. And this is how you manifest now. You turn thoughts into reality. You turn thoughts into imagination, into ether, into matter. Okay? So everything is a product of the dimension above. The astral plane is a body for thoughts. The etheric plane is the body of the imagination and the thought. The physical plane is the body of ether, imagination, and thought. So this physical plane, look around you, everything began as thought. This was a thought. This book was a thought in my mind before it was turned into reality. Therefore, everything is a product of a higher dimension. The physical world is a shadow. It's the effect, it's not the cause. So when people have a problem in their life, they're looking outside of themselves to try and change the problem, try and change the physical world. When that doesn't change the problem lies in your mind. If you want to change your reality, you have to change the mind. Because mind and physical reality are directly connected. This is why we say mind over matter. This is why the Freemasons show you the compass over the square. Showing you circles over squares, which is spirit over matter, invisible over the visible. The invisible creates the visible. The Bible tells you that. All things seen come from the unseen. Mind creates matter. They're not separate. So science tells you mind and matter are separate. Science tells you that you and the universe are separate. But all of this is interconnected. Your consciousness holds power over this material world. This is the secret that they cannot let you find out. It's this simple, that you are the co-creator of reality. You are literally projecting reality, and thoughts and emotions are commands. They should not be reactions. So what's the first thing they tell you when you're in school? They give you a board with all these smiley faces and emojis on them, teaching you about the different emotions that you feel when you're in. I remember doing this as a child in school. They tell you their reactions. That's the first thing they tell you. They're not reactions. Thoughts and emotions should not be reactions. They should be commands to create. You should feel the reality as if you already have it. You should think the reality, and you will create it. Because your internal state of consciousness projects the outside world, and they don't want you knowing this. So this is why the government is called a government, because they govern your mind, the architect of reality. They govern the mental body through information and belief systems. They have to install information and belief systems into you because that's what creates your reality. So this is why they shove you in school for 12, 18 years, to shove belief systems in the mind, to limit the mind, so that it's programming of your mind, because your mind creates your reality. Therefore, if they limit your mind, they limit your ability to create. And that's what you are, a creative force. A small version of God. The ancients knew this. The ancients all knew this. Of course they knew this. That's why they showed Jesus in your brain. They show Jesus in the brain. They always show God in the brain. Because God is your creative power of consciousness. Okay? This, what, in paintings? Yes. So these ancient people who were Christians knew the esoteric meaning and the hidden meanings behind Christianity and the Bible. The Bible teaches you about this. You just have to read it in the correct way. So the ancients all knew this. They still teach this today, but just in secret societies. This isn't information given out to the population. This is given out to people who are CEOs of big companies, celebrities, because the people who actually use their mind are worthy of finding out this knowledge. But I'm here to try and give this information to everyone. It's all symbols, yes. They hide this knowledge in symbolism, because symbolism is not letters. Symbolism only speaks to the people who have the knowledge to read the symbols. You know? So it's consciousness. That's what they hide. And when you actually sit there and play around with your consciousness, you'll figure many, many different things out. Many, many different things. Keep liking the stream, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes if we can. That would be amazing. Feel free to ask questions as well. So religion gives you this deity outside of you, such as Jesus, Allah, Buddha. So you worship them, and the reason why they worship them is to hide your power. They want you to not use your own consciousness and not figure out that consciousness is connected to God. But instead, they give you a man in the sky to worship to try and change your life. I promise you, closing your hands and praying to, some man in the sky will never ever change your reality. And in fact, prayer is an ancient form of reprogramming your subconscious mind. So prayer, why do we put our hands together? Does anyone know why we put the hands together in prayer? It's because your body's directly connected. Your body is an extension of your brains. By placing your hands together, you are connecting the brain hemispheres. And when the brain hemispheres are aligned, you can access consciousness. Because when these two brains are not working together, and they're working against each other, you can't really access consciousness. So when you align them, you can then access consciousness or the subconscious. So this is an ancient form of meditation. This is why we close our hands together. Because we close our hands together. So it's all about making the two become one. Here's the binary code of reality. The binary code, zeros and ones. Everything's zeros and ones. Masculine, feminine. One, order, direction. And indirection. Indirection and direction. Off and on. Positive, negative. spiritual, physical, magnetic, electric. So everything follows these codes pretty much. Yeah, let's get this to 50k likes if we can. That would be amazing. So everything followed these codes. Indirection, subconscious and conscious direction. Subconscious and conscious. Lines and curves. Attraction and commands. So everything followed these. This is the binary code. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. So this represents the subconscious mind. Feminine is subconscious and man is conscious mind. So females, they speak subconsciously. If they are hungry, they will say, "Are you hungry?" But when a man is hungry, they say, "We're getting food." So they speak subconsciously, we speak consciously. Men and feminine. Yin and yang. They are both needed, both equal. So the subconscious is the womb of the conscious mind. So whatever you mold your subconscious with your belief system, memory, that molds your conscious mind, what you think about. So if you study how the conscious and subconscious mind work and how they work together, you can actually study how the male and female relationship is meant to be. You can literally just study these things and you'll see how your relationship with your partner is meant to function. And you can start to understand your partner and how they and how they think. So everything follows them codes of zeros and ones. You know, everything follows these codes. Satan. Satan is not a real person. This is probably going to lose a few people. What about gay, lesbian relationships? Well, it's going to be different there. Of course. Because the female nature is subconscious and the male nature is conscious. So the female attracts, she is magnetism, man is electricity, electric and magnetic. Two opposing forces. They both come together to create material. Create matter, because everything's created by electromagnetism. Everything's created by electromagnetism. These are the atoms, positive and negative. This is why we have day, night, hot, cold, summer, winter. Everything's dualistic because the atom that creates this world is dualistic in nature. Is dualistic. It's the pineal gland. This is why Buddha has a pine cone on his head. He wears a pine cone. This is why the Indians have a red dot on their forehead. It's all to do with the pineal gland. Why? Because the pineal gland is not the third eye. A lot of people think the pineal gland's the third eye. It's not. The pineal gland is not the third eye. Now, let me explain. Your body is a receiver, and modern science is starting to figure this out, which I've been saying this for a very, very long time. And I don't need scientific evidence because I know myself. See, the problem with science is because they're trying to measure everything. They're trying to measure everything that's possibly measurable, which is the physical world. But you can't measure things that exist beyond the physical world, which is thoughts, emotions. These things exist in consciousness. You can't measure these things. And the only way you can actually measure them is have direct experience with them. I've been saying for over 2 years now that consciousness exists beyond the physical world. And modern science is starting to figure this out. And the reason why I know this is because I've had experiences with myself. I've had direct experiences with myself, with consciousness, with imagination, and altering my consciousness and playing around with it myself. So once you figure this out, your body is now a receiver. Your body's like a radio. It's like a radio that receives a frequency. And that radio is your pineal gland. This is what picks up consciousness, awareness, life, whatever you want to call it, the observer, the being inside of you. When you close your eyes, there is a being inside of you. There's a voice. There's a force when you close your eyes. And that is what's picking it up. This is the receiver of consciousness. So when this pineal gland is blocked through bad habits, smoking, a blocked pineal gland, a calcified pineal gland, this is why they give you fluoride and all these things in the tap water to cut off your connection to your consciousness. They don't want you using it. They don't want you using it. This is the this is why the Vatican has a pine cone here on the dome shape. I'd have to get a picture up. But above this pine cone, there's like a dome above it, which represents your head, and the pine cone's in the middle, because the pine cone's in the middle of your brain, which is the pineal gland, which has physoluminescent, crystalline, jagged-shaped cells. So, what are crystals? Does anyone know what crystals do? Crystals are used in your phone. They're used in radios, they're used in your phone, and what they do is receive frequency. They transmit frequency. They are a radio receiver. So you have a pineal gland in the middle of your brain filled with crystals. Why? Because it's a receiver of consciousness, light. Your consciousness is pure light. It's metaphysical. You know, so this is why the Freemasons, what do they use to symbolize this? They use the all-seeing eye. Let me show you. We have hit 50k likes. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. So why do the Freemasons use the eye? Does anyone know? Well, this eye represents consciousness, awareness. That's why it's cut off from the bottom of the pyramid, because consciousness is cut off and higher above the physical world. This is why there is light emitting from this. And this is why they use an eye. Why an eye? An eye needs light to see. Without light, and you're in a dark room, you can't see. So the eyes and light, and well, the eyes and the sun are directly connected. They need each other. The eyes need the sun to see. So that is symbolic now. So now we're getting into symbolism. What does that process of the eye symbolize? Well, your physical eyes need light to see. Your mind is the eye. Your consciousness is the eye. And your mind needs light to perceive. What is light? Truth, knowledge, information. Your mind needs information, which is light. Symbolism, symbolic light. That's why when you're very smart, someone calls you're a bright person. You have a very bright mind. It's because information is considered light in a symbolic way. Why? Because your consciousness is the eye, and your mind consciousness needs information to perceive reality properly. So we can experience, so we can become enlightened. If you didn't know the knowledge I give you, you wouldn't have the light to see, metaphorically, consciousness in the mind. The mind needs truth to perceive the self correctly, to perceive the world correctly. Let me just fix this. You see? So the Freemasons use the eye to symbolize this process. The process of the mind needing information. We need information to perceive. So you are the temple. Your head is the heavens. Your heels are the hell. Heels touch the physical earth. Head connect to the stars, the heavens. So the head is where heaven is. The head is where consciousness is. And this is where we connect with higher dimensions through thoughts. Thoughts are higher dimensions. Imagination's a higher dimension. So the head has access to this. This is why your body's the temple. Your body is a temple and it holds in consciousness. Holds in consciousness. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get some more likes. Is everyone following along? Is this okay? Now it also represents climbing to higher understanding in this symbol here. It means climbing to higher awareness, higher consciousness, because the pyramid is a hierarchy system, which is the Freemasonic system of the Masonic degrees. This is a hierarchy. You're climbing to higher knowledge and higher information. It's the same with your body. You need to climb your spine. Why? Because most people's awareness are stuck in their gut. All they think about is eating. So we can gain higher consciousness, so we can become a conscious creator. Okay. So it's all about climbing to higher consciousness, climbing to higher understanding of the self. So let me tell you something. I've been studying this stuff for a while now, and the one thing that I realize, if you are studying something or gaining information about something and it's not about gaining a better understanding of yourself, for example, a lot of people they wake up, they go into Hollywood conspiracies, secret society conspiracies, 9/11. Yes, these things are interesting. However, if you are not learning about yourself, if something is not transforming yourself, deepening your understanding of consciousness, and helping you understand how reality works, then it's absolutely useless. So why do you think they push the Diddy narrative on the news? They push the Diddy narrative, they push all of these external rabbit holes for you to fall into. Why? Because they don't want you finding the true knowledge, and that knowledge is of the self. They want you falling down these rabbit holes. They want you falling down the Diddy rabbit hole, the Hollywood rabbit hole, the adrenochrome, the trafficking. When you focus on this stuff, you're channeling your mind to darkness. You're filling your consciousness with darkness, with useless information that keeps you in darkness, that keeps you in ignorance and keeps you dumb. The whole point of life is using your mind and using your brain and using your consciousness, because you are a creator. This is what they don't want you to know on the deepest level. They don't want you to know that you are a creator. So what they do is that they keep you distracted. They feed you information so that they shape the collective consciousness. And that when they shape the collective consciousness, they shape their reality. Because they understand consciousness creates reality. So if they can shape your consciousness, they will shape their reality. So they don't create the New World Order. We create the New World Order by believing what they say. This is what's going on. And until you learn about yourself, you will forever stay in ignorance and you will forever be a slave. Because knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. And this is the raw truth. This is the raw truth. We have to figure out what we are. And you do that by going within yourself. And I writ these books to speed up the process so you can realize these things about yourself. These books that I've wrote are not books about external information. They're things about you and how you can speed up the process of self-realization to become a powerful person, to become a powerful consciousness. Everything is about you. The Egyptians were symbolizing you. Christianity was symbolizing you, your brain, your body, anatomy. All of these ancient things are talking about you. And this is what they hide. They don't hide anything else but you. Because they don't want you to realize how powerful you are. Everything is about you and how you function, how your psyche works, how consciousness functions, how the brain works. So they send us to school so that we don't figure out these things about ourselves, and they make you learn about external things. They don't want you to know the connection with you and the universe, the cosmology, because cosmology directly impacts you. The sun, the moon, the stars are connected to you. They speak to you telepathically. When you're underneath the sun, it gives you a better state of consciousness. It upgrades your DNA. It speaks to you energetically. When people say astrology is crazy, then they've never stood underneath the sun. That's why you feel better in the summer or in the sun, because these things are energy. They emit light frequency to you. You are directly connected to these heavens above us. So everything above our head is spirit. Everything down here is matter. So the Freemasons, you are showing this. You see how the light is at the top and the death is at the bottom? So they've got the casket with death, because matter is death to Freemasons. Matter is considered death. Why? Because you live in matter, you live in illusion. You hide the truth, because matter conceals. They call the physical world the veil. Freemasons, Kabbalists, they call the physical world the veil because it hides. What does it hide? It hides consciousness. It hides the planes that create this world. It hides thoughts. It hides emotions. So when you look at me, when you look at a body, you see their body, but you don't see their internal world. That internal world is what creates the external world. So this is death. Now, let me show you something even more interesting to even back this up even further. I'll prove to you that this is what they symbolize here. Check this out. This is pretty mind-blowing. I want to say thank you to everyone who purchased the book, by the way. There were a fair few people who took the advantage and bought the book. Let me show you this. Where is this page? Okay. So the Freemasons always place the West and the East here. See this, the ladder? See how they have the East and the West and a ladder to the heavens, right? The East is where the sun rises. This is light. The West is where the sun sets, which is darkness. So the physical world down here, the plane, the Masonic checkered board represents duality, living in illusion. When you think you're this material body, you live in illusion, which is the West, the darkness. And the East is the light, where the sun and the stars and the moon are, representing awakening. When you no longer live in ignorance. Where you no longer live in the illusion of thinking you are this material body. You are something far more powerful. You are literally using a piece of technology to function in this 3D world. So you have the East and the West. The three wise men from the East in the Bible. Now that you know that the East means upwards, the three wise men from the East who give presents to Jesus are the three glands in your brain, the thalamus, pituitary, and the pineal gland, that produce melatonin, serotonin, and dopamine in your brain. So the three wise men in the East are talking about anatomy. Santa goes up and down the chimney. The cerebrospinal fluid in your brain goes up and down your spinal cord. Because the three wise men, the three glands in your brain produce three oils, and these oils fall down your spine to give presence to the body. And you must raise this, which is your kundalini. You raise the cerebrospinal fluid up the 33 vertebrae of your spine, and you become crucified in Golgotha, which means your skull. So Jesus becomes crucified at 33. It's all about ascending consciousness. The Bible's talking about ascending consciousness. It's symbolic. Everything they speak is a subconscious language. They've taught us a conscious language, letters, words, logic. But they speak a subconscious language of symbols. Symbolism. It's a subconscious language. Speaks to your subconscious mind. So you have to study symbolism. I have a whole masterclass on my website about symbolism. These books are about symbolism. Look at Leonardo da Vinci showing you symbolism. You have the square and a circle. Circles have no beginning and end, which means eternal. That's consciousness. The square has a beginning and an end, which is your body. Your body, consciousness controls the body. You are consciousness, not the body. This is limited, this is infinite, which is the Freemasonic square and compass. The compass creates circles, the square creates squares. Leonardo da Vinci showing you he's a Freemason. And this represents consciousness in matter, spirit and matter. Does this make sense? Are people following along with this? Because this is very, very, very powerful information. Yeah. I want to say thank you for 78k. That's crazy. 78k likes. Wow. By the way, I haven't even mentioned, these books are the books that I've wrote myself. Here we have Jesus gives out and teaches the Gospels to 12 disciples, and the 12 disciples then go out to the rest of the world and teach the world. Well, this is anatomy. You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain, and your mind controls the 12 cranial nerves to control the body. All symbolic. All symbolic. Okay, listen people, I can give 10 people a coupon code. 10 beautiful people can get a coupon code. Would you like me to create a coupon so people can save some money on the books? Let's get it to 100k. Yeah, that'd be amazing if we get it to 100k. Because these books are powerful. But don't get me wrong, they're expensive books. But these are not just books. This is a whole revolution in your life. This is a whole new beginning in your life. Okay, so we have volume 2 here, is what we're talking about. So if you want to gain the advantage in life, you want to start to learn about consciousness, yourself, symbolism, and these things that give you power. You can start to learn this stuff. Buy as a bundle guide. Yes, so you can buy the bundle. There's a bundle, and then you add the code on top of the bundle. You add the code on top of the bundle, then you get even more off. Okay, so I want to say thank you to Madonna Willingham for purchasing Volume 1. Oh no, sorry, the Symbolism class. Christian Williams, Sugar, Alcunti, Michael, Mario, they're all taking advantage of the book. Thank you. Your life is about to change. Anyways, I can create 10 codes for people. I can create 10 codes for people. Explain Saturn. Yes, we'll talk about Saturn in a second. Let me just give out these 10 codes. I'm going to give you a 20% discount code, a coupon. In fact, no. I'm going to give you a 40% code. 40%, but there's only 10 of them. Oh no, the best, yeah. Okay. Is everyone ready? Because you'll have to be quick with this. Okay. I think I wrote it here when I did it the other day. No. So if you click the link in the bio, it's going to take you straight to my website. And then at the checkout, you want to use this code. 10 people can use this code. And there's currently on the website, yeah. So click the link in the bio and use this code, SPRING30, all caps. SPRING30, all capital letters. Click the link in the bio, it'll take you straight there. And there's a free ebook on my website as well, which teaches you exactly how to activate your third eye. That will teach you exactly how to it's a practical guide. Teaches you how to activate your third eye through imagination and reconnect with the astral plane. It's going to help you astral project. It's going to help you do many different things. So if you click the link, it's a free book. It's an ebook. Download it for free. Or use the code and get yourself these books that we've been using today. Okay, let's carry on. Where is the link? It's in my bio. How is Volume 2 different from Volume 1? They're just two separate books. More information in Volume 2. Volume 2 is more professionally written. Volume 1's more of a notepad. Two separate books. You can read them in any order. Okay. Melissa Renfro, thank you, and Sadie Childers, thank you. Your life is about to change. You got Volume 1 and Volume 2. Where is the free link? Just go to the website and click on ebooks. It'll take you straight there. So this is Libra. Libra represents the setting sun, or the half rising sun. Okay, because Libra is the balance between the summer and the winter solstice, which means the balance between the hot and the cold, between the summer and the winter. It's balance in the middle. Is there PDF? Yes, we have Volume 1 as PDF. We don't have Volume 2 as PDF. Thank you to Asher Bell, Cydia, and Martin Friedrich, all purchasing the Book of Wisdom. Your life is about to change. Melissa, Madonna. Okay, so the sun is a symbol for Libra. Now, Libra is also the balance scales, because this is the balance between summer and winter. Now, if we look at the body, Libra rules the core. Here we have Libra, and Libra rules the core, which is your core, which is all to do with balance. This is the center of gravity in your body. So even your body is showing you the balance of the sun inside your body, because as above, so below. As within, so without. As above, so below. As above, so below. This is why you have 12 cell salts in your body. You have 12 cell salts for the 12 zodiac signs. So each one of us are mineral deficient in 3 cell salts, because we do not have 3 zodiac signs, because we were in the womb, you were in your mother's womb for 9 months. Months, moon. M-O-N means moon. Month. 28-day moon cycles. And you were in the moon, well, the womb, for 9 months, not 12. Therefore, you're mineral deficient in 3 zodiac signs. And here we have the different cell salts. So if you were born in, me for example, I was born in Scorpio. Where's Scorpio? Here. I'm mineral deficient in, if I go back, my mum was had me in Pisces, then she gave birth to me in Scorpio, which means I'm mineral deficient. Okay. Yes, you can learn about this in Volume 1. We have Volume 1 as a PDF, a digital version. Let's go to the website and you can go get it. And you can use the code on that. There's actually 1 code left. So you're in the womb for 9 months. You're in the womb for 9 months, which means you're mineral deficient in 3 zodiac signs. So for me personally, I'm mineral deficient in Sagittarius, Capricorn, and Aquarius, which means I'm mineral deficient in sodium chloride, lime phosphate, and silica. I need to eat foods with high amounts of these in. So I eat foods which are high amounts of these, like strawberries, many different things that help me gain them minerals. Because you are directly affected by the zodiac. This is why you have 12 cell salts for the 12 zodiac signs. You see, 12 zodiac give you the 12 cranial nerves, the 12 systems in your body, and the 12 cell salts. The 7 planets create the 7 chakras, the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week. Sunday for the sun, Friday is Venus, Saturdays for Saturn, and Thursday is for Jupiter. Mondays for the moon, Sundays for the sun, and the 7 colors. So everything's interconnected. Everything is connected. You are a smaller version of the universe. A smaller version of the universe. And if you want to learn more about the cell salts, there is a book by George W. Carey called God-Man, The Word Made Flesh. I'm pretty sure it's that one. Hold on. Yeah, God-Man, The Word Made Flesh. He speaks about them in there. So basically, these books that I've written are all, every page is a new page, every page is a new topic, and every page is a new topic. And it's basically the combination of all my knowledge syncretized together. So here we're talking about the energy field, the armor of God. Here we're talking about your soul and your heart, the intellect and the brain and the emotions, and how they function together. Here we're talking about the flow of energy, how to mentally direct it, balancing the mind and the heart. So if you do this gesture in Christianity, right? In Christianity, they say to do this, it represents, Christ and the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, right? Yeah, they want you to believe that, but what you need to understand is that God is inside of you, not something external. So what we're actually symbolizing here is cutting your connection between the brain and the heart, because in order to live, we need the heart in sync with the brain. We don't want to act without empathy. We don't want to think without empathy. We need to think with our emotions. We've all had parts in our life where maybe a breakup from a partner, your head is telling you to leave them alone and start a new life, but your heart is telling you to go back. That is a disconnection between the brain and the heart. The head's telling you one thing, the heart's telling you something else. We need to sync them. We need to think with them both at the same time. The heart is the emotion, the brain is the thoughts. The brain is electrical, the heart produces magnetic emotions. Emotions are magnetic presence, or magnetic fields. When you feel an emotion, you are literally becoming a magnetic field. You're producing that magnetic field. Okay? So we do not want these disconnected from each other. We want them connected. This is what Christ consciousness is. So when people say, what is Christ consciousness? What's this Christ consciousness about? What's the point in it? What does it actually do? Christ consciousness is the ideal state of consciousness. Now, what do I mean? It's the state of consciousness where we have control over ourselves, and we are not living like a robot, pretty much. We are aware. Now, let me explain. Most people do not live, and now I mention this, you're probably gonna see this in a lot of people. Most people don't live. They are simply running off programs. Then they don't think, they don't live. They literally just experience. Christ consciousness is when you are controlling your thoughts, controlling your mind, controlling your emotions, and you're actively consciously living, consciously moving through life as a creator and not an experiencer. This is what Christ consciousness is, where you're not at hell, you're not experiencing hell from your chaotic thoughts and chaotic emotions. Christ consciousness is when you have mental peace and emotional peace. Does that make sense? I want to say thank you to everyone who purchased the book. You got George, Anya, Maria, Leanne, Kevin Parker, Sherry Adams, Graham, Peter, Neve, Bethany Markle. Thank you, everyone. Your life is about to change. When you read them books, it's a new, you've gained the advantage in life. Just found you, new follower. Welcome. And congratulations if you took advantage of the code and the bundle. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at combining these two aspects of ourselves. Because you are an image of the universe, a microcosm of the macrocosm, as above, so below. Now, This is where things get really interesting. Things get really interesting in this part of the book on how we have 4 bodies of consciousness and not one. We don't have one body. We are you are the soul. You are a soul. Now, for the people who are new to this, what is the soul? The soul is you. It's not your name, your job, your reputation. So think of it like this. The best way I could describe what the soul is and how you can find it. So let's say you're struggling from depression. If you're struggling from depression, you have the negative thoughts and the negative, the negative mind. Who is the one that's experiencing the trauma of them thoughts? Who is the one? The mind is not suffering because the mind's producing the negative thoughts. Who's the one actually feeling the horrible feeling? That's the soul. The soul is the one buried beneath the thoughts, the one who's experiencing the thoughts, experiencing the body, experiencing the senses, experiencing what you'll see. So the soul is the one who's suffering from the negative thoughts and feeling them. The soul feels. It's emotion. So that's what the soul is. The soul is you. The soul is you. And the soul is incarnated in 4 bodies, which is what we call in the occult the tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton is a very deep topic, and it goes on for a very long time, and I could talk about it forever. The tetragrammaton means it's just the 4 aspects of God. However, they're not separate. They're literally you. You are the 4 aspects of God. The soul is God. So the soul is an emotion. No, the soul speaks the language of emotion. Just like the mind speaks the language of thoughts. Your body speaks the language of vibration. So think of it like this. There are 4 aspects of God, and there are 4 aspects of you. You exist in 4 corners. You have 4 different bodies. That's why we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You have a spiritual body, an earth body, physical body, an air body, the mind, and a water body, emotion. Fire is the spirit, earth is the body, air is the mind, water is emotion. Now, these are symbolized by the 4 fixed zodiac signs, because what is the sun? The sun gives power and life to the earth. Your soul gives power and life to your body, as above, so below. The sun is your soul. In fact, the sun used to be called Sol, which then got turned into soul. It just means life force, life. The sun gives life to everything. As above, so below. The sun in the sky is a macrocosm of your microcosm soul. So the sun has its 12 disciples, the 12 zodiac signs. And there are 4 fixed signs. Taurus is the middle of spring. Leo is the middle of summer. Scorpio is slap bang in the middle of autumn, and Aquarius is the middle of winter. So these are the 4 fixed signs. Taurus is an earth sign, your body. Scorpio is a water sign, emotion. Leo is a fire sign, the spirit. Aquarius is an air sign, the mind. So now this is why we have these 4 symbols in the Gospels. Here you see Jesus with a man, Aquarius, an eagle, Scorpio, a lion, Leo, and a bull, Taurus. Here you see them here. This is called the 4 aspects of God. And these are the 4 bodies of your consciousness, the 4 bodies of your soul. This is why Jesus is the Son of God. He's the Son, the soul. So what this is portraying in each one of these Gospels, Mark talks about the spiritual aspect of Jesus. Luke talks about the earthly body of Jesus. Matthew talks about the mental aspect of Jesus. And John talks about the emotional aspect of Jesus. This is when Jesus turns water into wine. Mark is when Jesus transforms death and resurrection. So this is all symbolic. It's all talking about your 4 bodies. You have 4 bodies, not one. You are the tetragrammaton. And to take this even further, we even have this in Ezekiel's vision. Ezekiel in the Bible had a vision. And he saw in Ezekiel 1:10 the 4 faces of God. He saw the face of a lion, the face of an ox, which is Taurus, the face of an eagle, and the face of a man. The man, the lion, the ox, the eagle. Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, Scorpio. Why is it made so confusing? Because there is layers to symbolism. There are different layers. So this and this, like, in order to crack this code in the Bible, you have to understand layers of symbolism. So first of all, you have to understand how each body, this is air. Air corresponds with mind. Water corresponds with emotion. Fire corresponds with spirit. And earth corresponds with body. So that's the first layer of the code. Then you have to go to the zodiac. Then you have to look at the 4 fixed signs and look at what sign they are. So Aquarius is air, which is mind. Leo is fire, which is spirit. Then you go to the Bible. Then you can see that you're actually looking at the 4 different bodies of consciousness, which is the tetragrammaton, which is the word Yahweh. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because you are 4-fold. That's why they demonized the number 13. 13 adds up to 4. You're the 4-fold of God. You are the small version of God. Okay. Thank you to James Marshall for purchasing both Book of Wisdom Volume 1 and Volume 2. You are the tetragrammaton. You are all things. You are the sun, the moon, the stars, everything in one. Discount. Okay, I can make 5 more codes for 5 more people. A lot of people asking for codes. Where can I buy the book? The book is in my bio. I'm going to give 5 more codes out. Are you ready? This is volume 2. We're going over volume 2 here. If you want to learn about these codes in the Bible, this is volume 2. Okay, people ready? We'll go talk over Saturn after this. We're going to talk over Saturn. I bought both books. What's the difference? No difference. Well, yeah, of course. There's a big difference between them both. They're 2 separate books. You can read them in any order. You're going to love them. Absolutely love them. Here you go. Spring 30, all caps. When is volume 3? So I'm currently working on the 3rd book. It's not volume 3, but it's a book on symbolism. It's called the Book of Symbolism. And that book is really, it's going to be next level. Spring 30, all caps. Spring bring 30. Okay. Here we have it again. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Okay. So 5 people can use them codes. One's just being used by Matik Belair. He just got the bundle. Thanks, I just got Volume 1 PDF. Amazing. Volume 1's really good, honestly. If you just want a PDF and an ebook, it's perfect for that. We want something new. Give us new age wisdom. Feel free to ask a question. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? But currently, I'm working on the 3rd book, and that's going to bring so many new fields of thought that you never thought about. It's going to expand your mind into a whole new dimension of thought. So not volume 3, the 3rd book is going to be all new information for you. So I can't wait for that. Hi, could you please elaborate on 0 point and vortex, please? So 0 point energy is ether. So everything comes out of ether and returns back to it. Everything. Ether is the primordial substance of all matter. So basically, matter is, on its base, is ether. It's the... Hold on, let me try to find this page so I can understand it properly. Ether is the base of all matter. All matter falls down into ether. Ether is the presence, the middle of an electromagnetic field. It's counter space. It's another dimension. And everything comes out of the other dimension and returns back to the other dimension. This is how this field works. It comes out and then back in on itself, just like an apple. An apple does this. So ether is 0 point energy. It's coming out of ether and returning back to it. Everything comes out in the physical plane and returns back to ether. That's why death, when you die, you return back to ether. When you breathe, you're breathing in ether, energy. Earth, ether. Weather. All things are produced by the ether, the energy field, the connecting source of all things. The connecting source. Yeah, let's get this to 130k likes. That'd be amazing. Let's get this to 130k. That would be crazy. So yeah, so everything's sacred. So anything they made you scared of, so they make you scared of many different things. The word sacred rearranged is scared. So all of these symbols they make you scared of, they make you scared of this, they make you scared of many different symbols, are sacred. They want you scared of the sacred thing. How do we master ether? Before you master anything, you want to master your mind. The mind is the cause and controls everything. The mind is the architect of reality. The mind controls ether. The mind controls physical. The mind controls imagination. The mind controls absolutely everything. How much for the PDF version? It's on the website. So the mind is the architect of reality. Yeah. Does the book explain after death? When you die, you return to the astral plane, your imagination. So your internal world is what is alive. Your body's not actually alive. It's being fed by your soul, being fed by your consciousness. So it's the internal world creates the external world. So your internal world is what survives death. It's your internal state of consciousness. Now this is where things get a bit deep. I talk about this in volume 1, where we have to detach from things outside of us. We do not want our internal world connected to the external world in any way before we die. Because when we die, we do not want to have mental addictions. We don't want to have desires for physical things. We don't want to have addictions to sex, to smoking, to food, all of these things. We don't want any connections to the world. So we have to work on preparing for death now. This is what the Emerald Tablet says. The Emerald Tablet says, the mastery of the soul is the only thing that counts in the end. So everything in this matrix is to keep you attached to the physical world. They get you addicted in many different ways. Addicted to physical things, addicted to your phone, addicted to food, sex, lust, material, clothes, cars, all these endless illusions. Because when you die, you're left with your internal world, and your internal world needs to be detached from these things. We don't want to carry these heavy things to the afterlife, to the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision things. Now, you see this screen very vividly when you go on a psychedelic trip. If you have a psychedelic trip and you close your eyes, you'll see many different things. And when you change your thoughts, you start to see different things. Why? Because thoughts control the astral plane. Thoughts control imagination. So when you change your thoughts, you change what you see. That's how these things work. So now that you understand that, I've just given you the key to go play around with these things, with caution, of course. I'm not telling you to go out there and do loads of them, but now you understand. You can start to play around with them and see how consciousness functions, and how it works. It's all based on thought. Thought creates everything. This is why the ancients spoke in symbolism. The ancients spoke in symbols. Symbols are everything, because symbols assimilate to thought waves, thought patterns. They use symbols to symbolize thoughts, because they understand the universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. Everything is a mental projection. So it's all about thought. Does that make sense? Oh, by the way, there was 2 codes left. I gave out 5 codes about 10 minutes ago. There's 2 left. Thank you to Jeremy, Christine, Matik. Feel free to ask questions, people. 117k, that's crazy. It's a lot of likes. Spring 30 all caps. All caps. Is this the first? This is the second book. This one's the second book. We're talking about the second book here. Here we have Osiris. We have to remember, these Egyptian gods never actually existed. They are thoughts. They are symbolism. Symbolism is everything. There was no green god with two reptiles hanging up his body. You know, if someone looks at the Egyptian wall and they see this and they think this really happened, then they'll never understand the truth. Truth is spoken in symbols. There is no green man with these reptiles hanging off him. It's symbolism. Reptiles are reptilian. Green represents reptilian. Osiris is the reptilian god of the underworld, god of death, darkness, Osiris. He's the one who betrays his brother. Osiris represents the reptilian brain inside your brain. This is what betrays you. Why? Because this brain does not think. It does not think, it does not do anything but survive. It only thinks about surviving. Well, it doesn't really think. It governs instant reactions. For example, if a car's coming at you or a football's booted in your face and you instantly move out the way, that is all the reptilian brain. The reptilian brain governs instant reactions. So basically, this is where the low level of consciousness is. When someone doesn't think, they just live off reactions. They live in fear. They live in a constant state of fear and reaction. This is the death. This is the god of death, the god of underworld. This is the death of our consciousness, the death of our higher self, because we are far more than this brain. So this is the reptilian survival brain and neocortex, the learning thinking brain. Neo from the Matrix wakes up, and his name's Neo. And he was plugged in on the chair and the back of his neck. So he's plugged into the Matrix. This is the Matrix. And he's pulled the pin out of the back of his neck, and then he wakes up, and now he's called Neo. Neo wakes up. He uses his higher brain to function. And Neo actually worked in a place called neocortex. The building name, if you look at the film, it says neocortex on it. It's all symbolism of the brain and how they function. It's very powerful. Thoughts on COVID? I can't talk about that. I'll probably get taken off TikTok. But me personally, I don't think airborne viruses are even real. I don't think you can catch a virus off someone. I don't think that's a real thing. Me personally. We have to understand we've been conditioned in so many different ways. All fear propaganda. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's all fear propaganda. How to raise your vibration. Don't focus on raising your vibration. Focus on trying to control thoughts. Control the mind. When you gain control over the mind, you can pretty much control anything. How can I purchase the book? Click the link in the bio. It'll take you straight to my website. This is Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. Is there a judgment when you die? Yes, but you judge yourself. So when you die, you're left with your internal world. If you close your eyes now, there is a being, there is a state of consciousness within you. the inner voice, the inner self. That's what you're going to be left with. And now, if this internal world is desiring sex, desiring things of this world, you will manifest. They are low thought forms. They're low vibrational thought forms. So you will manifest on the lower astral plane. And when you manifest in the lower astral plane, that's where lower thought forms manifest. Lower imaginations, low vibration imaginations, low thoughts. So it's, if you want to ascend to a higher astral realm, you have to master your thoughts. It's all about controlling thought. The universe only exists in the mind. All mental. It's a mental construct. Why don't I dream anymore? More than likely, it's mainly because you maybe don't use your imagination. Imagination guide on my websites for free. That will help you reconnect with your imagination. When you reconnect with your imagination, you do imagination meditations before bed, you will more than likely have a lot more dreams. Anunnaki didn't exist. No. Anunnaki is you. You are the Anunnaki. So everything, when it comes to these old texts, ancient texts, is symbolic, it's metaphorical. So the Anunnaki. So what does it symbolize? What does their story symbolize? You are the Anunnaki God. You are literally consciousness, universal consciousness. And Anu, he was the god of the sky. Ki was the goddess of the earth, the material world. Sky represents spirit. The sun is spiritual. They're non-physical objects. These aren't physical objects. They're light sources, they're energies, they're spiritual. Everything above our head is spirit. Everything down here is matter, spirit and matter. Just like how you have hot and cold, day and night, everything has polar opposites. The polar opposites of the earth is heaven, which is spirit, above. So everything, when you look up, you're looking at spirit. So Anu is the god of the sky, spirit. Ki was the goddess of the earth, matter. Together they married and gave birth to the Anunnaki, which is you. You are the Anunnaki. You are spirit and matter. You are heaven and earth combined. You have an internal world. Close your eyes. You have consciousness, thoughts, emotions, internal world, imagination. And you have an external world, this body you have. So you have these two worlds. That's why you're an individual. You're dual. Two worlds. So when you look up, you're looking at spirit. Everything above your head is spiritual. Guys, you are not God. When I say you are God, I don't mean your name, your job, your reputation, your job, these things you identify yourself with. But I mean the pure essence of consciousness within you is God. And you'll never understand that until you connect with it. But yeah, I'm going to love and leave you all here today. I've been on for a while now. I appreciate you all. And thank you for coming on. I hope you all learned something today. And yeah, have an amazing day. All the links are in the bio for the book and the university. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to drop a follow. But yeah.
What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job. Everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within, the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally, inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you, through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at night time. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you, is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times. half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming, because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, the thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures, and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3, the eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these 3 aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner worlds, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just two characters which represent the two voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
This video is going to be about the flat earth and the breakdown of the whole cosmology. We're going to be digging very deep. I've got a lot of pictures and images to show you, and a lot of dots to connect. So let's start with the Freemasonry art. So this artwork we have here is the Freemasonic cosmology as they know and believe. So what is it symbolizing? We obviously have to start off with the four pillars representing the four corners of the earth. The four corners with duality. You see, there's everything on earth. There's good and evil. Good, evil, positive, negative. Good, bad. This is the checkerboard. This is what it symbolizes. Okay. Obviously, we have the sun, the moon. The sun gives you energy. It's the anode. The moon is the cathode. It's the opposite. It takes your energy. So therefore, you become sleepy when the moon comes out. You see, everything on earth, everything in the universe is balanced. There's complete balance symbolized by duality. There's always two opposites. We have the all-seeing eye, and obviously 7 stars representing the 7 planets, but not planets as in we know planets. They're not physical spinning balls of gas. They are energies. They are lights emitting from the realm above this realm. They are lights through the firmament, through the electromagnetic field. So let's go through that again. The 4 corners, duality, positive and negative, cold, dry. Everyone on earth has an opposite. Everyone, there's 2. Okay, and then we have the sun, the moon, the 7 planets with a 5-pointed star. What's the 5-pointed star? Of course, it's the 5 elements: spirit, water, earth, fire, and air. Okay, that's what the 5-pointed star is symbolizing. the 5 elements of earth. And then most importantly, we have the compass. The compass is very, very important, hence why it's in the center. The compass is symbolizing many, many things. And one of the most important things, but we'll get into that after. We have a boat with water outside of the earth. So we have a boat on water, symbolizing the waters separated by the firmament, the waters above, separated by the firmament from the waters within the firmament, the earth. So this is what it's symbolizing. So the compass, what's the compass? This is where the compass comes from. The Polaris, the most important star there is, because it's in the center of Earth, the sun, the moon, and the black hole, black sun. Because all creation comes from center, the seed center. Okay, but we'll get into this after. But also, this is a very important Masonic symbol because they use this symbol a lot. This is one of their main symbols, hence why Neil Armstrong has the Masonic ring with the compass on it. The people who supposedly went to the moon, which obviously they faked to push this globe model, because the globe model is based upon fear. Because the globe model, if they can sell you the globe model, they can sell you anything then. You don't know where you actually are. The globe model is to push fear upon the masses, because the globe model means there's not enough resources. There's also risks of asteroids hitting the planet. There's also risks of space extraterrestrial invasions, global warming, asteroids. You see, this is all the fear that they can gain off selling you the globe model. Okay, because they don't want you to know that this is an intelligent design. And also, they're hiding God, the creator, the source. This is why they are satanic. They are opposites. They are lefty, Lucifer, right, righteous, godly. Hence why they do the symbolism on their eyes. 666. This is another famous, what's it called? Sorry. Famous astrologer. Astronaut. This is another famous astronaut doing 666, showing that he's in the alliance of the occult. But even look at their 10th anniversary stamps. They have a Masonic compass on there. Also, the Order Out of Chaos. Order Out of Chaos, double-headed eagle. Okay, the Order Out of Chaos ring, which they wear. So all of these astronauts are in the occult. They are lying to you. They are in with this order, this Masonic New World Order, whatever you want to call it. So let's break this compass down a lot more. Because as I showed you here, the center, okay, this is what the compass is symbolizing. Let's go into the North Pole map. This is from 1595. This is a rough estimate of where this map came from. It's from around the 1500s to the 1600s, maybe 1400s. There's not an actual set date on this map because obviously our history has been tampered with. But let's break down this map and the symbolism that they use towards this map, because this map is the map of the North Pole. Okay, so in the center, we have the black rock symbolizing the tower, the pole, North Pole. And what's on top of the North Pole? Obviously, it's Polaris. North Pole and Polaris. Okay, with the 4 islands around the center. Okay, 4 islands around the center. And this is what blew my mind, right? They say
that Santa sounds similar. And if you look at this pole that's pointing to the North Pole, you see this line here. So this is obviously from the 1600s. What color is Santa? He's red and white. Just like this map pointing to the center is red and white, and Santa comes from the North Pole. So it's not a coincidence that they used red and white. They're mocking this map because obviously they took over after the 1500s, 1600s. They took over around the 17, 1800s. So they're mocking this map with Santa coming from the North Pole with this red and white line to the North Pole. Notice the 4 islands, okay, like windows, their symbol. They obviously, in the occult, they're part of the New World Order, is symbolizing these 4 islands with the blue behind it for the water. Okay, so this is another occult logo. They're symbolizing this center because the center is so important. Okay, we'll get into that. Also, we have the Mayan cosmology. This is the Mayan cosmology. This is what they created. This is their artwork, with also 4 major lands around the center. You see this 4 with green in between them all. 4 major lands with the underworld. You see this underworld is also symbolized by the Masons with the coffin of the skull and bones, the deceased, the dead. Okay, so this is also mentioned in the Book of Enoch. Okay, and it's called Sheol. Sheol, the underworld. Okay, and in the Book of Enoch, it says all spirits of the dead go to these hollow places, that they all wait until their appointed time of judgment. And it also says in the Book of Enoch, there are 4 hollow places underneath. 4 as above, so below, representing the 4 islands. As above, so below. That's where that could link in. Okay. The Book of Enoch is very important because it was found in a cave thousands of years ago and has a lot of truths about this realm and about this world we live in. So let's go back to the Mayan cosmology. So the ancient cosmology, they all must have had some sort of communication. They must all be at peace with each other, because all of their cosmologies link together. See, the Greek, Babylonian, Indian, Celtic. Okay, they're all linked in together. They all knew that they were in an enclosed system with an underworld and obviously a firmament. Okay, so this is what they all knew. They all must have had some sort of communication. They were a lot more advanced than us. They knew the center of the realm. Okay, and obviously the United Nations flag also symbolizes their center. You see how it has like a grid with a circle around the center. It's symbolizing that center of the realm, because that center of Earth is so important. The United Nations flag, all have it. See, some different ones all have that circle around the center. Because the center is the seed. All things come from a center. So the torus field is so important because it is the spark of life. It's the building blocks of the universe, this creation. Because all things have a torus field. Just like an apple with what's in the center of an apple, a seed. Because the center is where the energies hold, is where the energies meet. And it creates that spark of life. Just like your heart is the center of your body.
and it has an electromagnetic field. Because the center, all things come from the center. So this is why the North Pole is so important, because this is why it's so important, because this is where the creation sparked from, the center. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. So this is why the northern lights come from the center. It's electromagnetic energy. This is what the northern lights are. It's being emitted from this black hole in the center. Okay? And obviously, what else is on the center? Polaris. Polaris is the center star. Okay? So the center star is what sits on top of this North Pole, Polaris, because it's a pole of electromagnetic energy, symbolized as a black rock, a black hole, pole. You see, because all creation comes from void. Light is born from darkness. Without light, darkness can't be born from light. You see, but light can be born from darkness. This is why darkness is so important. And this is why there's a black hole in the center of our realm, like the black sun. The black sun, the Polaris star, the North Star. You see, so this is this North Pole, Polaris. This is what they're talking about. And this is why compasses are an 8-pointed star, because Polaris is symbolized as an 8-pointed star. This is where a compass will point you to. It will point you to that center. So notice how a compass has this black hole in the middle, you see, and it will point you to this meeting point, the north, because in the center is the center of the torus field of the earth. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is. You see, everything gets sucked into the black hole. Okay, this whole reality is being projected from that center point, just like your eyes suck in light. It's a black hole. Your eyes suck in the light of this light being emitted from this center place, this electromagnetic energy at the center, which is the seed of everything, of everyone. You see, just like an apple has the seed in the center in darkness, because in the center of the apple, it's dark. It's black. It's pitch black. But that's where the seeds are. That's where the life is. But Polaris is so important because it's that center star which lines up. It is the pole, it's the top of the pole of the torus field. So Polaris would be here at the very, very top. And this is where the compasses point you to. And this is why the star of Ishtar, the 8-pointed star of the Sumerians, also talked about this 8-pointed star, and it's called the star of Ishtar. Okay, and who is Ishtar? Ishtar is the goddess. Okay, so she's not a male, she's a female, because every creation is brought through a female, a womb. Every single human on earth is brought through the womb, the sacred feminine energy. And the womb is pure darkness. There's no light in a womb, just like the center of our realm. It's a black hole. Okay, and guess what? She's the god of fertility and sexuality. She is responsible for all life. Okay, so the star of Ishtar is the star of Polaris,
which is symbolizing the responsibility for all life, the center of our realm, the black sun, the black hole. Okay, so this is what that god of Ishtar of the Sumerians is talking about, the goddess, the womb, the seed of creation. So this would be the portal, more than likely the portal in and out of our realm, because it's the top of the torus field. And what's above this realm is the heavens. So this is where you get sucked in from the heavens. Your soul gets sucked in and brought onto this plane of existence called Earth. These are some space NASA symbols. Look how much Polaris symbolism there is. And notice how it's at the center. You see this circle? This is like a half circle. And at the center is an 8-pointed star of Ishtar. It's the same thing. It's Polaris. It's at the center. And notice on some of these, look, this one is a bear holding the key and an arrow pointing to the Polaris star, so that they hold the key to Polaris. Another one with like a demon holding a key to the what? Polaris on top of him. Also an eagle, which is a Masonic symbol. The eagle holding a key on top of the center. You see, and notice how there's an arrow going up to the Polaris and an arrow down, as above, so below, to Earth. So you can go out to Earth, out of Earth, and into Earth through Polaris. And the eagle holds the key. You see? The eagle holds the key, just like this. This demon dragon holds the key to Polaris. And look at this one, Earth, with an arrow up to Polaris, an 8-pointed star. So Polaris is more than likely that portal which the Anunnaki used, the Sumerian gods used, because the Anunnaki symbol is also an 8-pointed star. Okay, and like I said, that center is the seed of creation. The center is the black hole. Okay, just like your pineal gland is at the center of your brain. The pineal gland is at the center of your brain, and that's what connects you to that spirit realm, to the source. That's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you all learned something today. Please leave a like, a comment, and please subscribe to the channel for more content. God bless you all. What is good, YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane and how the cosmology fits into the astral plane. Okay, so first let's go over the astral plane and go over the different layers of reality so that you can understand reality more. You are a multi-dimensional being. You are not in these, you are in all of these realities at the same time. They all interweave into one big reality. But there are different planes. They are different vibrational dimensions. There are different dimensions of reality. The mind is the root cause of reality. We're living in the mind of God. Everything is being thought into existence from the root cause, from the universal mind. This is why the ancient Egyptians said, all is mind. We're living in the mind of God. And we are a microcosm of this mind. This is why we all have the same mind. This mind is the world of thoughts.
Now, this world of thoughts is just the thought alone. For example, it is the thought of a chair. But then when you start to imagine this chair and you start to mentally see the chair, you're now manifesting the thought, the singular thought, into some sort of form. So now you're imagining the chair. You're imagining the form of this chair, which is then manifesting into the astral plane. The astral plane is the world of thought forms manifesting. So when you are imagining something, you are seeing into the astral plane. Okay? Your third eye, it is an eye because it sees the astral plane. It is seeing the other side through imagination, through dreaming. Well, we'll go over dreaming later. So the thought of a chair is a singular thought. The imagination of the chair is the manifestation of the chair. And in the astral plane, it's basically the world of all the chairs that could ever exist. So you're thinking of the chair as a singular thought, which is the mental plane. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair, is the thought, the manifestation of it. Depending on the vibrational state of the thought will depend what level of the astral plane it will go to. For example, if you're thinking about a chair to torture someone on it, it's going to go on the lower astral plane. Or if you're thinking and imagining happy things, it's going to go to the higher astral plane. So wherever your mindset is, that we call it a mindset because your mind is setting frequencies to certain things. Thoughts are frequencies. And a mindset is setting your frequency, setting your mind to a certain frequency. So when you set your mind to a certain frequency and you imagine something in that frequency, you're going to match everything in the astral plane that are on that similar frequency, just like you would in the physical world. Because we're all in these worlds right now as we speak, but we can't see them with the two physical eyes. We can feel it though. When you're around someone and you've just met a new person, for example, you can feel their vibration. And if you're not on a similar vibrational match, you will not get along with that person, or you just won't not get along, but you won't connect with that person because you're on two opposing frequencies, not matching. And this is something you can't see, you can only feel because it's the astral plane. It exists within the astral plane. Everything in the astral plane is made out of vibrations. So if you do astral project, and if you already know how to astral project, you will see beings and people and things that are on the same frequency as you. This is why before you astral project, you need to sort your vibration out before you astral project, because you are projecting your consciousness into this. It's the mind. The mind is the bridge. It can move between realities. You are a observer. You are a observing soul which observes different realities. And the mind is the bridge between all of these different realities. The mind can choose. If you want to project into the astral, you set your mind to it, you can. Okay? So let's not get off track. The lower astral plane is where demons are. The higher astral plane is where heavenly beings are. Heaven and hell are kind of a real thing. The etheric plane is a powerful substance, the ether, the fifth element that they don't tell us about. If you type in on Google the 5 elements, they will try to remove it with wood or metal because they don't want you knowing about the ether. Ether is the energy double behind all physical objects. So the ether is very important. It is the 5th element. It is part of the physical world, but it's also part of the astral world. It is on either side. You see how they're showing you the truth in the language? Ether and either are the same word. The ether has 1 foot in the astral and 1 foot in the physical world. It's a substance that connects the physical to the astral world. It is the either. It's on either side of reality. It's on the other side. Other, either, same word. Ether is connecting the physical to the astral plane. It's the world of frequency. Frequencies, EMFs, torus fields are in the etheric plane. It is the energy plane. It's where energy moves through the ether. Okay. So then you have the physical world, the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical world is the effect of the higher planes. Each plane is a product of the plane above. So, and it melts into each plane. The physical plane is the lowest plane, it's the most densest, and the highest is the most fluid. This is the most fluid, this is the most dense. This is where we get the saying, as above, so below from. As above, so below comes from the different planes of reality. And magicians understand this. This is why magicians always say as above, so below. Because they understand if you manipulate the higher planes of reality, you manipulate the lower planes. Because the astral plane is a direct copy of the physical world, but in the astral plane. It is mirrored. The physical world is mirrored in the astral plane. They are both the same world, but there's different vibrational states of the world. Kind of. It's hard to put this in words, people. So just try and understand. The astral plane is the double. It is whatever happens in the astral plane happens in the physical plane. This is why magic works. This is why demons work. This is why spirit communication works. Because if you manipulate the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. As above in the astral, so below. Leonardo da Vinci showing you to look up, pointing up. You got to look up. He's telling you to change the mind, you change the physical world. You change your emotions, you're on the astral plane, you change the physical world. You change your reality by changing the higher planes. This is the Masonic 11, the 2 pillars. This is the 11 also symbolizing the 2 hemispheres of the brain here. But the 11 symbolizes the 2 mirrors. 11, 9, 11. 9, 11 adds to 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. The Twin Towers were in 11. Flight 11 was hijacked because it's a mass ritual within the astral plane. Now, we're going to go deep into that later, and I'll show you these rituals they do in order to manipulate the astral plane. So, this is what the 11 is. It's the mirroring of reality. If you contact spirits and conjure spirits, you can either summon or attract demons and spirits. Summoning is creating a spirit. You create demons. Okay. Like I said here, the mind is the root cause of reality. If you think of if you think of a traumatic event that happened in your life over and over and over and over again for years and years and years, where attention goes, energy flows. The mind is the director of energy. If you are directing energy into the specific emotion, the specific thing that is torturing you in your mind, that will manifest as some sort of being in the astral plane, which is called an elemental. And this elemental being that you have created through your thought forms and emotions will latch onto you and feed off this energy. So it's important that you get your mind right, okay? It's important you sort that you file the mind and you discipline the mind. Make sure it's only entertaining positive things, because you are quite literally creating your own demons. The word demon has the word mon in it. And if you've watched my videos to know, mon means moon. The moon is your mind. The sun is your soul. The earth is your physical body. Demon. Demon is mon means mind. Moon is mind. You create demons with your mind. Summoning. Now, this is where the rituals come in. 9/11 was a ritual because everyone was thinking about this big fearing, the death of 9/11. Everyone was thinking about it. And all of their minds thinking about this horrific thing will manifest and summon a negative energy spirit elemental within the astral plane. That's how all of this works. This is why it was a mass ritual. Okay. Chris Brown, new album name 11/11. Release date on the 11/11. This will be my 11th album and contain 11 songs. All of these people know the occult. This is Hermes Trismegistus with the star of Saturn, the six-pointed star, as above, so below. The mirroring of reality, physical and astral. The two Masonic pillars. So as above, so below. What's above us? The stars. The stars are connected to the astral plane. This is why we call them stargates. When we dream, we are experiencing these different realities. And what are stars? They tell in the Bible, it says Genesis 1:14. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." Signs translates to things to come. Why things to come? The stars tell the future. Why? And why do we say as above, so below? As above us is the astral plane and the etheric plane. As above, so below. Whatever happens in the stars happens on Earth. The stars are connected to the astral plane. Above us is the astral plane. We are a star in a physical body. This is why we say Mr., sister, stir equals star. The E and the A are interchangeable. We are stars, and the stars are the start of our incarnation. We start in the stars, same root word, and we descend through the seven energies, which are our seven chakras. Then we enter the heart of the soul system. The heart rearranged spells earth. And this is the true cosmology. Here's the Masonic cosmology. This is Masonic now. Here's the firmament. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from above, from the waters that below. Genesis 1:6. The firmament, firmament comes from the word firma, Latin, I'm pretty sure, which means firm. When something is firm, meaning it's stable, it does not move, it is firm. The firmament is firm. So, is the firmament Genesis 1:6. What does he say? Genesis 1:3, sorry. Let there be light. This is before the sun and the moon was created. Let there be light. Before the sun and the moon was created, light was appeared. So what's that tell you? This is a holographic projection from some sort of light being, some sort of projector. And that projector is the all-seeing eye you see in the Masonic cosmology. This is the all-seeing eye projecting the light beams. Let there be light. Everything is made out of light. The universe is created out of light waves. The torus field is one unit of light. The light projecting this reality is Polaris. Okay, the famous all-seeing eye. Now, what else? Then we have after let there be light in Genesis 1:16, and God made the two great lights. This is the sun and the moon, electric, magnetic, male and female. Then we have the Masonic checkerboard, the black and white symbolizing dualities within the dualistic reality we're in, spirit and matter, light and matter, rest and motion, positive and negative, good and evil. Everything's dualistic here. Okay? And it's a dance. The universe is a dance between flickering of white and black light, which is the torus field. We're not going to go over that, but this is all connected to the astral plane. This is the true cosmology. The astral plane cannot work on a spinning monkey ball in the middle of space. Does not work. Cannot work. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible. So even in the Quran, it says, Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, flat. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains, firm and immovable. It is immovable. In the Quran, it also says 65:12, it is Allah who has created the 7 heavens of the earth. The 7 heavens meaning the 7 layers of heaven, the 7 planets. And Psalms 104:5, he set the earth on its foundations and it can never be moved. Never. So here you see in Isaiah 40:22, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. We live in a tent. This is the tent. The projection of light. Here you see an ancient picture here. Here you see the ethereal barrier, meaning the firmament, the etheric barrier, and here you see his head popping out. Why is his head popping out? Because your head is heaven, your heel is hell. Your head has access to the astral plane. This is why your head is heaven. The pineal gland, when stimulated, has access to project itself, project consciousness into the astral plane. Here you see another ancient picture here with the Masonic Royal Arch, with the zodiac here, the zodiac on the top, arching, because there's a firmament above us. Here's God in the brain. Consciousness is God. Here you see the Masonic Royal Arch, symbolizing the firmament. George Washington above the Masonic Royal Arch. These are the stars. This is Polaris projecting reality. Here's ancient churches with the dome. Polaris projecting reality with Jesus. Disney World is under the dome. The 7 layers heaven, ancient paintings, all depict if you go and look at the ancient paintings, they'll all depict the firmament, the arch above us. This is where we get interesting. The Masonic Royal Arch has the 6-9, which is Cancer. The constellation Cancer, which is 6-9 is associated with portals, because CERN is the 6-9. Okay, CERN is opening portals. They're trying to create a portal to the other side. Cancer has the word CERN within it. So there's a link between Cancer and the opening, the firmament opening above us to ascension. Here you see the Masonic art with the Royal Arch and the light and the opening. Here you see the light and the opening. This is the opening of the firmament. Here's the Hebrew cosmology with Sheol, the underworld, and the opening. So Cancer is definitely some sort of portal in and out of this reality. I'm just connecting dots here. Now, we're going to go change a bit now. These celebrities that you are seeing they have not sold their soul to Satan, okay? They have not sold their soul to Satan. Satan is a demonic, low vibrational energy that has been summoned over the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of evil occult arts. So since Babylon was summoning this demonic energy, and this demonic energy in the astral plane will grow and grow and grow. It has no form. It has no physical form. Okay? But you can see it in the rappers. If your third eye is open, you can see clearly that these people are demonic. You can sense the energy that they're manifesting. Selling your soul is not what you've been told. It is gaining, because your soul is pure love, okay? Your soul does not want to do anything bad. So when you sell your soul, you're gaining physical gain, you're gaining physical wealth, for example, like for these rappers, they will be given millions of pounds because the people in control of the music industry, which is the dark occultists trying to brainwash the masses, the people in charge, are they're dark occultists. They understand Satan and the energy. They are satanic energy, which has been summoned in the astral plane. They see that they have influence over the masses, so they will go to them and say, "I will give you this amount of money forever if you manifest this satanic, demonic energy through the music and through social media to blind the masses, to brainwash the masses into this demonic energy." Because when you listen to music, music is frequency. Whatever you listen to, you become that frequency. So if you're listening to these people, they're throwing energy, this demonic, satanic energy that they sold out to. Sold, soul, same word. When you sold something, you've got your soul involved. They have exchanged money, physical gain, so that they manifest this satanic energy within the astral plane and through the music, through the videos, through social media to keep us in this vibrational frequency, in this low state of consciousness. This is what it actually is. It's not, you're not selling your soul to some sort of devil. This satanic energy has no physical form it is formless in the astral plane. It's a summoned energy. Now, the root chakra is red. This is why the devil is red, because it symbolizes the animal nature of man. When you are operating off your root chakra, you will kill, you will fight, you will do anything to survive, because it's all about survival mode in the root chakra. They want you keeping in that fighting mode, that surviving mode, so that you are manifesting this low vibrational frequency, this satanic energy, this demonic red energy. This is why the devil is red. And the devil has a tail with the red arrow pointing down because it symbolizes your light body. This is your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is your light body. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals body. Merkaba, this is the devil's tail pointing down, the descension, your heel, up to your heel, hell. Ascension to heaven, head. You see? This is the all-seeing eye with the illumination coming off it, your head, when you're illuminated. The Merkaba is your celestial sphere to portray different planes of reality. It is the vehicle of ascension. It's your light body. It's in the word Kabbalah, Kabbalah, Ka, spirit, Ba, body, La, light. Same thing, Kabbalah, Merkaba. Same thing. It's all about the light body. This light body sees different realities. So when you see the goat in the music industry, it's this satanic summoned energy that's been summoning for thousands of years within the astral plane. When it becomes to the physical plane, it will manifest through different things. A goat, an owl, Satan, Moloch, Baal, same deity, same demonic energy that's been summoning in the astral plane. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head. Drake's new album is the goat. The Polo G, the Masonic G, with the goat. And here's Ryla Rodriguez in the mirror with the goat in the mirror and him in his physical body. It symbolizes, the mirror symbolizes the astral plane, because he's manifesting the goat, the demonic energy. He's sold out to the demonic energy, and in the physical plane, he's his physical body. The mirroring, the Masonic 11, the mirroring of reality, the astral and the physical. And what do you call them when they're an amazing rapper, the best rapper? You call them the goat. because you're the goat because you're manifesting the goat energy, this satanic, demonic energy within the astral plane. So Baal, Moloch, all the same thing. Because in the astral plane, if you want to gain spirits to come to you and communicate you in the physical world, if you want to communicate with spirits, you have to gain their attention. You can either gain their attention or come together and agree to create some sort of being, which is Satan. Okay. You can, like I said earlier, you can create these beings, you can summon them or attract them. One way to attract them is sacrificing. In order for you to become God, man, to turn to God, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice, not drinking, not doing things, not doing anything demonic, not doing anything bad, not eating meat. You have to sacrifice yourself to become the light. However, if you want quick, instant gains in the physical world, you can sacrifice something else to communicate with these spirits, because these demonic energies feed off demonic energy, your demonic energy. So these dark occultists will give away babies, they'll sacrifice, torture babies so that they gain, so that they can communicate with these spirits for physical exchange. Yes, you can do this. These powerful spirits, these powerful demons can give you powers. They can give you certain things. And this is what they are doing. They're summoning and attracting these demonic energy. This is why, trafficking is one of the most, Balenciaga. Baal is the demonic energy in the astral plane, which requires child sacrifice for his presence. Balenciaga, and they were trafficking children. They were trafficking, killing them, and offering them to the spirits. This is what they are doing. Balenciaga. It's in the name. Here you see, you can see here a stick man with two horns. The goat, obviously, it's all the same deity. Baal, the goat, Moloch, Moloch, the owl, the Egyptian owl, because it comes from the owl of Moloch, which is Baal, which is Satan, all the same demonic energy. And it's on the dollar bill, a tiny dollar bill, tiny, on the $1 bill. All the same thing. Bohemian Grove, they worship the big owl, Moloch. It's all the same thing. It's all one big demonic energy which has been summoning in the astral plane. And it's trying to take over Earth, the physical plane. That's what it's doing. So I hope you all gained a deeper understanding of the astral plane and what's actually going on in the world. Please leave a comment if you can to help the algorithm. Drop a like if you like this content. And hope you all learned something today. And God bless you all. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay, so today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. It is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, When I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay. So the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and the soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world. Okay. And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe. Okay. And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay. So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay. We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this. Okay. And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve. And this is sexual energy. Okay. As we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body. And we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay. So as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow and create. Because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. Talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion. She's the sexual desire. And Adam eats it. He releases, he misuses the power of his creation. He misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural. Okay. As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil. Okay. And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. This is very, very, very symbolic. we come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil, okay? And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting. Okay. Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. Now that's called the Kundalini Awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes: the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, but this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay. So please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university if you join. I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gain some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Today, we're going to be talking about portals, portal symbolism, what portals are, okay, and how they show them to us, because they have to tell you the truth, guys. This is the thing with the universal law. They have to tell you the truth. And they tell you through symbols, they tell you through movies, and different things like that. But let's jump straight into this. So first, I want to talk about the Freemasonry symbols. Okay, so first we got, obviously this is some Freemasonry art, but notice how you've got the ladder with a key. Okay, so this is ladder symbolism with a key. So maybe this is talking about ascending. Okay, because look, because this is ascending into the heavens, because it's a ladder with humans going up it with a key. In order to ascend, you must have the key. Okay, so what else do we have with a key? Well, the Netflix show Lock and Key, which is all about portals and keys. Because what the keys do, they open doors, gateways. Okay. So what's interesting about this is that they've got this key here, which represents the Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Okay, but we'll come back to this. But it's that same portal key symbolism. We've also got the Vatican. The Vatican is in the shape of a key. Okay, so you can see the start of it here and the end. So this is key symbolisms. Keys open doors. And notice how it's got the 8-pointed star. Okay, what is the 8-pointed star? Okay, we'll come back to this. This all ties in, guys. I'll break it all down for you. But then you've also got the god Janus. Janus, okay, is known as the god of the doorways. He's an ancient god of Rome, and they worshipped him. However, he's not a god, he's more like a high-level ranked demon. Because he is the god of the doorways. And notice how he's got two faces. Because doorways always have two sides. You're going into somewhere, there's always two sides of a door. And he's always depicted with two sides of a face and a key. Because he holds the key to the doorways, to the portals, to other worlds and realms. Okay, as you can see, he's always got two faces and a key. Okay, so now we have the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, and they are always depicted with the two faces. Why do they have the two faces? Because they're symbolizing doorways, and the Anunnaki come to Earth through doorways and portals. So these are what these gods are symbolizing in their artwork. But they always have the 8-pointed star. Okay, what is the 8-pointed star? You see how they always have. Look, let me try and find another one. It's the 8-pointed star. This 8-pointed star is Polaris. Okay, Polaris, just like the Vatican, has the 8-pointed star with a key. Polaris is the center star. Polaris is a fixed star, it doesn't move. Okay, so the Anunnaki's symbol is also the 8-pointed star. So this is symbolizing the portals and doorways that they come through in order to get to the earth. But Polaris is that center star which does not move. It's always symbolized with the 8-pointed star, just like a compass. Why is a compass the 8-pointed star? Because at the center of our realm is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. As you can see, we have an aura field, an electromagnetic aura field. So does the earth. And in the center, so like our heart, for example, is where the most energy is stored. And like the center of the earth, this is why all compasses point to the center, because this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. It's at the center of our realm. Okay. So like I was saying with the lock and key series, see this here? The Kundalini energy rising up the spine, just like your Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Let me try. I can't zoom in. But you know what I'm trying to say here. Let's go back to Polaris. Because at the center is where pole. Can you see the pole of electromagnetic energy? Polaris, the North Pole. It's symbolized. The truth is in the words. It's like a pole of electromagnetic energy. And this is where the aurora borealis comes from. Notice how it's got the word aura in it, because it's the Earth's aura, electromagnetic field. Just like you have an aura, also known as the northern lights, because it's coming out of this center hole in the center of our realm, where the black sun is. And this is where the electromagnetic energy is coming up from. And this is what the aurora borealis is, or the northern lights. It's just electromagnetic energy. And it's symbolized through our symbols, the original O, okay? Because it's like a hole through the middle, Polaris. So this Polaris is the sky vault. It's the portal into this realm, because this is what the Anunnaki are always talking about, always symbolizing with the 8-pointed star. And just like a compass is the 8-pointed star pointed to the center, to Polaris. Okay. See here on the Sumerian tablets with the 8-pointed star again. And how we know it's talking about portals with this 8-pointed star is because CERN 666 are opening up portals to the underworld, letting in demonic entities into this realm. How do we know it's a portal? Because their Hydra Collider has 8 points, just like the 8-pointed star. So they are creating synthetic portals to the underworld to let these demonic entities into our realm. But what is the key? Because if we're talking about ascending through Polaris, notice how here on the masonry art, this luminary here, so this is the sun, that's the moon, this is Polaris, because it's a luminary with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beams coming off the luminary, just like the 8-pointed star. So you see the ladder with the key going up to Polaris. It's symbolizing ascending out of Earth. So what is this key that they're keeping from us? Because it's a human holding a key going up the ladder to Polaris. Well, chakras. We have 7 chakras. Okay, so this is what they are telling us in the lock and key symbolism. The Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Okay, just like they have 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. Okay, this represents the Kundalini energy going up your 33 vertebrae, just like in Masonry has 33rd degrees. Okay, so what is the key? Your chakras. Your chakras have to be unlocked. Okay, you have to unlock your chakras, and you can't unlock this one without going through this one. You have to go through them all. It's like a ladder, just like Jacob's ladder. You can't go from the bottom to the top. You have to unlock each one. Okay, just like you have 7 chakras, you have 7 layers of your aura. Okay, you have to unlock your chakras to the highest point in order to reach Christ consciousness. And this is the key that they're talking about. They're symbolizing the organic portal within each and every one of us to ascend out of this realm. Okay, so this is the key that they're talking about, and they're holding back this knowledge to keep us trapped in this 3D realm. Okay, so like I was saying with the 33 vertebrae and the Kundalini energy coming up the spine, 33 vertebrae, You can see this sort of symbolism going up to the light, because it's the light. You see here, your crown chakra turns on and becomes enlightened, just like the Illuminati symbol. Can you see it? But also, Jesus also died at 33. So this is symbolizing, okay? They're symbolizing the death of the ego, the body. So once you open up your chakras and reach Christ consciousness, which is your 33rd vertebrae, once your Kundalini energy goes up your 33rd vertebrae, your body technically, not physically, but spiritually dies, because you then become formless. You reach Christ consciousness. So then you can travel other worlds. Okay. This is what they're talking about with Vatican, 8-pointed star, and the key. Janus with the key. The Sumerians with the 8-pointed star. Anunnaki, the 8-pointed star. Polaris, 8-pointed star. So Polaris is the way out of this realm, which is at the center. Pole, North Pole. Okay. So the key is that they're hiding from us is the knowledge to unlock our chakras. Okay. And without this knowledge that they keep from us, is trapping our souls in this reality to keep reincarnating. Okay. Well, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to leave you all there. Make sure to leave a like and a comment in the comment section. Let me know some topics to talk about so I can break it down for you. God bless you all.
Is that you are eternal. You will never ever die. So when you close your eyes, you have an internal world. Internal world is mortal. It will never die. The inner voice, the inner thoughts, the inner emotions will never die. But the external world will die. So you have an inner and outer world. And the inner world is infinite, it's limitless, it can think anything, be anywhere in the world, be anyone. Imagination, thought, there's no infinite potential. In order to gain in order to live a happy life, to gain the best experience in this temporary life, you have to master yourself, because you are a creator. That's what you are. You are literally God made human form. You are a creator. And if you are not creating, then you are living in an animal state. Okay? So in order to live this life to the fullest, you need to master yourself, not let the external world control your internal world, but let the internal world be commands and not reactions. So it's all about controlling the self, mastering the mind, learning truth, so you can actually gain the most out of this life. If you worship Jesus, but you don't work on your mind, you don't work on your emotions, you are nowhere near God. I'm sorry, I have to put that out there. You know, a lot of people think I can worship Jesus and I'll be close to God. You have to align your mind with God, with the God self. You have to align yourself with the God consciousness, the God frequency. So, the Freemasons always use the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. The eye needs light to see. The eye needs light to see. How? I'll go over how in a second for you. Sorry about that. The eyes need light to see. So we have one eye, which represents the inner eye. So when we close our eyes, we have an internal eye, internal thoughts, internal vision. Imagination, we have an internal vision. We have an internal thought, internal emotions. In order for our mind to perceive the self, it needs light. What's light? Information. Information is light. Why is information light? Because when someone is very intelligent, you call them a bright person. You call them they're very bright. Because information is light, and it allows the mind to see clearly. Without light, your eyes cannot see reality. You can't see anything. Without information, the mind cannot perceive the self properly. Without information, truth, you will think you are this mortal body. That's the darkness. But when you gain light, truth, information, the mind sees clearly. So this is what this represents. It represents enlightenment, represents truth in the mind. The word enlightenment means light in the ment. Ment means mind. So the all-seeing eye represents light, information, truth in the mind to see clearly, to perceive reality and the self clearly. Because without this information, you will know you're in the darkness. The mind is in the ignorance. The mind is in the darkness. Does that make sense? Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes. That'd be amazing. Let's get this to 50k likes. And thank you to anyone who purchased the book. I have seen your orders. Okay, but how? How? Everyone's asking, how do I... First of all, you have to address every single addiction you have. So the best thing to do, to just start doing, is just do a spirit... No, I don't like saying spiritual. I don't like the word. It's more mental than anything, because the universe is mental. Do a meditation every day. Just literally sit there and dwell inside yourself. Turn off the mind and rise above thoughts. That's the Holy Land of Israel. The Holy Land of Israel is inside yourself. The Bible talks about the Holy Land of Israel, right? Well, it's a place inside your own consciousness. Israel. Isis, Ra, and El. How do you get to El? This is the Holy Land. The Holy Land symbol is an upward triangle and a downward triangle. The feminine downward triangle, the male upward triangle, combined. The combination of the two brains, the combination of the masculine and feminine. The way you align your brain hemispheres is how you reach the Holy Land. And you simply literally just do this by meditating. But when you meditate, you can literally just align your brain hemispheres. And you can also do this in various other ways. You can listen to 2 different frequencies at once. Because this ear is connected to this brain, this ear is connected to that brain. And when you place 2 different frequencies, the 2 brains work together to harmonize the frequency. So you actually sync the brain hemispheres. So you can actually do this by just holding your hands. This is why we pray. Okay, a lot of people in Christianity, they do this. They pray to God. But what they're actually engaging in right here is an ancient form of meditation, of placing their hands together. Because when we place the hands together, the brain hemispheres are coming together now, and it's working as one system. See, so, and when we do this, when the brain hemispheres are not fighting each other, but coming together, we unlock El. We unlock the Holy Land. That's a place inside of our own consciousness that we can reach. So when you meditate, when you meditate, you need to turn off the activity of the five senses. Your five senses, your thought, emotion. Then you have your observation, you. You are the observer. The observer is you. This is the one who experiences your thoughts, who experiences, who is the one experiencing, when you're a bit depressed sometimes and we have these negative thoughts and we're a bit down, who's the one suffering? The body's not suffering, the mind is not suffering, because the mind's what's producing the thoughts. That's the soul. The soul is what suffers. You are the soul, not this body. When you are suffering from a mental illness, who is the one suffering? Does that make sense? Does that resonate with you now? Have you really felt what the soul is? Because that is the best way for me to describe what the soul is. Yeah. That is the best way. Yeah. So the soul is the one who suffers from the mental illness, or from the good. When you have good thoughts, the soul is what feels good. That's you. You are the invisible soul, right? So when you turn off the activity of the senses and the thoughts and the emotion, you would dwell in a place of just soul, of just pure awareness. And that is the Holy Land of Israel. So the Holy Land of Israel is not a real place on the land, but a place inside your own mind that you can go to by turning off everything. When your thoughts are racing, when you're stressed about bills, when you do all this and that, just turn it all off and dwell in the Holy Land, where pure love and pure peace is. So you can literally go there yourself. It's a holy land within your own mind, within your own skull. There's a beautiful place. A beautiful place you can go where there is no problems. And you can go in there every single day and every single night. And when you connect with that more, on a daily basis, you connect with the soul, you can literally unfold your purpose. You'll gain downloads, you'll gain information, not gain information, but you'll have realizations. And you can be easily more guided by your soul, and you're more in tune with yourself. You gain more intuition because you're in tune with yourself, with your soul. And the soul speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Okay, so when you have negative thoughts, when you feel down, when you feel horrible, that is your soul telling you something, that something's not right. You're stagnant. I get it. When I don't make much progress, the soul is always craving progress. It always needs progress, and always not progress, but learning. The soul doesn't want to be stagnant. It has to learn. It has to evolve. That's why it comes here. That's why the soul joins this world, to evolve. And when we become stagnant, this is when the soul cries out. This is why a lot of people suffer. This is why I suffered. We all suffer from this when we're very stagnant, when we don't make much progress in anything. You know? We're nearly on 50k, 34k, 15k off. Keep tapping the screen. What is the best frequency? There's many different frequencies for different things. How to listen to my soul. Listen to your emotions. The book is the book that I've wrote myself. The book that has changed thousands of people's lives. You can find it in the bio if you want to learn more about consciousness, about yourself. But wait until we hit 50k, because when we hit 50k, I'll release 5 codes for people to use, and you can save some matrix tokens on it. Save some money on it. Unfortunately, we're all being governed by matrix tokens. That's what I like to call them. Why is money so important? It's just a system created. It doesn't really exist. So yeah, if we get this to 50k likes, I'll drop the coupons for everyone. My second book arrived today. Oh wow. Enjoy it, Patty. Let me know what you think of it. Why can't we buy volume 1? You can. There should be... Is it not working? Let me have a look. It should be working. It's on my website. You just click there's a select button. You click the select button and click volume 1. Or you go to ebooks. You can find all the ebooks. Just click the select button. So we're 9k away. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. So how long do I need to abstain from fapping to astral project? Don't focus on astral projection just yet. You want to astral project, you got to learn how to meditate first. You got to learn how to meditate. You got to learn how to visualize. You could probably astral project, but you won't see anything. A lot of people do that. A lot happens to a lot of people. They'll leave their body. They'll feel their energy body, but they won't be able to see anything. It'll just be black. That's because you haven't worked on your imagination. And your imagination is your vision in that plane. Okay. Magnetic Mel, your books, they're just a blessing. Oh wow, thank you. Just got them. So grateful. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mel. How did you learn this stuff? Luckily, I had a lot of time, and I literally locked myself in a room for like so long, and I just researched and researched. I knew there was more to life, and I just wanted truth. That's all I cared about. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It's crazy. I learned a lot in like 4 years. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Oh, we've hit 50k on one live. Okay, who wants me to drop the code? And then I'll break down astral projection for you after, for the people who are waiting for that. It'll take me 2 seconds. Let me know in the comments if you want the code. Tips to meditate. Okay. Okay, amazing. So, there are 10 codes available. Spring 30. All caps. Spring 30, all capital letters. All capital letters will give you the code. Spring 30. Click the link in the bio, it'll take you straight there. You're going to save yourself 30%, so use this chance wisely. So, the people who are asking about astral projection. Divine being divine. Amazing. Amazing. So, the people who are asking about astral projection, where's the code? The code's here. Spring 30, all caps. There's 10 available, so you'll have to use it quite quickly. So, in order to astral project, we have to purify ourselves. Not only purify ourselves, is gain control over ourselves. Why? Because, like I mentioned before, it happened to me when I first started astral projecting. I used to astral project. I used to get out of the body. I'd enter the spirit. You can feel it. It literally feels that. That is what you feel. This buzzing, light sensation. There's no weight. You're literally just light. It's so weird. It's the weirdest feeling you'll ever feel, but it's just a surge of energy. It's literally just an energy light body. You'll feel yourself leave and gravitate upwards. However, you won't be able to see, because the imagination is the vision in the astral plane. This is what Freemasons call spirit vision. This is what we call imagination. And don't you think it's crazy how when we use our imagination, we're considered crazy in our society? People just say, oh, you're just imagining things. He's crazy, he's imagining things. Don't you think that is crazy? So, imagination is literally the vision in the astral plane, in the life after death. It's inner vision. 3 codes have just been used. Thank you for Hubera, Janisha, and Khan. You all got your hands on the Book of Wisdom. And make sure to get the free book. No one thinks imagination is crazy. Yes, they do. When you say you're imagining something, they say, you know, you're just imagining things. Obviously, not everyone says that, but a lot of people do. They think the imagination is just something random, when in fact, the imagination is what has created this whole reality. Everything in this world was pulled out of the imagination first. Why is it so hard to sometimes visualize? Good question. That is because we've been trained our whole lives to not use it. So when you don't use something, you lose it. So I have a free book on my website. It's an ebook called Activating the Inner Eye. It's a free ebook. Go and download it. It's going to teach you. It's going to give you guides step by step. It's going to give you a simple thing to imagine. Then it's going to give you a more advanced. It's like a guide. It teaches you how to activate your imagination again. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. It's on the ebook section on my website. It's for free. No catch, nothing. Completely free. So this is why a lot of people can't. So in order to astral project, we have to first learn how to meditate and keep the mind in one specific thought or one specific attention. The mind must be addressed on one thing and one thing only for long periods of time. And the reason for that is because when you astral project and then your mind wanders off, it's like when you're in a dream. When you're in a dream and your mind realizes you're in a dream, you wake back up. Or you think about a fear. As soon as you fear, you wake back up. You'll fall back into your body. So this is why you have to learn how to meditate, and you have to learn how to visualize. These are the 2 components to astral projection: meditation, visualization, and the third one is stillness. You have to learn to keep the body very, very, very still. When I say still, I literally mean no movement. That's a very powerful one as well. So yeah, keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. How long do you usually meditate? Depends. Normally do half an hour, but sometimes I do less. Half an hour is a good time, but sometimes you do longer. But it just depends on what you're trying to do. You can do meditations for visualization. You can do meditations to try to leave the body. You can do meditations for manifestation, to visualize. Why the body have to be very still? Because that's how you... Because none of the senses need to be... The senses need to be turned off in order to unlock your consciousness, your light body. So the senses have to be fully off. There's just be minimal activity in your brain. That's why you close your eyes to shut off from the light, from the eyes decoding light. The brain works less. When you move, when you're very still, the brain works less. And when you stop, when the brain and the body's not working, you can unlock consciousness. The more I learn, I don't understand anything. Yeah, that is true. The more you learn, the less you know. That is very true. You're always a student. Everyone's always a student. It's crazy. But yeah, there are 2 codes left for the people who want the book. The book tells you a lot about astral projection. I teach you everything about it. So here is some artwork of it. Here's the Egyptians showing you astral projection. This is your etheric body. Etheric body is the ether. So here are Freemasons, the double-headed eagle with the crown. This is the double-headed god Janus. These are the Sumerians, double-headed. Why are they double-headed? Because they have access to their astral body and their physical body, and they can switch dimensions at will. That's when one becomes a god. One becomes teachings of how to leave the body. And so think of it like this: a fish has a body for the water, you have a body for the sky. You have a body for the sky, and that's the astral plane. The astral plane is the body for the sky. Your astral body is the body for the sky. It's a rocket ship. That's the rocket ship. You can't go to the stars with a rocket ship. You go to the stars with your astral body. That's why we say reach for the stars, or you are a star, because that's where you come from. When someone becomes very famous, you call them a star. Why? Because they are now a god. When someone's very famous, they have lots of money, they now become a god. Why? Because this stems back to the ancient times when someone had the knowledge of gaining out-of-body experiences, they became a god, a star. That was it. You were a god back then if you did that. Because the true currency of the old world was wisdom and knowledge, and esoteric knowledge, hidden knowledge. So, yeah. Who is God in your opinion? The spark of consciousness inside of you, inside of everyone. There is a God inside of everyone. That's why your head is the Holy Grail, because this is where consciousness is. It's the holy place. This is the holy place where Jesus meets his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. Your body is the temple of Solomon, the temple of Sol, O, Mon. Sol is the sun, Mon is the moon. Sun is the soul, moon is the mind, earth is the body. This is the Holy Trinity. Your body is the earth, your soul is the sun, the life force, and the moon is the mind, the psyche. You think there is an afterlife? Yes, for sure. You die every single night. There is So the universe, right, is fractal. Let me explain this for you. The universe is fractal. All you have to do to unlock the secrets of the universe is to study the small versions. You just study the small and you see the bigger. So if every day there is life and death, so when you go to sleep, that's death. When you wake up, that's life. But when you go to sleep, you don't die. You enter another, your consciousness shifts into your astral body. So life and death on a bigger scale On a daily cycle, on a bigger scale, is summer and winter. So the winter time is the night time, and the daytime is the summer. It's micro and macro. You just study the small and you see the bigger. As above, so below. Does that make sense? If you just study the microcosm, you see the bigger picture. This is the secrets behind research. You literally just study yourself and you will know God. Because why? Because God is in you. God is everything. You study your mind, you'll unlock the secrets. You turn your thoughts inward on themselves. Don't think about anything outside. Think about the internal. So we created ourselves. Yes, you chose to incarnate in this world. But what you must understand is that your body is the technology to experience this reality. Your body is a technology running a simulation of physical reality. Running the simulation of physical reality. The brain is what produces this reality, and you are the consciousness experiencing the brain. So everything you see and interact with right now is actually in your brain. It's an illusion produced by your brain. Okay? So, anyways. Why can't we remember? Our consciousness goes to the astral. You can sometimes when you dream. It's because you've lost this ability. Like I said, when you don't use something, you lose it. So every time you have a dream, write it down in detail and try and remember every aspect of it. And this will help remember your dreams. Teaches how to meditate. To meditate, you simply just need to place your awareness on nothingness. A thought will enter the mind, redirect the thought into the nothingness. Another thought will enter, redirect it. And over time, you'll learn how to make that gap of nothingness longer and longer. And when you can dwell in the nothingness for long periods of time, that's when you'll have mystical experiences. Keep seeing the same person in my dream. You'll dream that if you're seeing that person is a symbol of your subconscious. Every person you see in your dream is a symbol representing something in your subconscious. For example, if you see someone you hate in your dream, that hate is an aspect of your subconscious. It's an emotion you're holding inside of you. And it's revealing you something that you need to heal. So nighttime is the subconscious, the moon. The daytime is the sun, the conscious and subconscious, the aware and unaware. The aware and the unaware. Does that make sense? Where can I get it? Literally, like, if you read the book, it will teach you everything I'm talking about right now. It's in the book. You can read it. But people took advantage of them, lost codes. 10 of them went really quick. Does anyone want me to release another set of the codes? Teaches how to. I've just gone over that. What exists before reincarnation. So, the nothingness. What is the nothingness? I can't explain that to you because you haven't experienced it. Like, it's like me trying to explain a color. You can't do it. I can't explain to you spirit, and I can't explain to you consciousness in words because it's beyond three-dimensional. When you go there and you turn off the mind, when there is no thought present in your mind, there is nothingness. That's what you have to try and achieve in meditation. how to explain people being possessed. They're not possessed by something external. They're possessed by their own thoughts and beliefs and emotions. A demon is a demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. D means negative. A demon is a negative emotion that possesses your mind, body, and spirit. Where's it gone? Let me show you. So yeah, demons are aspects of your own consciousness that you have created. Yes, you created your demons. And the reason for that is because the mind produces energy. So think of it like this. In order to visualize something, you need a thought. So the thought creates the imaginative dimension, the astral plane. Thoughts create the astral, astral creates etheric, etheric creates the physical. Everything begins in the mind, then it's manifested physically. So each dimension is a product of the above. In order to imagine something, you need a thought. In order for energy to come around, there needs to be imagination and thought. And then in order for the physical world, there needs to be ether, imagination, and thought. So think of it like this. If the whole world meditated at one time and thought nothingness, the world would not actually exist. Now that's very difficult for you to understand, but because the universe only exists in our mind. The universe only exists in the mind. If we all thought of nothingness as a collective consciousness, the world would not exist. The physical dimension wouldn't exist. But of course, that's impossible, but until someone thought again. Exactly, so what's that tell you? So everything is a thought. You thought your way into incarnation. You think a way out. The universe only exists in your mind. Teach us how to meditate. I've already gone over that. So demon is demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. Okay? The more emotional attention we devote to thoughts, the stronger the astral form becomes. Take, for example, a drug addiction. This issue is not solely a matter of brain chemistry, but also an astral demon, an astral energy you have created. Every addiction we have is an astral energy. Every thought we always think about, it becomes energy in the astral. So yes, Jesus as a collective, we have all believed and give this Jesus thought form energy. So Jesus is a form of astral energy because with the collective consciousness has molded this thought form into energy and gave it emotional energy. So it feeds off emotion. This being that we have created by believing in Jesus feeds off our emotion. It's only alive because the collective consciousness thinks it into existence in the astral plane. The astral plane is the imagination. Everything is energy, yeah. So you see how now you know, if you connect the dots yourself, I'm not going to say too much, but now you know why they do worldwide scary things. Because they're trying to create forms that hold power over us in the physical. This is very, very deep. Not everyone's going to understand this. But yes, the mind molds the astral. Thought forms, yes. Anyway, that's too advanced for a lot of people. Yeah, it's deep when you think about it. What is ether? Ether is the substance that connects the physical with the astral. Ether flows through your brain. You're breathing it in. Look at the word. Look at the words, people. Breath. Ether. Earth. You have ether. Heart. Ether. Everything's ether. Everything's created it. Together. Because it joins the two worlds together. Ether. The words show you the truth. The truth is hidden in plain sight. The ether is the field of energy you're dancing in right now. You're breathing it in. You just never realized it. You're in a big field of energy, an invisible field of energy. Satanic knowledge. Okay. Moods and moon, yeah. Moods, moon, because the moon represents our internal world. So the sun represents the external, the moon represents the internal. We have two worlds. We have this physical voice I'm speaking to you in, and an internal voice. The inner and the outer. The inner and the outer. I want to say thank you to all the people that got back to me with amazing reviews. Like the reviews I get every morning, every time I wake up, of people saying how the books have changed their life. I want to say thank you to everyone who has got back to me. It really is and thank you to everyone who left a review on Trustpilot as well. Just to see that the work that I put my heart and soul into has changed people's lives it makes me so happy to see that it's changing people's lives. And I had one the other day, and he says he has gained an advantage in life. Understanding this gave him an advantage. It gives me an advantage because I know how reality works. I know what myself is. I know my connection with the world. It's so important. You gain an advantage in life. I just purchased volume 1. Amazing. Yeah, you're gonna gain the advantage. You made a good decision. Keep tapping the screen, people. Let's get this to 100k likes. That'd be crazy. Let's get this to 100k likes. Look at this is all electromagnetism. Thursday, I received my second book. Love it. Wow, amazing. He's giving free game to what people charged £1,000 for. Literally, the information I give you for free, like, people charge thousands of pounds to give you this information. There are courses on everything I've just said. Like, there are people charging thousands and thousands of pounds for manifestation courses it's crazy. Like, don't take it for advantage what I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you is to give you your power back. You just have to apply it to your life. It's good listening, but if you're not actually putting it into your life, it's useless. There's no point knowing it. In fact, it's probably worse knowing this and not applying it into your life, because now you see what reality is actually like, which is, the world's in a mess. The world is in a mess, and knowing the things that I know is even more of a mess, because I know the things that I know are trying to be used against me. The knowledge that I teach you is being used against you. This is why you have to learn it. They know thought forms create astral beings, and the beings hold power over the material plane. They shape the collective you have no understand how deep this gets. Like, these people controlling are literally wizards. They're magicians. They understand reality to the T. And if you don't understand reality, you'll have a disadvantage. A massive, massive disadvantage. And the reason why is because we are ignorant. We choose to be controlled. We choose to be in the matrix because we don't know anything else. We need to learn. We need to get out of ignorance and learn truth. Learn yourself, the mind, the astral plane, your connection, electromagnetism. You have to learn this stuff. It's essential. This is just the Kabbalion rewritten. You haven't read the book then? No, neither melanin all the way in Africa. Which planet does Saturn work the most to trap us? You see, this is a good question. However, your perspective is wrong. Like, there's nothing actually trapping you. It's you trapping yourself. I'm glad you're curious and asking that question. But there's nothing trapping you. You are trapping yourself. And because Saturn is the aspect of our consciousness that is limiting. I'll show you. I'll ask you. I'll show you. So the planets are internal. They're aspects of yourself. Mars is your... So you remember, there's two worlds, the inner and outer. You have an outer world and an inner world, right? So there's a physical world and an internal world, spiritual and matter. Mars in the external world governs anything that is protective, like a hedgehog has spiky bushes, plant defense mechanisms. That's all Mars energy. But inside of you, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to protect, that wants to destroy, that wants to conquer. That's Mars energy inside of you. Action, yes. War, ego, that's all Mars. Venus is the aspect of the world outside of you that is beautiful. The colors of trees, the smell, the scent of trees, the smell of plants, the visual aspect of reality. Lucifer, this is Lucifer, Venus. But internally, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to look good, that wants to be beautiful, that wants to dress nice. Okay, so we have these energies, these aspects of our mind, our consciousness inside that are internal. So Saturn is on the external world, roots, the foundations, roots, time, winter time. It's all ruled by Saturn. But internally, Saturn is limiting thoughts, limiting belief systems, self-contradiction, things that limit you and hold you back, discipline, yeah. So Saturn is being abused. That energy in our society is being abused because the system is very Saturnic. It limits, it gives you limiting belief systems, it gives you limiting structures, limiting houses, limiting real estate, like everything's limited to limit our potential. So that is what's trapping us, because when you die and your consciousness is molded to these beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and attachments to the world, That's what traps you back into reincarnation, bringing you back, because your consciousness still is attracted to the world, and it hasn't detached from material things. That right there that I've just told you is probably the one of the deepest things someone could tell you. Like that, and that's a part of the book. I teach you all of that in volume 2. Like, you have no clue how deep it gets. It gets real, real deep, and it's so important that we learn it. That's reincarnation. Yeah, so reincarnation is you attached to the world, and you reincarnate yourself because your soul is not ready to move on. It's not ready to move on. But yeah, I'm going to release 5 more codes. I'm going to release 5 more codes for 5 more people. This is your chance to get the book and to learn about yourself and gain an advantage in life. I'm going to release 5 more. Let me just set this. Okay. Where to build it? So if you click the link, there is a bundle as well. So if you get the bundle, you already get some money off, and then you add the code on top. That's a little secret. These are the books that I wrote. I poured my soul into these books. Everything I know is pretty much in here. The code is Spring 30. So there's 10 of these available. 10 people can use them. We have over 600 people watching. 10 beautiful people can use these codes. While you're at it, you may as well go get the free Inner Eye book, free ebook. It teaches you how to activate your third eye through imagination to reconnect with the 4th dimension. It's a free ebook. Go to the ebook section, add that onto your order. It's in the bio, revivalwisdom.com. How can I get the book? Just go to the bio. It's right there. Repent and believe in Jesus. I'm okay. To relive the same life over and over? No. Okay. 2 of them have just been used. That was quick. So the best way to prevent reincarnation is to detach from this world while you're alive. Detach from this world. You have to detach from this world. Is the Bible a good book? Yes. So the Bible needs to be taken internally, not externally. Internally. So the story of Jesus is symbolic of a process that happens inside your own body, inside yourself. You're saying I should detach. Yes. So mentally and emotionally detach from the external world. That's occultism. Yes, the word occult just means hidden. Anything that's hidden. Your thoughts are occult. Your emotions are occult. Energy is occult. So if you've ever studied energy in science, you are an occultist. And it just means hidden. Okay? So Christ, oil. Jesus was in Nazareth. Then he goes down to Bethlehem. down the Jordan River. The Jordan River represents your spinal cord. Every religion has a sacred river, and that river is your spinal cord. Every religion. Every religion has a sacred river. The Egyptians, it's the River Nile. The Christians, it's the Jordan River. Every religion has a sacred river. Why? Because this is where the cerebrospinal fluid flows down your spine. So every single month is called cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. You can do your research on this. And it's released down your spinal cord. This is Jesus coming down the Jordan River from Nazareth to Jerusalem. Okay? So, to Bethlehem, sorry. And then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary, Joseph, male, Mary, female. Pineal gland and pituitary gland in your brain. Because these are the two glands in your brain that secrete this fluid and push the fluid down the spine. So Joseph and Mary are waiting in Nazareth at the top of the Jordan River. And when Jesus comes back up the Jordan River, back to Nazareth, back to Joseph and Mary, what happens? He's crucified in a place called Golgotha, which translates to a place in the skull. So it's all about raising the cerebrospinal fluid down the spine and raising it back up through Kundalini awakening. You raise it up the 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. This is why Jesus dies at 33. John 3:3. This is not a coincidence. Unless you are born again, you cannot see the kingdom of God. You're born again when you activate these brain cells in your brain. It feels like light entering your brain. I'm sure some people have had a Kundalini awakening. Okay. This is why the Freemasons have 33 degrees, because there are 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. You have to raise the oil to your brain. To your brain. Okay. This is also found in Jacob's ladder. Jacob places his head on a rock and he sees a ladder up to heaven. He took a rock and he laid his head on it. Jacob had a dream. He dreamt there was a ladder on the ground that reached up to heaven. The ladder is your spinal cord. He saw the angels of God going up and down the ladder. That's your spinal. There's electricity. Electricity is an angel that helps God. God is your consciousness in your brain. The angels are helpers of God. Electricity up and down the spinal cord. Your nervous system. So you have three wise men in the Bible. The three wise men from the East. And like I said, the Freemasons, if I show you here, they always place the East at the top and the West at the bottom. So the East is at the top, the West at the bottom. Because the East is where the sun rises, the West is where the sun sets. So the East represents the light. Where's the light of your body? The Bible tells you. The Bible tells you. Where is it gone? It's here somewhere. I'm sure it is. But the Bible says, the light of the body is the eye. And if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Just trying to find the verse for you. It's here somewhere. I just can't figure out where it is. The light of the body is the eye. And if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. So the East is where the light is, the eye, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. The three wise men from the East are the three glands in your brain. You have the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and the thalamus. Thalamus produces dopamine. The pineal gland produces melatonin, a hormone that rejuvenates red blood cells, slows aging, prevents systems from failure within the body. Pituitary gland releases serotonin, a natural mood stabilizer. These are the three wise men from the East who give presents to Jesus. They give presents to Jesus. So the Bible is speaking metaphorically about human anatomy and about your body. It's very, very powerful. Even Santa going up and down the spinal cord, Santa bringing the presents down the chimneys, your spine, in the Christ oil, the CFS, and you bring it back up. It's all symbolic of human anatomy and processes that happen in your body. How amazing is that? It's absolutely amazing when you look at it. But yeah, this is why Santa goes up and down a chimney, because the cerebrospinal fluid goes up and down your chimney, your spinal cord. Can you describe the Last Supper on this book? Of course. It's astrology. It's astrology. Jesus, the sun. Aries rules the head. Taurus, Gemini. So 1, 2, 3, that's a group. 1, 2, 3, that's a group. 1, 2, 3, group. There are 4 groups of 3. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. I could describe all this, but a lot of people in the live have already seen this many times. Like literally the whole thing is symbolic of astrology, numerology, human anatomy, and human psychology. That is what the Bible is about. It's about you. Not Jesus, it's about you. What's going on inside this body of yours and that mind. Why would it matter anything else? If something's not benefiting your understanding of this life, you know, first time here, wow, yeah, you've just heard a lot of information. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, this is the astrology. Because if I show you this, let's show you yeah. So your body, this is the stars, these are the constellations in your body. So the 12 zodiac create the human body. Here you have it. So Aries rules the head. He's on the head of the table. Taurus rules the neck. If you look very, very closely, this person has a very, very thick neck. An abnormally thick neck. Gemini rules the arms, the 2 twins. These are the 2 twins of Gemini. Your arms. This is Gemini. That's why he's holding his hands up. Look. You see he's holding his hands up? Holding his hands up. Then you have Cancer. If you look very, very closely, he has a knife in his hand, holding it backwards. It's like this. Very closely, he's got a knife there. Because Cancer's a crab. And they pinch. They cut you. Then you have Leo, the lion, showing dominance when your elbow and you have a clenched fist, showing dominance. Leo's the lion, dominance. Virgo, he's pointing very closely. He's pointing at her neck. That there's no Adam's apple. This is a woman. He's pointing, saying, this is a woman, there's no Adam's apple. It's Virgo, the virgin. Then you have the sun. Jesus gives and takes, one hand down, one hand open. Red and blue for opposites. Red tap, blue tap. Roses are red, violets are blue. A red siren and a blue siren on your police car. Everything's red and blue to do with opposites. Democrats and Republicans, red and blue. Then you have fall. This is Libra. Libra rules the balancing core, your abs. Core, this is the center of gravity in your body. All to do with balance, and this is the balancing of the sun. This is why he's holding his arms out, balanced like this. He's holding his arms out. Balancing of the sun and the balancing of your body. So this is all astrology. The whole thing. You know, this is a very, very symbolic of astrology. Jesus is the sun. That's why he has the sun on his head. But yeah, it's very powerful when you learn about this stuff. Very, very, very powerful. Love, love, love your book. Thank you, Marcos. Ordered volume 1 yesterday. Amazing. Your life's going to change. The 13th. The 13th is you. Jesus is the 13th. 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. You have fourfold. Mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. 4 bodies of consciousness. Air is the mind. Earth is your body. Water is emotion. Fire is spirit. They're the 4 elements that correspond with your 4 bodies of the soul. Yep, I also love the books too. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. 100k likes, wow. On one of the lives. That's crazy. We are made of the Anunnaki. Yes, you are the Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. You. You're literally everything. Anu, the god of the sky. Ki, the god of the earth. Anu was the god of the sky, came down to Ki, and they married. And they gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit and matter came together to produce you. You came down from the sky. You are the sky god. This is what you need to understand. Your astral body is where you came from. You are the sky god. You came from the stars. This is why you are a star, sister and mister. Fraudster. Stir means star. You are a star. You come from above. You literally are the astral body manifested in matter. It's amazing. It really is amazing when you deep it. Truth mixed with lies. Okay. You think that. That's okay. We are divine. We are. Very divine. Yeah, it's amazing. We're just here to remember, yeah. So yeah. The number 7. 6 is the number of matter. 7 is the number of completion of creation. 7 chakras, 7 days of creation, 7 visible planets. So like I was saying earlier, you just have to study the small to see the bigger. If you study the microcosm, you've studied the macrocosm. You'll see the bigger picture. Sacred geometry, yeah. But geometry is one of the secrets about geometry. You know, we think geometry is something outside. We think geometry is something outside of us, right? But geometry is not outside of you. Geometry is your brain's codes on how to decode matter into reality. Why? Because everything you see is produced by your brain, not outside of you. Nothing is outside of you. It's what you need to understand. There is nothing outside of you. It's an illusion produced by your brain. The only thing that actually exists is the mind. And in essence, that doesn't actually exist if you turn it off. So this is why on computers you have 0 and 1. 0, nothingness. On and off. When you turn off the mind, the universe shuts off. There's nothingness. So, geometry, everything you see, is your brain's way of decoding. Geometry is not something separate from you. It is the brain's mathematical codes to decode energy into matter. You know. Yeah. Very powerful, this knowledge. But yeah, there's a third book coming. I'm in the process of writing the third book, Book of Symbolism. You're not lying, but people are ignorant to the truth. Yes, they are. Yeah, people are just ignorant. Harry, what about the masterclass? What about the masterclass? How about, can I decode chronic pain? I don't want to make comments on that stuff. I can get into trouble. Opinion on the Baphomet. The Baphomet is a symbol, like anything. Everything's a symbol. It's a symbol. Not a real figure. I just had the page somewhere. If you look at the Baphomet, right? You have fire, air, the wings, air, fish gills for water, Earth, fire, air, water, earth. Water is emotion, air is the mind, fire is the spirit, earth is the body. If the moon represents the internal world, is the internal world controlling you, or are you controlling it? As above, so below. Are your thoughts and emotions, are you a slave to them, or are you actually creating them? Are they reactions or commands? The internal world needs to be commands, not reactions. So this is all symbolic of that. It's a symbol. And this is the lower nature of man, the goat, the animal instinctual nature. Tells us to hate, steal, and rob. This is the higher nature, the spiritual nature. This also represents Capricorn, the goat. Capricorn represents Saturn, limitation, the lower self. But yeah, Satan does not exist. It's a character within your own mind. It's an aspect of your own consciousness. A psychological symbol that represents a psychological process of destructive thoughts, destructive emotions. Why are you sharing this information? Most would keep to themselves. Good question. Because I believe everyone should know their power. Everyone should gain their personal power. And if you think this is deep, the text you see right in front of you is a lot more deeper. Television. Yeah, so televisions tell a vision. Tele means like communication or traveling. I just don't believe he's not real. That's fine. But when you realize that no one's worshipping Satan, the Satan doesn't exist. Satan is it's just an aspect of yourself. The universe is mental. The only thing that exists is your mind. Therefore, the Satan is just an aspect of your own mind. He very much exists. He doesn't. You've never seen him. Satan does not exist. The Satan voice that tells you to do things is not Satan, it's your own mind. All Lucifer, yeah. All is mind, yeah. Aspects of the self. But yeah, it's crazy. Repressed, rejected parts of the self, Satan. Yeah, exactly. Limiting beliefs, suppressed emotions, hate, anger. This is all satanic energy, satanic thoughts, destruction. All internal. The best thing you could possibly do in life is never blame anyone for everything. For anything. Everything's your fault. Until you take 100% accountability for your life, literally it's the best thing you could possibly do. There's nothing outside of you. Everything is your fault. Don't blame anyone else for anything. Blame yourself. Even if it wasn't you. Blame yourself for being part of that thing. Blame yourself for being part of that friend who did something to you. It's all yourself. You caused the destruction. Satan did not. Don't blame don't blame Satan for the bad things in your life. We create everything in our reality. And that's like, you know, Satan's just a quick way to just deflect the negative things in your life. He contributes though. He doesn't. Who? This is the thing. Satan doesn't contribute towards anything. Satan is a symbol. It's demons. You have to, you know, everything's your mind. Your life is your mind pushed outwards. So it's just a materialization of your thoughts. But yes, I'm going to love and leave you all here today. It's been a great conversation with everyone. If you want to learn more about consciousness yourself, you want to gain the advantage in life and not be left alone, left behind without this information, get yourself these books and learn more about yourself, gain the advantage in life. These books will change your life. The books that I wrote, they're in my bio. You can get this one in PDF. It's very affordable. Even if you get the PDF version, this will change your life. Yeah, it's been an amazing talk, everyone. It's good connecting with you all. When's the symbolism book out? The symbolism book will be maybe a month or two. You wrote them. Yes, I wrote these books. My name here, right here. Harry B. Joseph. Harry B. Joseph. This book is full of symbolism. Yeah, the next book is on symbolism. Book of Symbolism. Can we pre-order? Maybe, yes, in the next few weeks, hopefully. I'm going to try and set something up. But hopefully I can... I'll keep you all updated with that. But make sure you're in the Telegram or something. Because Telegram, I can directly, you know, directly contact you. But yeah, thank you everyone. It's been amazing talking to everyone. And please, anything on Hollywood alchemism, I'm not too sure on that. Yeah, take care everyone. Use the code if you're going to get the books. Click the link in the bio, it's going to take you straight there. Telegram's in the bio. Or you can join the Discord. There's a whole Discord server. But yeah, take care everyone. Have an amazing day. Can't find your free ebook. It's on the ebook section. Click the select button. As soon as you go on the website, there's a select button. Click the select button, go to ebooks, and it will take you to the ebook section. There's a free book on how to activate your third.
Who teach Christian religious studies?
In this video, you're going to learn exactly what Christ consciousness truly is and how to cultivate this into your life so you can live a better life, create the things that benefit yourself and humanity, and ultimately to bring heaven on earth. This is the true way. If you're familiar with my work, you know that, I'm pretty much obsessed with symbolism. Symbolism is such a massive topic, and it unlocks profound ancient wisdom that is hidden behind these layers of symbolism of the ancient paintings, symbols, and texts. So I was going through some Christian artwork and I came across this painting. It's a well-known painting called The Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it just blew my mind what this is revealing about human consciousness and Christ consciousness, which is what Jesus represents. If you're not familiar with Christ consciousness, you should definitely do a bit of research on that. But I'm going to explain it today in detail. So when we look at this painting, we are looking at symbolism. We're looking at consciousness, a state of being, a state of living, a way of thinking, a way of feeling, and a way of acting in the world. As I've said this many times, we're all creators. We all create and generate reality. And you don't just have your personal reality, you have a collective reality. Your reality is affected by the collective consciousness. Depending on the collective consciousness's understanding of reality will also affect your life. We have a collective life and a collective experience. So Jesus in this depiction here is in a way showing us instructions to reach Christ consciousness, whether you see it yet or not. But I'm going to decode this for you. And your mind might be blown after watching this. Okay, so so what is the meaning of Christ consciousness? What's the whole purpose of this? Very simple. Like I mentioned before, we have a collective experience on this world. And Christ consciousness is the natural consciousness that we all need to be functioning on to generate peace, love, and unity on the earth in this experience we call life. That's what Christ consciousness truly is. It's a state of being that we need to cultivate within our own self, within myself, others, and everyone in this life and experience, so that we can all live in peace and heaven on earth, what they like to call it, so that we can generate the best experience possible together on this thing we call earth, on this material world, this material dimension. The material dimension is simply just a physical dimension of thought. It's a physical outcome of thought, but that's a whole other lecture. So please leave a like, leave a comment if you have any topics to talk about that you wish for me to cover, and definitely leave a subscribe if you like my content and channel. So to go deeper into this, right, we've explained what Christ consciousness is and what it actually, will do to the earth and what it will do to reality in our collective experience. And it's also representing a profound understanding of self, a deep understanding of the true nature of self, the true source of self, what the self is, pure consciousness, pure God. We are all Jesus. Jesus is you, a physical manifestation of the divine made manifested physically. A physical manifestation of consciousness, okay, of spirit descended into matter. However, Jesus is a symbol that should not be worshipped, but something that we need to cultivate, maybe look up to, and cultivate within our own mind and hearts and actions. So he is someone that we should embody into our own very own being. We need to reach a level of intellect, the mind, a level of emotional understanding, and ultimately this creates Christ consciousness. Okay, and now I know that was very, very vague what I just said, but I'm going to explain it a bit more. I don't want to give it fully away yet because you need some more information, more keys. So let's observe the top end of this painting. Jesus with this circular light emanating around his head is symbolic of the mind, of the our thinking aspects of consciousness, the way we generate thoughts, ideas. The mind is also good at also ruling communication. It also rules what we give attention to. Okay, so this is symbolizing the mind of every human being. The mind is a very powerful center of consciousness located in the head, of course. This is why Jesus is the head at the top with the circle around it, representing the mind. Now, to reach Christ consciousness, we need to purify our minds. Purification of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the hidden aspect of our mind with all of our memories, belief systems, and everything we've ever experienced is stored within there. We have traumas there, we have bad belief systems that hold us back. So it's about reprogramming the subconscious and aligning the subconscious with higher consciousness, with higher understanding of self. Removing any mental blockages from the mind. Because in today's world, most people's minds, including myself before I, purified myself, and I'm still continually purifying myself. That's not to say I'm perfect, because I'm definitely not. But what I was saying was purifying the mind so we can have a powerful mind. Because like I was saying, most people's minds are not their own friend. They let their mind control them. They let their thoughts create negative influence on them, negative emotions. They let their mind destroy their confidence, destroy themselves. We do not want a mind like this. We need a mind that is our best friend, that receives powerful thoughts, that gives someone power. We do not want our mind taking away our power. Okay, so in this specific image here of Jesus, this represents a light mind, a powerful mind, enlightenment. The word enlightenment means light and ment coming from mental or mind, light in the ment. This means a powerful mind. Light is also symbolic of knowledge, information. When someone's very intelligent, you call them a bright person. It's a bright mind. It's knowledge of self. So the mind is conscious of self. That's another thing. We need to be conscious. A lot of people are not conscious, including myself before I did this, before I woke up. Most people are not conscious of their actions. They're not conscious when they're actually awake in the day. They do things unknowingly. Are we conscious of our thoughts, emotions, and actions, what we're giving attention to in our mind? Because ultimately this shapes our experience. There's a great quote, I think it's Julius Caesar or one of the Roman emperors, who says the quality of your life is dependent on the quality of your thoughts. Something along them lines. I don't know if I'm 100% correct there, but it's very true. Our thoughts dictate our happiness. So to cultivate Christ consciousness, we need to be conscious of our actions, conscious of our thoughts that we're giving attention to. There is a level of mastery that we can achieve within ourselves where we become conscious of every single thought that enters our mind. That sounds easy, but it's definitely not. But that's a high level of mastery that we can achieve and cultivate within ourselves. So we're looking at a powerful mind here from Jesus, a powerful mind, a purified mind. And we purify the mind through, affirmations, meditations, ritual work. Rituals are things we do every single day with an intent in our mind and an emotion in our heart to impress that state of consciousness into our subconscious so it can slowly rewrite our consciousness and align our consciousness and sync it with higher thoughts and higher emotions with love. We can sync our consciousness with love, which is ultimately what Christ consciousness truly is. Well, now we're going to go on to that now. So we've gone over the mind. Now we go over the heart. Now notice before we go into the heart, Jesus is revealing. He's pulling back the robe, symbolizing opening the heart, revealing the heart, revealing the soul, the light of the heart. Our authentic self lies in the heart. Our pure intentions, our love, our soul needs to be shining through our heart. And our soul is unconditional love. Now, that's not to say that we can get corrupted hearts. We surely can have corrupted hearts, for sure. We can love sick and twisted things, and that's evident in today's world. People love killing people. People love hurting people, manipulating people. People love power. Now, that's obviously an inversion of natural, the natural state of consciousness for humans. When we're born with a natural state of love, of unconditional love for the self, for everyone else, for animals, insects, the earth. We love everything as a child. And not only do we love everything, we actually act upon this. As a child, we do not act on anything we know is not good. And I'm talking early stages of being a child, before we're indoctrinated, before the mind and heart become corrupted. We are pure. This is symbolizing this. Light represents also purification and truth, because when you shine light on something, it's the truth. You see it. You shine it through the darkness. It reveals. So light, this is symbolizing revealing the light of the soul, of love consciousness, holding love in the heart, true love, not love for sick and twisted things, but true love for the self, the body, and for everyone else and all things. Holding love in the heart. There's a famous saying of keeping the sun in your heart. Keep the sun in your heart. It's a very famous saying. Well, the sun is a symbol of love. What does the sun do? It gives abundantly. All it does is give light, give energy, power, light to the earth, and everything is feeding off this source. The sun expects nothing back. It just abundantly gives. It's a symbol of love. This is the love principle of creation. Now, the heart is also governing our actions. What we think about, okay, in our mental field of consciousness is directly corresponded and observed in our hearts. What we think about directly corresponds with what's going on and what we feel in our hearts. Okay? Thoughts produce emotions. So if we give attention to negative thoughts, there's no wonder we're having negative emotions in our hearts. So purification of the mind is also having an effect in purification on the heart. Because when we purify our thoughts and only give attention to powerful thoughts and positive thoughts that uplift yourself and humanity, then we're going to also see this change in the heart, see this emotional change in our consciousness. Okay, so this represents the purification of, a purified heart, the light emanating around the heart. Love for the self, love for one another. And you're revealing this, you're shining the heart on others. This represents, revealing your true self to everyone without suppressing aspects of self. Revealing the light, not holding back the light. Because people in darkness will look at people who are spiritual and say, oh, he's into the woo-woo stuff. It's about revealing that and not caring about others. Because when you shine a light, you're also planting seeds in other people. Now, I'm going to tie this together with the hand gesture. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a hand gesture with two fingers up. We have the middle finger and the index finger upwards. And notice how they're crossed over. They're crossed. They're not separate. They're crossed, representing unification. Unification here. This is a unified two fingers. Two represents division. Crossed over represents oneness. It's the unification of the mind and the heart. A lot of people talk about this, but not many people go into detail about it because, for many reasons. But this is the unification of thought with emotion. This is how we truly reach Christ consciousness. And ultimately, when we do gain the love in our hearts and we do slow, it's a gradual process of cultivating love for the self and everyone else in the world, because we're so programmed to be divided, but it's a slow progress. But when we do cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another, love is a very, very nurturing and growing force. Like I said, the sun earlier, that is pure love energy. It makes everything grow on the earth. While love in your heart grows connections with people. It grows care. You go out your way to do things to people and do give people things. You know, it's a very nurturing and growing energetic force. And me personally, I think the whole universe is built upon love. The whole thing. Without love, you know, without the love, there is nothing. Nothing is, you know, love is the only true emotion that truly exists. Everything else is either an opposition of love or a different degree and branch of love. Love is the only true emotion, and everything is built upon that principle. Okay, love is what guides us to a higher consciousness. When we cultivate love in our hearts, we become a vessel for light, more energy, more vibration. Our electromagnetic field expands, or biofield, when we hold love in our hearts. It's a very powerful force. And when we do cultivate a strong spiritual compass within our heart, because that's what our heart truly is, it's a spiritual compass. It tells us, well, it doesn't tell us, it knows what is right at all times. If you think something, your heart tells you whether that is right or that is wrong, whether you should act upon it or whether you should not. The heart knows what's good and evil. No one told you this as a child. As a child, you already knew this. You came into the world, you knew what was right and wrong. You knew it was wrong to hurt people. So this unification that he's doing with his hand symbolizes thinking with the love of the heart, represents thinking with love of the heart, thinking with love of the heart for the self and the collective. Now, ultimately, what this does is give birth to perfect action. Why? Why does this give birth to perfect action? Think about it. Every time you've taken an action, why did you take the action? You probably, well, you would have thought about it, you had a feeling towards it, a care energy, and you took action. Why do we go to work? We care about paying the bills and staying in our house. We go to work to earn money. We think, we care, we act. Everything you see in front of your reality, on the screen that you're seeing right now, you called your eyes. Everything is in front of you because you care. It's the heart energy that leads the body. Okay? And that's even present in the body. Have a look at the body. We have the head, thought, then emotion, then our feet is at the bottom, and our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. Thought, emotion, action. So even the body is basically a blueprint of how creation is manifested. So we receive thoughts from the divine planes, from the higher planes of consciousness. We receive them. That's another thing that I missed. If we purify our minds, we're basically attuning our mind to a higher part of the mental plane, and we will receive higher thoughts. We will receive thoughts that are more genius, what we like to call today, or better quality thoughts. We receive good ideas when we attune our mind to a higher consciousness. Okay, so we are like a radio. We receive thoughts based on what our mind is set to. That's why we call it a mindset. So, like I was saying, we receive thoughts through the head. We feel the emotion, then our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. So the body's a blueprint of creation. It's beautiful when you really notice this. So this unification is about thinking with the love of the heart, which gives birth to perfect action in the world. And this is the state that we need to cultivate within myself and everyone in the world so we can give birth to heaven on earth through action. Because ultimately the world is molded through action, physical action. And them actions are molded from thoughts and emotions. Now, just to have a little announcement, I am now opening 10 more spaces inside my symbolism masterclass. We have 10 more spaces. You're going to learn about a lot more about symbolism. It's very affordable. I'll leave the link in the description if you wish. If you care, about gaining more information and learning the ability to read symbols. So what is the inversion of this? What is the inversion of this consciousness? Well, that's what we call satanic consciousness. Satanism. Satanism on its true level is the opposite, the opposing the natural state of consciousness that we are born into. It's about thinking with no emotion, thinking and acting. This is what the Skull and Bones represents here. So the Skull and Bones Secret Society, this is their main logo. Again, we have the skull, which represents thought, and the bones, which represent action. The bones take action in the physical body. We're looking at thought and action with no emotion, no empathy, no love for one another, only love for the self, the inverted love. Okay? We're looking at gray. Gray is a symbol of dullness, death. There's no emotion in gray because colors provoke emotion. When we look at a color, it invokes an emotion. Gray has no emotion. So we're looking at dullness of the emotions. I'm not going to go too deep on this subject. I'm going to create a whole new lecture for that. In fact, I think we have a great lecture inside Ethereal University on Satanism. We're going very into depth of what Satanism is and what Satanism consciousness truly is. And again, it's just the cross inverted. Satanism is just it's the invertation of, I don't know if that's a word, but it's the inverse of natural law, natural consciousness, of love consciousness that we are born into. Okay, so ultimately the message in this video was to create love in our minds, love in our hearts, think with the love of the heart, think with the care for one another, and that gives birth to perfect action. And when we align, when we do truly act out what our heart is telling us, and I know this from first-hand experience. This is what happened to me. I woke up, I started to follow my inner guidance. I always took action on it. I was saying yes to it every single time. And it led me, this is, I'm getting goosebumps actually saying this. It led me to where I am. That action, me saying yes to my heart, to that knowingness of goodness within me, was like a domino effect. And that domino effect, every time I did it, it was just opening more and more doors, not physically, but mentally. I was receiving more information. I was receiving more opportunity physically. My work started to explode on social media. Like, when you follow your heart and truly take action on what you know is good, it's like a domino effect that leads you step by step to where you're meant to be. And it's so profound and it's so, beautiful. And I'm telling you this from firsthand experience. This is ultimately how you kind of unlock your purpose in this physical world as well. So not only is it going to create a better world, it's also unlocking your true soul form and soul purpose while you're here. It's very beautiful. So I thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, comment, and share, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you all inside Ethereal University if you decide to take your studies to the next level. Take care.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit the like, the subscribe button, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Vatican is a giant key from a bird's eye view, and it also contains an 8-pointed star. The Anunnaki Sumerian gods also depicted this 8-pointed star. The sky god Anu from the Anunnaki also uses the 8-pointed star for his symbol. And even Freemasons depict an 8-pointed luminary with a ladder and a key. This is symbolizing the key to ascension up to the 8-pointed star, which is Polaris. Polaris is always depicted as an 8-pointed star. Polaris is the standstill star at the very center of our realm, which is perfectly aligned with the North Pole. The Earth is a giant torus field, and at the center is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses point to the north. Hence why a compass is an 8-pointed star, because it points you to Polaris, which is the North Pole, the center of this realm. The 8 points of the 8-pointed star symbolize the 8 points in space and time. So yes, Polaris is the portal which you ascend through if you outgrow this consciousness by aligning your chakras. Our earthly realm is a macrocosmic reflection of us, and we as humans are the micro reflection, with the earth containing its 7 chakras as well as us. The North Pole is the 7th chakra, which is the crown chakra. So the key to ascension is held by the Vatican, hence why it's a giant key, because they mislead the masses through their religions, which teaches the masses to look outside of themselves. As stated in the 20,000-year-old emerald tablets, written by the Egyptian god Thoth. On Earth, man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the Earth plane. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. So the 7 planets are associated with each 7 chakras. The lowest chakra being the root chakra, which is associated with Saturn. This is why the elites love Saturn and reflect it in all of their symbols. Because the chakras are an ascension of spiritual principles, starting from the material and ascending up to the spiritual, the crown chakra. However, evil love bondage, and they are trapping souls in the physical realm by stopping and provoking the ascension process. They do this by abusing the energy of Saturn, and Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra. The lower 3 chakras are associated with survival mode, which keeps the consciousness in a constant state of fear and only aware of its surroundings. Once you start to ascend up your chakras, you become more consciously aware of spiritual deeds. And this is the process of returning back to your true spiritual form. Going back to Polaris and its connection to ascension, Kanye West symbolizes this on his music video 24. As you see him rise up into the sky, you see an 8-pointed shape around him, which symbolizes the 8-pointed star, as you see the beam of light. And even NASA symbolize this in their Space Delta logos, a bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Here's another NASA logo of an arrow from the Earth to Polaris. The series Lock and Key on Netflix is all about portals and doorways, and they have the Kundalini energy as one of their keys. Kundalini energy is the energy which rises up the spine, the 33 vertebrae, and activates the third eye. The third eye is the spiritual gland which connects humans to other spiritual realms. We are not the body. Our spirit, our soul inhabits the body. We exist physically, spiritually, and mentally. Therefore, we are multidimensional. The intellectual and spiritual inhabit the body. Therefore, this is just an avatar within this timeline. However, within each and every one of us, we all have the key to releasement, as says in the Emerald Tablets. This releasement is ascension. up until higher states of consciousness. As stated in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on a cycle above, and another one saying, man is a flame bound to a mountain, but we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of the soul shall remain. That's it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Please feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and comment any subjects you want me to talk about. God bless you all.
Welcome back, people, to another occult lecture by Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about magic and how it's being used on us for the New World Order. Magic has the word mag within it, which is magnetism. Magnetism is the force. Magic is influencing forces, natural or supernatural forces, and using it for a certain agenda to gain something out of it. Now, magic is not what everyone's being thought. It's not some sort of fantasy thing. It's actually very common, and we all do it, whether you believe it or not. Magic is all to do with the mind. As I said, always say in my lectures, your mind is what creates matter. Your mind is what creates your external world. So it's all about manipulating and planting seeds within the mind, because your mind is a garden, and thoughts and words are seeds which are being planted in that garden. Your life, your physical life, the people you have in your life, your friends, your car you own, the job you have, is all a reflection of the thoughts that you've been thinking in the past. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you've been thinking. Therefore, your life is a direct reflection and manifestation of your mind, the Garden of Eden. Okay? The mind is what they are targeting. What you see, say, and hear has a direct effect on your mind. Me talking to you is influencing you. The words I'm saying is planting seeds within your mind. Now it's up to you to consciously act on these thoughts or these words, or to maintain these words. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's inside of me is outside of me. What comes into the storehouse comes out of the storehouse. You have the left, you have the right, you have the up, and you have the down. As above, so below. Whatever is in your mind will be expressed in some sort of way, consciously or subconsciously, spiritually or physically. The mind is what manifests everything. And this is what we need to understand. We need to understand is that the mind is not physical. All things spiritual manifest physical. All things seen come from the unseen. The words you're thinking, that everything you have is coming from the unseen. The actions that you do come from the unseen mind. Another expression for as above, so below is you are the universe itself. You are a universe, a mini universe. But just because you are mini does not mean you are the whole thing. If I take a little piece of infinite, let's say there's an infinite light source, Let's say I take a little chunk of that infinite light source. That little chunk I took is still infinite because it's been taken from infinite. You are the universe. Your awareness, your mind is the universe. It's information. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is why we say we are all God. As above, so below. What is in me is outside of me. The sun, the physical manifestation of the sun is your soul. The 12 constellations are manifested in the physical body. The 5 elements are manifested in the physical body. They're manifested in the 5 fingers you have. As above, so below. This is manifested, well, this is a symbolized in Freemasonry and secret societies as the 2 pillars. The mirroring reflection, the reflection of reality, the mirror, as above, so below. What happens in the mind, what happens in the astral, happens in the physical. This is Aleister Crowley. This is all symbolism. This is the 2 pillars with the all-seeing eye and the triangle at the top. Aleister Crowley was a master magician, very powerful dark magician, black magician. There's 2 types of magic. You have white and black, just like the checkered board, the Masonic checkered board. You have white and black. You have good and evil. White magic is influencing natural forces to gain something that will help the collective consciousness, help the collective, help the earth, help other people. Black magic is something you manipulate something so you can get something personal out of it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's still considered as black magic because you're being selfish. Everything you do should be contributing towards the collective consciousness and helping others. And this is why the ancients lived in a system where everything was in unity. We understood that I am you and you are me. What I do to you happens to me because I am you and you are me. We are the same mind substance on the inside. We're all the same mind substance being expressed in different bodies. So what I do to your mind will have a ripple effect on my mind because all of our minds are connected within the mental plane. So this is why they know all this knowledge. To know all this knowledge. So yeah, this is the mirroring effect of reality, the 2 pillars, or symbolizes the number 11. The number 11. We'll go deeper into that. The technology we're using is magic. It's a form of magic. Television is tell a vision. They're telling a vision into your subconscious mind, into your memory. And when you turn on the television, you get a program because they're telling a vision to create a program within your subconscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is only 10% of your mind, which is to do with your, what you're aware of, your 5 senses. What are you consciously aware of? Well, I'm aware I'm here, I'm talking. I'm aware of what I'm wearing, the 5 senses, what I can hear, taste, smell, hear. What I'm wearing, I'm aware of what I think of. But the subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. It's the hidden part of the mind, which is telling your heart to beat, telling your body to breathe. It's storing all of your emotions. It's storing everything you see, storing all the belief systems that you have. It has everything. It stores all of the habits you have, the values. It stores everyone's name that you know. All the words that I'm speaking right now is all coming out of the subconscious. Everything is subconscious. And it literally manipulates 90% of your daily basis behavior. Most people don't know this. What you did yesterday is what you will do today because of these beliefs and mental programs within the subconscious, stored within the subconscious. So the subconscious is what they're aiming at. They're trying to create programs within the subconscious, because the subconscious manifests 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions and words. They know all this stuff. So the subconscious mind is the most powerful part of the mind. Another way the subconscious manifests and influences your life is, let's say you were in a car crash years and years ago, 10 years ago. Let's say you're in this car crash, right? And you really hurt yourself. The emotion you felt in that time when you were injured in that car crash had a great impression on your subconscious mind. You see, the stronger you feel something emotionally, the stronger impact it has on the subconscious. You can remember and recall that moment, and very vividly, because of the impact it had on the subconscious. Another, for example, you become that terrified of cars that it manifests into your life today, that you are wary to go in certain cars. You don't want to go in cars at all, maybe, because of that moment that stood within the subconscious. And it will manifest into anxiety. It will manifest into not going into cars. It will manifest into depression, maybe. These things, these emotional, very emotional, traumatic events have a great impression on our subconscious, and they control your life. This is why you need to meditate and let go go deep within yourself and let go of these internal, deep emotions that you may have repressed and keep pressing down and ignoring. But you need to address it and let go of these subconscious impressions you have, which are controlling your life, like anxiety, depression. All of these things are stemming from things that are stored within your subconscious years and years ago, more than likely. Broadcasting. They're casting spells to a broad audience, to news, north, east, west, and south. They're casting spells. No, if you watch the news, everything's red. Breaking news in red writing or the red background, everything's red. Why? Because red's the root chakra, which is all to do with survival. They want to stimulate this root chakra because they want you down there in survival mode. They want you in survival mode because you're easier to control. They control out of fear. And not only they're casting these spells as if, because most of the things they cast in the news hasn't already happened. They're constantly bombarding you with, there might be a war breaking out, war this, war that, kill here, kill there, murders. It's impressing, it's casting spells on your subconscious mind. So when the event does turn up in real reality, in physical reality, you're less emotional, you're less surprised. You're not as surprised because you've already heard it before. Your subconscious has already heard it all before. If you never heard of a war and then a war broke out, you'd be going crazy. So they subtly program your subconscious mind through the words, because the words they say is impressing your mind. It has an effect on your mind, which will have an effect on your behavior, your words, your conversations you have with people. They're casting spells to north, east, west, and south on the tell a vision. They're telling a vision by broadcasting, by saying spells. This is why we call it spelling. Even the word, listen, the words we say cast spells. Bless. Oh, bless you. That's be less. The subconscious mind only picks up literal things. You see, when I say bless you, your conscious mind picks that up as, oh, thank you, you're blessing me. But your subconscious picks up as be less. You see? Because the subconscious it has no filter. It's just, it is what it is. Everything is factual in the subconscious. Therefore, if I call you an idiot, your subconscious, my subconscious will think I'm talking to myself and calling myself an idiot, and it will take that as true. That is truth. Everything is truth within the subconscious, and the subconscious manifests your behavior. The devices you, this is the biggest one. Black scrying mirrors, device, the devil's vice, the device. Okay. Black scrying mirrors, black screen is scrying. Black scrying mirrors were used to communicate with spirits within the astral plane in the medieval times. They're probably still, well, they're still being used now by black obsidian mirrors. And look at your phone, it's a black mirror. And there's some sort of, I'm not saying this is facts, but personally, I believe these are portals for spirits and ethereal entities to come into your life, to come into your surroundings. So this is the next big thing: the TVs, your iPhone, your iPod, all black mirrors, and mirrors are very, very powerful. Even just a normal mirror. Mirrors have an effect. Whatever you say into a mirror, what you say is energy. And when you say something into a mirror, you're saying it into yourself. It's an infinite cycle of words of energy because it's being reflected infinite times. When you say something into a mirror, it has a massive effect. You're saying it directly into your eyes, into your mind. So what you say in a mirror should be said with precaution. Never say anything negative into a mirror, because mirrors are very, very powerful ways for you to reprogram your subconscious mind for the good. You can say very positive things into mirrors and it will reprogram your subconscious mind. Okay? Manifesting is all magic. It's all magic. Everything is magic. But consciously doing it is what they're doing. They hid this knowledge. Your phone is magic. It manipulates your mind. The iPhone, okay. See, magic isn't all of this with wands and see, Harry Potter, okay, that was created to give you this perception of a mystical and amazing form of magic with magic wands and all sorts of stuff like that. Yes, that stuff was true when the collective conscious minds were on a higher level and our belief systems believed in these things, because the universal mind, all of our minds contribute to reality. If the masses don't believe in magic, if the masses don't believe in a certain thing, it's going to have an effect on physical reality. So when the collective minds are higher and have more open minds, things like Harry Potter can come true. See, it's all in the mind. The iPhone, the eye is the symbol for the mind, the invisible intelligence. The triangle is the ethereal plane. Okay. So the eye in the triangle is the eye that sees into the beyond the ethereal planes. The square is the physical plane. So the iPhone, your phone, is a black box, just like the Saturn black cube. It's a black mirror. It's taking photos of you every 2 seconds. And it's your mind. Your mind is in that phone. Everything you like, everything you text, everything you type in Google, everything you say to someone, every conversation is all recorded on the phone. Therefore, it is a direct reflection of your mind. Your mind is imprinted into your phone because your mind, everything you think in your mind, you're manifesting into typing, saying, taking pictures into the phone, and it's collecting it and storing it. And what they're doing, and this is for all forms of magic, it's manipulating the mind. It's all manipulating the mind. Reels, Instagram, TikTok, this is all dopamine. It's all controlling the mind. Every like you get, every follow you get, every share that you get is dopamine within your brain. They're literally targeting your brain and mind. It's all manipulating, because what they're pushing through the phones, through the media, through the news, through the televisions is visions and programs. You are the one manifesting the New World Order. They're not manifesting the New World Order. They're giving you the information so you can manifest the New World Order. Everything they say is contributing to your mind. For example, digital money and all the information they put out for you to see is contributing to your enslavement. Your mind is manifesting the New World Order. They know this. They don't manifest it. There's billions of us. We could easily run over them physically. But on a mental level, these people have the knowledge and they hide it from us, and they let us manifest reality because we are the collective. They give us the information which manifests their agenda. It's all magic through the phones, the media, the television. So your phone is a manifestation of your mind. It's a record of your mind. Hollywood, holly tree, holy tree. They used to make wands out of holy trees, because it was the most holiest wood, the best for casting and transmitting energy. So they used holly trees to cast spells. That's what Hollywood is. And in Hollywood, they have the red tear, the blood drop next to the Hollywood sign, because it's all satanic. They're all black magicians. They use Hollywood to cast the spells through the music, through the films. You see, music is a form of magic. All of this is magic. Everything they do is a form of magic because they want an agenda behind it. But it's not black magic. They're letting us create our prison. This is what you have to see. Yes, they're evil, but they're not doing anything evil, or else they would face the karma. They let us manifest this agenda through giving in the information, by telling you what's going to happen in the movies. Everything that happens in a movie, it's all there on purpose to program your subconscious, to plant a seed within your garden, your subconscious, your mind. Because when the mind has already seen something, when it comes up and turns up in physical reality, you will be less shocked and you won't rebel. So they lure you slowly. They make you aware of these things over time. They make you gradually think it's okay. Like the technology, we never used to use these phones. How did we become so addicted and reliant on them? Well, because first they gave you a little flick phone. Well, no, sorry, they gave you a phone in your house. And then once you got used to that, they say, oh, here's the newest version of a little flick phone. You started texting your friends. Everyone was loving it in high school. They could now meet up without saying, let's meet on the weekend at this point at this time, like your parents probably did. Or maybe some of you watching this, you probably had to tell your friend to meet on the weekend at a certain time because you had no way of communicating. So everyone got these phones and got addicted to them. Then they slowly got addicted to the new iPod with the touch screen. Now they invented touchscreen. Then everyone got addicted to touch screens. Then because all of this is producing dopamine in the brain, which creates you to become mentally addicted to things and physically addicted, chemically addicted. Because dopamine's a chemical. Your subconscious becomes a program within your subconscious, and your body becomes chemically addicted to these phones. And these phones are the enslavement of humanity, technology. Without this, we wouldn't be in this mess without technology. Because they're creating a hive mind. We're creating a hive mind. So back on track anyways, they program you. Look at the films, 9/11, 9/11, all produced by Hollywood. Here's the 11, like I said at the beginning, the two pillars which reflect reality. What happens in the mind happens in the physical. What happens in the astral happens in the physical. Okay, what happens in the physical happens in the mind. It's the two pillars, the mirrors. 9/11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 is 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. New York adds up to 111. This is not a coincidence. It's all a form of magic. It's a ritual, energy harvesting ritual, because your mind produces energy. Your mental attention produces energy, and they're feeding off this energy in the astral plane, these demons. Music is the most powerful. Personally, I think the music is one of the most powerful forms of magic they're using. Okay. Music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic state. It influences your electromagnetic field through vibrational energy. It reprograms your subconscious mind. Why do you think you remember the lyrics? You see, your subconscious stores all of the memories. Remember, the subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. So therefore, the music you're listening to is manifesting your behavior. You wondered why some people wonder why they have drug addictions and they can't get out of violence and they can't get out of all this negative mind space. It's because the music they're listening to is creating a negative mind space. The words you listen to have plant seeds within your mind. So the reason you remember the lyrics is because that song created a program within your subconscious. Yes, that is what happens. You can use magic to reprogram your mind, but you can use music to reprogram your mind because it's all forms of magic. It's using natural mental energy forces to manipulate the physical reality. You manipulate your mind, you manipulate reality, physical reality. Okay. So the music, another very, very big one. When you turn on the radio, it's just all talks about alcohol, drugs, and sex because they want you down in the lower three chakras. They want your mind attached to matter when it's mind over matter. Your mind's not physical. You see, the word spirituality is the new trend. It's not about your spirit. It's not about your spirit. It's about your mind. It's not about, you know, uh, spirituality and looking after your spirit. And they've got you focused on your spirit. Why? Because they hide your mind from you. You see, a lot of people think their mind is their brain, but the mind is everything. There is no physical reality without mind. You can have a brain. Imagine if you had no mind but a brain. It wouldn't work. The mind is everything. The mind controls your avatar. It begins in the mind before it happens in the brain. Then the brain manifests through the body. The brain's just an electrical computer. So that they've got people scared. Or do I have a soul or not? And all this stuff. Listen, if you have a mind, you have a soul, because you are not the mind. This is why everything is sort of an illusion, because beyond the mind is your soul. But what is the soul without a mind? You can't have a soul without the mind. But if the mind didn't exist, the soul doesn't exist. You are the person listening to your mind. I shouldn't say person because You're not the body. You're the entity behind the mind. But if you didn't have that mind, you couldn't understand what you even were. You would just be an observer who couldn't think. So yes, we all have a soul. If you have a mind, you have a soul. Everything is mind. Everything has mind. Mind creates everything. God is mind. And then manipulating your mind through TV, your phone, every little thing, the school, it's all about the mind, people. Control your mind, you control your reality. Just the last thing, here you go. Aleister Crowley, the dark magician, Kanye West doing the exact same thing because they're implementing magic in the music. Here's the Beatles with Aleister Crowley in the background. Bet you never noticed that. Aleister Crowley was influencing music and placing magic within the music to influence the subconscious. This is what Baal worship was. This is why they kill children. They sacrifice these children. Why? Well, because in order to ascend, in order to raise your consciousness internally, godly, by being good, God, or being in order to be good and raise your consciousness and to get something in the physical world, you have to sacrifice yourself. And what do I mean by that? In order to raise your consciousness and ascend, you have to sacrifice the lower nature of yourself. You know, you've got to abstain from having sex to retain your sexual energy, to transmute it, or staying away from negative, some poisonous foods like meat. So, staying away from blood. We shouldn't be consuming other animals' blood. We should be keeping our blood pure. We are humans. We shouldn't consume chicken blood, chicken germs. We are the most divine creatures on this creation. We are the most intellectual creatures in this creation. Therefore, we should keep our temples pure. We are not animals. If you want to associate yourself with an animal, go out in the wild, go and find a wild boar and go and try rip its guts out with your bare teeth, because you can't do it. You're not a cat. You're not a carnivore. Okay? So in order to ascend, you have to kill and sacrifice your lower part of yourself to ascend up to your spirit self, your mind self, the highest version. And the elites don't want to do this. So they sacrifice other things like babies to kill them, to exchange their life over to the astral plane, so these demigods in the astral plane can give them something in return in physical. They don't want to sacrifice their lower self, so they sacrifice other things for exchange, for physical pleasure. But the godly person sacrifices their lower self for their higher self to do good and ascend. So this is what all the Baal worship is, people, and this is why they're doing it. Hope you all had an amazing lecture. If you haven't already, go and get the Book of Wisdom for more information. You know, I don't go into dark stuff in this book because all I do is enlighten people in this book. You can get it in Spanish, English, German, Italian, and French. Worldwide shipping, you can get the PDF or paperback. Or there is also a new one called the Human Health Guide 2.0. It gives you a list of all the foods, grains, oils, nuts, you know, everything that's alkaline and positive for the body and not man-made and hybrid. It tells you all the products to stay away from, how to fast, how to improve vision, how to improve everything, literally. So the Human Health Guide has been released. If you want that, I'll pull all the links in the bottom in the description. Hope you all enjoyed the lecture, people. God bless you all.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight. Because the universe is the mind, and the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world. But the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep, deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
What's good, people? We're back with another video. This is going to just be a quick video. Manifestation, magic, bending reality. So let's jump straight into this. So you have a conscious and a subconscious part of your mind. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're actually doing, where you can choose or not. However, the subconscious is the part of your brain which is automatic. So all of the systems in your body, like the digestive system, your heartbeat, these are automatically being ran. And you do not have to tell these systems to do anything. You do not have to consciously tell your heart to beat. It's automatically doing it. And this is what the subconscious mind is controlling. It's like the dark aspect of your brain or your mind. It is the way bigger aspect of your mind.
Okay, it controls all the systems in your body. Okay, and this is where all of your programs are. So when you're in it from your childhood, what you've learned in school, all of these things are being kept in your subconscious, maybe traumas and stuff like that. So the subconscious is the female aspect, and the conscious is the male aspect, because the male is all about action and doing, and the female is more about creation, creativity, intuition. So you have a right and a left hemisphere of your brain, and these are obviously male and female. The right side of your brain is your female. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition, insight. Okay. And this is one of the most important sides of the brain. This side of the brain is the most attacked by the elites, whatever you want to call them. This side is one of the most important, because obviously your intuition is a massive part of reality. And if you don't have intuition, then you lose track of the things around you. You can't consciously feel if things are wrong or right. They don't want you to have intuition or creativity or imagination. They want you in the left side of your brain, which is just reasoning, logic, and basic things. So they just want you to tell you what you want, tell you what to learn, and then that's it. They don't want you thinking for yourself, which is the right side of the brain. So whatever the conscious side of your mind impresses the subconscious side of your mind. So if you do affirmations, for example, if you consciously do affirmations every day, you're reprogramming your subconscious mind. You're impressing a vibration and a word into your subconscious mind, and therefore it will reprogram it. So the male and female aspect are symbolized by the Star of David as well. The male being the upside triangle, the female being the downside, connected all in one, because we both have male and female energy. So every thoughts are electric, which is the male aspect. Emotions are magnetic, which is the female. Each thought creates a wave of vibration in all directions. So think of it like a water drop in a pool, but it going out in every single direction. It's not just flat. And these thoughts have a certain frequency, well, has a certain vibration. That vibration has a certain frequency. And this affects your aura. Every thought, every emotion directly impacts your aura and the strength of your aura. So if you're angry all the time, your aura in the astral plane will look red. However, if you're happy, it'll be more like blue and green. So it's very important. Your electromagnetic field is created out of your emotions and thoughts, and that affects reality, because you're 60% water, and frequency and vibration create certain patterns and has a certain effect on water. We'll get into that after this slide. So each thought that people are thinking around you, you are actually subconsciously picking up these thoughts, because it's emitting this vibration in all directions. So this is why you can pick up thoughts of other people on the odd occasion. However, when you're more in tune with your intuition, your right side of your brain, you can start to pick up on vibrations, thoughts, and other people's auras. You can pick up on the energy once your third eye is open, and you know whether you should be in that environment or not. This is what we call an atmosphere. When we go into a room and you can feel the tension, if someone's been arguing, for example, this is the atmosphere, this is the vibrations, these are people's auras emitting these certain frequencies and vibrations. Okay, so our aura is contained of multiple layers. Obviously, we have the physical body. This is the electromagnetic layer. However, you have the different planes of existence: the spirit, mental, astral, etheric, and then physical. The physical is the lowest plane of existence. And the physical plane is a product of all of the planes above. So the mental impresses on the astral impresses into the etheric, and then the etheric creates the physical object. So the mind is the root cause of reality. The mind is the cause of everything. Your consciousness is pure cause. There's no effect. Everything you see in this reality is the effect. Everything that you experience is the effect, because the root cause was the mind. The decisions you made you experience that certain experience. And that decision was created on the mental plane. And this is just pure thoughts. And thoughts are things. If it exists in your mind, it is a thing. It's a certain frequency. So if you have a certain level of thoughts, if you're thinking positive, for example, you're going to have a strong aura, you're going to have a higher vibration. And that attracts like. Like attracts like when it comes to thoughts and vibrations and electromagnetism. So if you're thinking positive all the time, speaking positive, doing positive, you're then creating a higher vibration, and that's going to attract people on that similar frequency to you. Everything is electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration. Everything. You see, so this is why, for example, if I put my hand to a TV screen, if my finger was the same vibration as the TV screen, it would go straight through it. However, the particles in my hand and the particles on the TV screen are two separate vibrations, and this is what causes the friction to stop and not my finger to go straight through it. So, like I said, when you don't feel the vibe of someone, when you don't feel right, you don't really get along with someone, this is a vibration. Your vibrations are not matching, they're not similar, they're two complete different vibrations, and they're not aligning properly. So music has a massive part on this. Music is a massive, massive tool for the elites because music is frequency. And in 1975, the musical instrument are all tuned to 440 hertz. So Spotify, Apple Music, most of the music on YouTube is all set to 440 hertz. And 440 hertz is not divisible by 3, 6, or 9. And when you can't divide a frequency by 3, 6, or 9, it's not a natural frequency. As you can see here, this is 432 hertz. This makes a nice geometric pattern. However, 440 hertz is a distorted pattern. So when you listen to this, this actually shuts off the whole right side of your brain. Like I said at the start, this is the most attacked side of your brain. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition. When you listen to 440 hertz, it shuts off the whole right side of your brain. And obviously shutting off all of these forms of your brain. Music is a very, very powerful tool for the elites because it's the only thing which can enter your soul or your ears without consent, your body without consent. Everything else has to be through consent. You choose whether to eat something, you choose whether to drink something, but frequency, you're going to hear it no matter what. This is why it's so powerful. And music influences the body in many different ways. It's the most powerful imitator of everything. It directly affects all listeners. It directly affects intentions, gestures, movements, and actions. It stimulates your mind, and certain songs, certain catchy songs, can reprogram your subconscious mind, invoking certain emotions. This is why when you listen to slow beat songs, it makes you feel more sad. When you listen to upbeat songs, you feel more energetic. This is because these frequencies have a profound influence on reality and on how you feel. Because, like I said, you are 60% water. And as you can see here, each frequency creates a different geometric pattern. And inside of you is 60% water. So, like I said, 440 hertz is going to make a distorted pattern in your water. And this is going to have a profound effect on your emotions and your reality. So, like I said, health is not just the body. It's you are made of body, mind, and spirit. You need to look after what you put in your body. You need to look after your spirit and look after your mind. It's very important to keep all these in balance because once one of these are unbalanced, it affects the other two.
So if you're eating wrong, it's going to affect your spirit and mind. If you're thinking wrong, it's going to affect your body and spirit. These are all interlocked. You have to look after them all. So it's very important you understand music. Stop listening to low vibrational music. To be honest, you want to listen to music without any sort of speaking inside of it. You just want pure uh, frequencies, which are the solfeggio scale, like one of these, for example, 432, 528 hertz. These are all good frequencies. It's called the solfeggio scale. And these frequencies make you more in tune with nature. 528 hertz is what the earth vibrates at. So it's very important. And the Rockefellers are the one who changed this to 440 hertz. The Rockefellers, one of the elite families. So if you want to manipulate reality, it's very important to have your chakras aligned and having a high vibration, because the higher your vibration, the more powerful your words and your intentions are on reality. So the lower your vibration, the harder it is to affect reality, because you're on a lower state of consciousness. Like I said, you have the mental, astral, etheric, and physical. Everything is a product of the one above. As above, so below. This is what Hermes Trismegistus was saying in the Egyptian days. This is where it comes from. As above, so below. If you affect above, it directly affects below. So, like I said, meditation helps on this, helps align your chakras. Think positive, feel positive. Like I said, your feelings are magnetic, your thoughts are electric. So once you combine these two together, you're then creating an electromagnetic frequency, and that will have profound effect on reality. So the law of cause and effect. Every law, so the law of cause and effect. Every effect has the root cause. Like I said, your mind is the root cause of everything. Every decision you make is having a different effect on reality. Everything happens for a reason due to the root cause, which is your mind. You choose everything that happens in your life. Okay. So it's very important you understand this and you constantly make the right decisions, the good decisions to have good effects on your reality. You have to be very conscious of this law, because nothing escapes this law. This is the law of all consciousness. So think about it. Imagine a massive ball of consciousness. However, off this ball are different sparks, and each one of these sparks are in each and everyone's body. This spark is governed by these laws, the law of cause and effect, the law of correspondence, the seven hermetic principles. It's very important you understand this, because this mass ball of consciousness is what is obeying these laws, and everyone has this spark of consciousness inside their third eye. And like I said, everyone is the same consciousness. This is why if you do bad unto someone else, that will directly affect your reality. So if you hurt someone, it's going to come back to you in one way or another, because you are that same consciousness. This is like a mirror of reality. As within, so without. Whatever you feel on the inside, you're gonna see that on the outside. You're gonna experience that reality, whatever you've impressed. So there's different ways to bend reality to your will. This is kind of a sort of magic. So obviously you have black magic, which is manipulating reality to harm and influence others, or to be very selfish. And then you have white magic, which is manipulating reality for the good of humanity. So you do have to be very careful with your intentions, people, when you're trying to manipulate reality, because this is nothing to be played with. If you are manipulating reality for the wrong reason, it's going to come and bite you in the ass in some way or another. Because everything is balanced. Everything balances out in this reality. Nothing escapes the laws. Not one thing escapes the laws. So if you're stealing from yourself, because it's just going to come back in one way or another. Inside of everyone's heart, you know whether you're doing good or wrong. You can feel it when you do something wrong. You can feel it when you do something good. The heart is the center of the torus field. It's balance. And this is why you say follow your heart, because it's the center of the torus field. It's very important to listen to this inner voice inside of you, because that is telling you the right things to do, the good decisions to make. And when you keep following that voice, that good voice inside of you, it takes you to your life path. Very important to follow that voice. However, don't let the ego get in the way of it. Don't care what your friends are going to say. It's very important to understand this. So you have different ways of manipulating reality. You have sigil magic. This is where you create your own sigil or symbol. You create your own sigil and symbol, and then you charge it. You behind that symbol, you have an intention. So, for example, if you want to manifest wealth, you create a sigil which represents what you want. You create that sigil, you draw it out, you charge it, because wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So whatever your attention is, you're sending energy that way. So what you do with your eyes and your hands, you place attention on the sigil. Imagine that it's glowing. Imagine that you're sending energy to the sigil, and then you burn the piece of paper once you've done this. And then after this, you meditate on that symbol. You constantly think about that symbol, because that symbol is the frequency, is the thing that you want to manifest. So that's one way. Or you can just meditate on your reality. So imagine yourself having already what you have. This is what they call a mindset. You must set your mind to the frequency what you want to manifest. Okay. So if you want to manifest wealth, for example, imagine yourself being wealthy. What would it feel like? What would you be doing? Imagine a scene in your mind. Constantly do this, and you're putting out that frequency. Like I said, you must think, because the thoughts are electric, and then you must feel, which is magnetic. Together, this creates an electromagnetic frequency, and this is how you attract things to you. You will attract the certain people to come in your life to bend reality to your will. Okay. Or you've got mirror magic. Stare yourself in the mirror, because a mirror reflects light. It also reflects energy. So you've got to be very careful with what you say to a mirror. You've got to be very, very, very careful, because whatever you send into that mirror is directly sent straight back to you. So if you're thinking negative, you're sending negative energy back straight to you, and that's going to have an effect on your reality. Affirmations are very important, because your words are frequency, your words are vibrations, and each word you say has a certain frequency. If it's positively charged, it's going to affect you positively. If it's negatively charged, because like I say, your brain and your mind is like the director of energy. That's what your brain is. And it directs energy into certain things. You can either positively charge it or negatively charge it. And this brain is creating your reality constantly. It's manifesting your reality constantly in the present moment. So this is what the government knows. The government know your mind is the root cause of reality. This is why they call themselves a government. Government. The New World Order is not being manifested by them. They are controlling the information. They are controlling your perception of this reality. And they know the mind is the root cause of reality. Therefore, if they control your perception of reality and your information, what you believe, you're going to manifest that information, that perception. So we, the people as a collective consciousness, are the ones manifesting this New World Order. You see, so this isn't black magic. They're actually tricking us into manifesting their own their plans, this New World Order. You see, this is how smart these people are. They know how to get around the laws of reality. They know how to bend reality to their will without facing the consequences. They're getting humanity to do it. You see, there is a collective consciousness. As like I said, we all have that same spark of consciousness, right? So as a collective consciousness, we are on a very low vibration at the moment. However, we are waking up rapidly. There are more and more people waking up at the moment, and light always chases away the shadow. Light is a lot more powerful than darkness, you see. So one person waking up has a massive effect than one person being asleep. It has a profound effect. Because like I say, the light always chases away the darkness. It's more powerful. The light is always more powerful. High vibrations are more powerful than lower. So that's it for this, people. I hope you all enjoyed. This is a short, quick video. God bless you all.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. One, repetition, and two, emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say and hear literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
You don't just have a physical body. You have a physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional body. Each one of these aspects are a body of its own. Body does not just refer to a physical substance. You have a mental body for thinking, an emotional body for your emotions, a spiritual body for your energy in your astral form, and a physical body to encapsulate all of these. Each four of these aspects are essential for the human experience and essential to balance. Now, today we're going to be syncing the four aspects of your consciousness with the four seasons and the four elements, and how this ties into the Bible. So we have four physical elements. We have 5 elements in total, spirit being the most important, but spirit is pure invisible. We have 4 physical elements. We have air, fire, earth, water. Air and earth, earth and water are feminine. Air and fire are masculine. Air and fire are active. Water and earth are passive. The air corresponds with the mental body of consciousness. This is where your intellect, this is where your communication, this is where your thoughts, intuition all comes from. This is the mental body of consciousness that allows you to think, allows you to process, figure things out, and have intellect and gain knowledge. This is your intellectual aspect of your consciousness, located in the head region. We have a fire nature, a spiritual nature. This is our astral body. Our astral body is all to do with the subconscious realms, the higher realms of consciousness. This is the body that allows us to be free from the physical body. Our spirit is more of our energy. Water is our emotional body. This is what allows us to feel things, that allows us to gain intuitive feelings of conscience. So emotion allows us to understand what is right and what is wrong. When we feel something bad, we know that this is wrong. When we feel something good, we know that we are doing good. Emotions are a creational force that allows us to feel certain things to bring them into existence. Our emotional body is a creational force and should not be reactive, and they should be controlled. Most actions are stemmed from emotions. Actions bring thought into physical existence. Emotions are the driving power. They are what drives your actions. The thought, then the emotion, then the action. Earth is your physical body. This is your physical state that allows you to take mind and emotion into action, into fruition, into physical matter. This is what your physical body allows your consciousness, your soul, to interact with the physical world and bring things into physical existence. The physical body, the physical world, is an outcome and an effect of the thinking mind. All physical substance comes from the thinking mind. The pen, the phone you're holding, the microphone I'm speaking into, all began as a thought in the thinking mind, then it was brought into physical reality. Earth is the most dense. So it goes in this order: body, emotions, spirit, mind. The higher you go up, the more lucid and fluidic it becomes. The lower you go down, the more dense and dull it becomes. Air is the mind, fire is the spirit, water is the emotion, earth is the physical body. So this is why you are a microcosm. You have these four things within you. You contain of these four elements, which correspond to the four bodies of your consciousness, the four bodies of the soul. You are the soul. You are the spirit. So this is why in Theologians 4:17 it says, "Caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air." You don't meet God or the Lord in the physical air, in the clouds. This is clearly a parable. A human being cannot go up to the clouds and meet a mystical man in the clouds. This is obviously a parable, a metaphor. The air is your mind. You must raise your consciousness beyond the body, beyond the emotions, beyond the spirit, and enter in the mind during meditation, turning the mind inward to connect with the Lord. The Lord is the highest aspect of your consciousness, the one that exists beyond the physical body, beyond your emotions, beyond the thought. So you meet the Lord in the air, in the mind. The mind represents the air. This is why in America there's a saying called an airhead. You're an airhead. This means that you are stupid, or you don't think, or you have nothing in your mind. You have nothing in your head. When someone's very stupid, you call them an airhead, because air represents the mind. The air is elevated. The air is invisible. The mind is totally invisible to the human eyes. It is a metaphysical substance. In fact, it's not a substance at all. It's so fluidic. It's everywhere. The mind can be everywhere at all times. It can be anything. Nothing is impossible within the mind. Now, this is synced with the four seasons. The four seasons represent the four aspects of human consciousness, the four bodies of your consciousness, the four bodies of your soul. The sun is your soul, okay? And the sun travels around four seasons. Summer, when the sun is the most hottest point. Autumn, when the sun starts to move away from the hottest point. Things start to die. Then it goes to winter. This is when everything dies. This is when things enter in within itself. This is when darkness occurs. Then spring. This is the reignition of the sun. This is when the sun starts to bring back the warmth back to the summer. You have four seasons which correspond to the four bodies of consciousness. Fire is the spirit. This is when you are passionate. This is when you are taking action. This is when you are fiery. The sun is blazing. You're taking action. You're very passionate. You're very spirit. You're in the spirit. Autumn is water, emotion. This is when you start to become very reflecting. This is when you start to feel emotional. Because in autumn, there's lots of water. This represents the emotional body of consciousness. Winter is the mind. This is air. Winter, what happens in winter? Everything enters within itself. The leaves die. The trees die. Everything dies and goes within. This is the mind. The mind is the darkness, remember. You close your eyes to enter within the mind. The winter represents meditation. In the winter, what do people do? They stay inside of their house. They research more. They read more books. They become more intellectual. They think more in the winter because we are so we're stuck inside. So we're more reflective. We're thinking more. We're more communicative. We're more intellectual. In the spring, this represents the earth, the body. This is when we start to come out of the mind and we awaken to the body. and things start to grow again. The plants start to grow. The earth is growing again and reborn again. This is the body. This is when you become more active in the spring. And then the summer, back to the summer, we then take action on these thoughts and these thoughts that we gained over the winter. Essentially, this is just a massive cycle. And this is a daily cycle also. The nighttime is the winter. The morning is the spring. The midday is the summer. And the evening time is the autumn. This is a microcosm. We have 4 bodies of consciousness. You are the sun, you are the soul, and the soul has 4 bodies: summer, autumn, winter, spring. Emotion, air, body, spirit. Sorry, emotion, mind, body, spirit. So you are the soul. You are the pure essence of consciousness. The sun is your soul in the heart. And the seasons are inside of you because you are a microcosm. Okay? You are a microcosm. The word sun is son. The Latin word for sun is sol, which is soul or solo, because the sun is solo. It's on its own. You are the soul, and the soul has the 4 different bodies of consciousness. So before we move on any further, if I've blown your mind, please, if you can, leave a like, a comment, a share, and a subscribe. Let me know what videos you want me to make in the future. Please drop a like. It definitely will help me. You are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Man is a miniature universe that goes through its own cycles. The seasons of the summer, winter, spring, and autumn do not occur merely outside of him, but within him as well. The summer is within you. You feel different in the summer. You feel different in the winter. You feel, depending on the body of consciousness, it's your soul's interacting with. So the sun in the sky is your soul inside, and the sun goes through these cycles, which is affecting your bodies of consciousness, because the cycles represent your bodies of consciousness. Now, this ties in with the Bible. This is why we have 4 Gospels. This is why Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are always seen with the 4 different zodiac sign animals or symbols. So you always see each one of the Gospels. If you just type in on Google Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, type in ancient pictures, paintings, or pictures of them, and you will find these 4 zodiac signs are always standing with each one. Taurus, the bull; Leo, the lion; Scorpio, the eagle. An old symbol for Scorpio was the eagle, and a man for Aquarius. Here you see very, very ancient paintings and artwork. Here we see Matthew, the man, Aquarius. Here we see John, the Scorpio. Same here. We also see it on the tarot cards, on the world card. We see the 4 fixed zodiac signs. Here we see it as well. These are called the 4 fixed zodiac signs. Now, when we look at the zodiac, we're no longer looking at the sky, because what you must understand is as above, so below. What is above you is inside of you. What is above is what is below. What is outside of you is within you. The zodiac is inside of you. The zodiac revolves around the sun. The sun is your soul. These are different energies of your soul. Like I said earlier, the 4 seasons are the 4 bodies of your consciousness. And in each body of consciousness, you have these different energetic energies that you can work with. Okay, so this is the true astrology. This is the true astrology, the internal esoteric astrology. You can't find much information on this at all. Very hard to find. So what we're looking at are the 4 bodies of consciousness. Obviously, when you look in the middle of each, when we look in the middle of each season, spring, the middle of spring is Taurus. The middle of winter is Aquarius. The middle of autumn is Scorpio. The middle of summer is Leo. These 4 signs are known as the 4 fixed signs. Okay? Scorpio, is fixed. It's the middle of autumn. Scorpio is a water sign, emotion. Aquarius is the air sign, the mind. Taurus is an earth sign, the body. Leo is a fire sign, the spirit. This is why we see Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John with the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac, which represent the 4 bodies of consciousness. Leo, the spirit, fire. Luke, Taurus, earth, body. Matthew, Aquarius, air, mind. John, Scorpio, water, emotion. Each gospel is depicting Jesus and showing Jesus in each gospel. Each one of these gospels is showing and depicting Jesus according to the different body of consciousness. In John, this is when Jesus starts to turn water into wine. Water is emotion, wine is transmuted emotion. This is when he does miracles with his emotions, water into wine. Aquarius, which is Matthew, air, the mind. Inside of the Gospel of Matthew, this depicts Jesus as an intellectual person, a person is communicating and using his mind, his mental body a lot inside of the Gospel of Matthew. Go and read it, and you will see this. Luke, Taurus, earth, the body. Luke shows and depicts Jesus according to the body of consciousness, the physical body. He shows Jesus as a human, being a human being, helping people physically and helping people's physical needs, like giving away food and doing all sorts of good things for other people. Leo, Mark, inside of the Gospel of Mark, this shows Jesus as a spiritual teacher, a passionate person who is taking action. Each gospel is showing Jesus according to the different body of consciousness. And Jesus represents you, the Son. That's why it's called the Son of God, the light of the world. Jesus represents your soul, and your soul has these 4 gospels, the 4 bodies of consciousness, the 4 fixed signs, the four elements, and the 4 seasons. These things all correspond to your consciousness. So this is Leonardo da Vinci, showing you the exact same thing. Jesus is the I am, the Son, the soul, in the middle, on his own. Luke, spring, earth, body. There are 3 people in each group. There are 4 groups, and there are 3 people in each group. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fall, winter, summer, spring. These are according to the 4 bodies of consciousness. Here we see Aries, which rules the head region. He's on the head of the table. Gemini, he's holding up the 2 hands because Gemini rules the 2 hands, the 2 arms. Gemini is the 2 twins, which is the 2 arms and 2 hands, and the 2 lungs. Here we see the beginning of summer, which is Cancer. You see the big knife here. Cancer, him here, this gray-haired guy, holding a knife for the crab. Cancer, they pinch. You have a knife, symbolizing the crab. Leo, the middle of summer, showing dominance. The sun is very dominant. He's got his elbow on the table, showing dominance. Virgo has no Adam's apple. Cancer here is pointing at this woman's neck, saying there's no Adam's apple. This is Virgo, the virgin, the only woman. Jesus, the sun. This is Libra, the balancing. He's holding his arms out, balanced, showing the balancing of the sun. Because when the sun enters Libra, the sun is balanced between winter and summer. So it's balanced. This is all astrology, but this is internal. Okay. This is Ezekiel's vision. Ezekiel had a vision in the Bible, and he saw the face of a man, the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. The eagle, Scorpio, the ox is Taurus, the lion is Leo, and the man is Aquarius. He saw the throne of God, and he saw the different bodies of consciousness. This is all symbolic for the different bodies of your soul. So when we look at the zodiac, we are actually looking at a map and the energies of our soul and the energies of our bodies and the energies of our consciousness. This is what we are looking at. Each zodiac is an aspect of our consciousness and an energy that we can work with and that we must purify. Balance and purification is essential. Imagine playing a brand new video game. Let's say a brand new video game came out and you had to play it. What happens when you play that game? You don't know the controls. You cause chaos in that game. You can't really run properly. You can't do anything properly. You're getting destroyed by other people who are playing that game. It's the same with your physical body. When you are born, you must learn how to play the game. You must learn how to balance the mind, learn how to balance the spirit, the emotions, and the physical body. We must balance and purify each body of our consciousness, which we must look after our physical body with our physical health by eating physical, electrical food like fruits and veg. We must look after our minds by being conscious of what enters our eyes, enters our ears, enters everything. Whatever enters our five senses is affecting our mind, our mental health, our environment, mental. We need to look after our thoughts. Control our thoughts by purifying our thoughts, only positive thoughts. Then we must purify our emotions, feeling only gratitude and love and not feeling these negative, dull emotions. Then we must look after our spiritual body through meditation and looking after our spirit. But remember, when we look after our mind, it all begins in the mind. Each body of consciousness is interlocked with the other. If you have an unhealthy body, you have an unhealthy mind, spirit, and emotions. If you have an unhealthy mind, you have an unhealthy body, spirit, and emotions. If you have an unhealthy emotions, you have an unhealthy spirit, mind, and physical body. They're all interlocked. You must balance each one of them. Look after your physical body, look after your thoughts, look after your emotions, look after your spirit. But remember, the mind is the most powerful one. It's mind over matter. Once we look after the mind, because once we start to control our minds and control every thought we think, this will then turn into discipline in our physical body. Because once we learn how to discipline the mind, we learn how to discipline what we eat, we learn how to discipline what we feel, we learn how to discipline our spirit. This is all interlocked, but work on the mind first. Work on the mind first. All of this knowledge is inside of the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is a revolution of human consciousness. If you've read it, please leave a review down below. If you've read Volume 1, leave a review down below. This is the next revolution. I don't see this information anywhere. This is the next revolution of human consciousness. And of course, if you are serious about this and you truly want to gain enlightenment and join an amazing community where you can connect with me on live calls, lectures, the Manifestation Mastery course, you can gain access to my library with over 45 PDFs plus my books. And if you do join the university, you can order a Volume 2 free of charge. All you have to do is to pay for shipping. If you truly take your knowledge serious and you want to take advantage of life, join the university. This is where truth seekers belong. Just want to say thank you all. Please leave a comment. Please leave a like. It's going to help me a lot spread this knowledge to the world. And yeah, share this with a friend and subscribe. Thank you all.
Neo is plugged into the matrix on the back of his neck. And if we look at the human brain, the back of the neck is the reptilian brain stem. And when one operates their life out of the reptilian brain stem, they are unaware, unconscious. They are consciously dead because the reptilian brain does not really critically think. It acts on instinct, fight or flight mode. This is considered in the occult spiritually dead. when one is taking actions without intention, simply very reactive to life. They're not living, they're simply experiencing. When you're walking down the street and you see someone, and in your mind you think me versus them versus me, that is an animalistic way of thinking. I used to be trapped in this way of thinking, always thinking of fight or flight, always judging people, always reacting to the world, never consciously creating and commanding with intention in the world. This could be considered the matrix when one lives unconsciously, simply surviving in the world. Another symptom of living in the reptilian brain could be obsession, a constant need to assert your power over others to feel safe or superior. Views relationships as power hierarchies, not as mutual connections. It could be a conquest for sex, lust, seeking validation through sexual activity. Sex becomes a tool for dominance, escape, and self-worth. Intimacy is avoided. Pleasure is pursued without emotional depth. Seeking pleasure all the time. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Seeking safety. It could be compulsive eating or food hoarding, driven by craving and not actual hunger. Eats to soothe fear or emotional discomfort, often unconsciously. This is the unconscious. Fear-based decision-making. Every choice is shaped by perceived threat or insecurity or fear within the subconscious mind. Long-term vision is sacrificed for immediate safety and gratification. All the reptilian brain. Territorial behavior overacts when personal space, possessions, or status is threatened. Acts as though survival depends on ownership or status. Addiction repeats patterns to feel safe, even if they are harmful. Avoids anything unfamiliar or unpredictable. Low empathy. No empathy or emotional care for one another and for fellow beings in the world. Sees people as threats, tools, or competitors. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Intense jealousy or possessiveness. Sees others as rivals or objects to control. Cannot tolerate perceived threats, true loyalty, or status. Quick to be angry. Slow to reflect. Reacts with rage, withdrawal when challenged. Lacks emotional regulation or deep self-awareness. So this is considered, this brain could be considered the matrix, hence why Neo is plugged into this brain. He's operating the life out of this brain, unconscious, simply navigating life like an animal. I was in this state, and you can only really realize this when you come out of this brain and you start to function from the higher regions of the brain, which we will discuss very soon. And my life was chaos because there was chaos operating internally. I was never thinking about the future. I was always operating life out of fear, out of lack. Never had care for another person. When you operate life out of this brain, the matrix, things outside you, can easily control you. This is why they keep us in a constant state of fear. So we operate life out of this. So we never gain full control over our reality, over our actions, over our thoughts. So Neo is called Neo, and he works at a place called meta cortex, very symbolic of the neocortex, the higher region of the brain. Now, this brain makes you human. It ultimately allows you to hold control over the animal urges, okay? The neocortex is the brain that allows you to have self-mastery, that allows you to control your urges, your instinctual survival urges. So humans can overcome their reptilian animalistic state and start to operate their life in a conscious mastery state. And Neo is plugged out of the reptilian brain, and he starts to use his neocortex, the human brain. This allows one to learn to have self-control, allows one to create, allows one to think about others. It allows one to critically think deeply. It allows one to be self-aware. Who am I? Where did I come from? And where am I going? This is ultimately the brain that has shaped the world. We look at humans. We built technology. We built all of these amazing things. They all come from the neocortex. This is the higher region of the brain that allows consciousness to function on a higher degree. It allows you to truly become a creator and have self-control instead of living in a reactive animal state. You see, animals are only aware of their five senses. They're only aware of surviving. If you notice, look at animals, they're always looking around. Even in their home, they're always looking around, sniffing around. That's because they operate in an animalistic brain. Humans have the neocortex. This is a higher region of the brain, which if you wish to master yourself, this is the brain that you will be using. This allows you to operate life on a higher degree. We see this reptilian brain symbolized everywhere. See it as reptiles. Reptiles are symbols of this brain. We see the Egyptian god Osiris with the green skin representing a reptile, a crocodile. Sometimes we see Osiris depicted in Egyptian artwork with crocodiles or reptiles, if you do a little bit of research on that. And also, if we look at the overall symbolism of Osiris and his story, we notice that he is the god of the dead or the underworld. This is not literal, but the dead or the god of the death, the god of the death of self, the dead of consciousness, because you are a divine being with limitless potential to create. And ultimately, to create, we have to master our reptilian brain. But when we function from this reptilian brain, we are dead to our higher powers of creation, of imagination, of actually gaining control and operating life from the higher mind, operating life as the divine being as you are. But if you operate life in Osiris, he is the god of dead. You are spiritually and consciously dead. You act unconsciously. You are dead, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. So what we're looking at here in the Egyptian artwork is the reptilian brainstem. We have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain. Notice a curve. The feminine body is very curvy. This represents feminine. The masculine body is very liney. So if we study geometry, we know that lines are masculine, hence why the word masculine, line, and the feminine body is, in geometry, feminine is represented as curves. So this is the left masculine brain on the left side, and this is the right feminine brain on the right side, with Osiris, the reptilian brainstem, in the middle. So we're going to go deeper into some Mesopotamian artwork now. Now let's have a look at this. We're looking at the reptile on the very bottom. We see the left brain and the right brain, the Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus on the left and right. In Freemasonry, we still see the symbolism of the two pillars. Yakinimbo as in Freemasonry, with the two pillars symbolizing masculine, feminine forces of consciousness, also representing the masculine left brain and the feminine right brain, with the reptile down here. But if we have a little look here, right, we have a little look at these reptiles. This person is standing on top of the reptiles. When you are on top of something, you have power over the below. You are standing atop of something. You have mastery over it. You have control over it, symbolizing gaining control over the reptilian brain, the reactive actions, the sexual urges, the addictions, the territorial behavior, the fear-based decisions, constant internal tension, never being able to focus. It's symbolizing gaining control over these internal qualities that happen within us, in our mind, because the universe is mental. And if we do not gain control over this brain, it will dominate our mind, which will ultimately dominate our actions and destroy our life and live in an unconscious state. So this is basically instructions in this ancient Mesopotamian artwork of becoming self-mastery, to operate on a God consciousness level. So we have a person symbolizing your awareness, the internal you, having mastery over the reptilian urges, the reptilian brain, the reptile thinking. We have a person, a face in between, and it's standing in between these pillars, symbolizing balance of the brain hemispheres. Because the face, we see the eyes in the middle, we see the person is you, your consciousness, standing in the middle pillar. So representing seeing reality as neutral. Everything in the world is neutral. It's the mind's perception that gives it a positive or negative charge. When we adapt this mindset, this view of reality, this knowingness of reality, we see the world for what it truly is. And if you see things as neutral, it allows one to transform the situations in your life accordingly, instead of simply choosing a side. This is a major problem in society, and this was a problem within myself also. We like to choose sides, and choosing sides can keep your consciousness locked locked in a certain mindset, in a certain belief. And belief is what is ultimately destroying humanity. It's about knowingness. And knowingness is in the middle. We want to seek to know things. Knowing things allows you to go out there, directly experience it, and know it for yourself. For example, I know I'm not on a spinning global ball flying through space. Why? Because my senses tell me I'm not doing that. My senses tell me I'm not going 1,000 miles per hour and 360,000 miles per hour through space while spinning around the sun. I know that because I know myself. I know I'm not my body because I've had direct mystical experiences beyond the physical body. So we should seek to know things, and that's what we call gnosis. Direct knowledge obtained through direct experience, knowingness. And that is a middle pillar quality. So in Freemasonry, we see the middle pillar. The matrix is designed to give you two wings all the time. Democrats, Republicans, feminism, and then there's another side. There's always two sides that they're giving you because they want you locked in either way, which is seek the middle pillar, seeing things as neutral, seeing things as the middle pillar, seeking direct experience, gnosis. And this aligns with the brain because the brain gives us these two perceptions also. The right brain sees the woods, the whole woods, but the left brain sees the individual trees and branches and leaves. If we're too left hemisphered, we're going to see everything as divided. If you're too left hemisphered, you're only going to see yourself. You're only going to think about me, myself, my ego, my consciousness, my life. And I'm only going to operate in the world, take actions only towards me without considering the collective, which is the right hemisphere quality. The right hemisphere allows you to see the bigger picture, how we're all connected. We're all one family of consciousness. We're all one being separated in different bodies, one consciousness operating in different bodies. So it's about aligning these perceptions of the brain and standing in the middle and also conquering the reptilian brain. This allows us to operate in the world and see the world for what it truly is and operate from a place of balance. We also see some more symbolism in Egypt of the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. Ram Sphinx. Please leave a comment and please leave a like and a subscribe onto the YouTube if you like my content. Smash that like button and we'll get straight to this. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt, also symbolizing the brain. This is my research. These are my conclusions. You can take this with a pinch of salt and go out and do your own research. This is what makes sense to me based off my information I've gained, my symbolism that I can read. So take what you can from it. I'm not here to obstruct anything. I'm not here to place anything in your mind. I'm simply here expressing my research. Never take anything off anyone as solid truth. I've never have said everything I say is solid truth. This is my research. If the research aligns with you, that's great. Maybe it doesn't with some people, that's fine. Simply take things with a pinch of salt, go out and collect as much research and information from many different sources and place together your own understanding of symbolism and your own perspective on reality. But like I say, seek to know and not believe. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. This is a more powerful symbolism of the brain. We have Osiris here, the god of the dead, which is the reptilian brain, and an Aries symbol here symbolizing the hippocampus in the brain. So this is the reptilian brain stem, heavily aligned with the reptilian brain stem here. We can see the connections if we look closely. So this represents the dead of consciousness. This is the dead of self, living in impulsive animalistic state, the symptoms that I listed earlier. I'm not going to go over the symptoms again. And Aries symbolizes the hippocampus in the middle of the brain. It's the hippocampus. And Aries is a symbol of a state of being. Why? You see, ancients and the ancient Egyptians, according to my research, Freemasons still use this symbolism today. So what they do is they use the path of the sun to symbolize a state of consciousness or a journey in consciousness. So what do I mean? So Aries here is the transition from the winter arc. So this is the winter arc from Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. This is when the sun is dead. This is when the electromagnetic waves of the sun are not very present. This is the winter. This is when there's more darkness in the world. However, from Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and well, to Libra, this is when the sun is giving more electromagnetic rays. Everything grows, everything is reborn again, everything's growing, there's more light, there's more warmth, you can grow crops. So this is very symbolic as a state of consciousness. Aries is used heavily to represent the rebirth of the sun, but internally as an esoteric interpretation of Aries, it symbolizes the resurrection of awakening of the self. It is the rebirth of the sun, of the soul, the rebirth of becoming aware out of the darkness into the light, living in the reptilian unconscious state, the unconscious, not being aware that I possess consciousness, not being aware of my thought, emotion, actions. And Aries is that symbol, is of the rebirth of the spirit, the rebirth of the self, becoming self-aware. So that's what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. We're looking at Osiris, dead, the reptilian brain, operating life in an unconscious state, not really thinking, not self-aware of thought, emotion, actions, not aware of the soul, not aware of good and evil, not aware of the laws that are in the heart of love, not aware that there's always an intelligence in the heart telling us what's the right thing to do at all times, not aware of anything, just simply reacting to the world. But then we have a symbol of Aries above, which is the resurrection of self. So again, this is symbolizing by the Egyptians, to me and my research, going from darkness to light. This is the resurrection of consciousness when we start to deepen our self-awareness, which is ultimately what I'm doing to you in these videos. Hopefully I can awaken some people's minds and make people think deeper. And that process of internally what's happening within you, that's what Aries represents when you're starting to say, wow, my mind's going deeper and deeper into the self, and I'm realizing more. That is what Aries symbolizes. When the sun returns, it's also a symbol of a sacrifice, because obviously when the sun returns back to Aries, we're sacrificing the winter, when we're transitioning, and all transitions require sacrifice. So in Aries, the Jews celebrate the Passover. It's the Passover of the sun, and what do? They eat lambs in the Passover Aries, because it's all symbolic of this internal process. In Aries, Christians celebrate with the Easter, which is the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the sun. Remember, it goes deeper. There's deeper layers to this. It's the resurrection of the self and the mind deepening into a deeper awakening. So again, we're going from the lower regions of the brain, and when we start to critically think and become self-aware, we're starting to use the mid part of the brain, and the mid part of the brain then expands into the neocortex, which is the resurrection of the self. The mind is no longer functioning in just the reptilian brain, but then it's going into the light of the higher brain, the neocortex, and this is the reptilian brain. This is the midbrain, what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. Yeah. So this is the resurrection. It's the transition point of going from the reptilian brain into the midbrain, into the neocortex. We're now resurrecting ourselves. Now, this is not putting anything negative on the reptilian brain. Without the reptilian brain, we wouldn't be able to live. We need the reptilian brain, but it's an abuse of the reptilian brain that can keep us in a very low state. It keeps us stuck in an unconscious state. But the reptilian brain is what's allowing you to breathe, to eat, to scan the environment for any threats. If there are threats, we do need the reptilian brain. That's not to say it's evil, but what I'm saying is an abuse of this brain, which is what most people are stuck in. They're operating their life out of this brain. And this is what the Egyptians, I think, are symbolizing, trying to tell us to resurrect ourselves, to become self-mastered, to become the highest version of yourself, to actively create in the world. Because when we are only operating from this brain, we're unconscious, well, then other people can use you as a vessel to create their reality. This is how the world is at the moment. The ones who know how to use the mind are controlling the other ones who do not know how to control the mind. So I hope this makes sense to you. Let me know if you have any video recommendations, and I'll see you inside Ethereum University. If you wish to take your research to the next level, I have things inside of there that are very powerful. We happily invite you. I'll see you inside of Join. If not, I'll see you in the next YouTube video.
What is up, people? How are we all doing? Today, we're talking about the flat earth cosmology. So let's jump straight into this. Please drop a follow and leave a like to help the algorithm. So we live in a torus field. Everything's made out of torus fields. And every torus field has motion. It's what it is. It's the motion of energy. And every torus field has a center, which is the black hole. It's a womb of creation. It's counter space. Now, this is why the North Pole is magnetic, because the center of this torus field is the most magnetic part, the strongest part of the field. So this is why all compasses will point you to the center. And the Earth's magnetic field is spread across the whole of the Earth. And it's spinning, as you can see here. It's like a tornado at the center. And this tornado is the force which is spinning the sun and the moon around us. You got the sun, the moon, Polaris, just like in the Masonic cosmos here. The sun, the moon, Polaris, the all-seeing eye. Now we'll get into Polaris a bit later, but the sun is the magnetic force. Sorry, is the electric force, because every field is electromagnetic. Now, the sun is electric. It's positively charged. It's gonna give you energy. It's feeding energy. The moon is more magnetic energy, which is taking your energy away from you. And this is why you become sleepy when the moon comes out. Because it's taking away your energy. So these two forces is the balance. It's the yin and yang. It's the balance. Everything in this creation is balanced. Because the torus field is the Earth is the plane of inertia, the 0 point within the field. Because physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia. And that is where matter crystallizes into physical results. And this physical plane is the plane of inertia, planet Earth. And at the center of this plane is the black hole, the womb of creation. And outside of this black hole gives birth to light. So the torus field is constantly rotating, going into counter space, the black hole, and then out of counter space gives birth to the white hole, white light. You see? So it's going around, black hole, birth again, black hole, birth again. And it just keeps going around. It's an infinite cycle of energy. And this is where the infinity sign comes from. This is the motion, this is the force which is creating everything to spin inside of this circle. Okay? And it's making the stars spin. It's making the sun and moon spin around us, around this center point. Now here you see Horus and Set putting their feet inside of this dome. This is the royal arch, the arch of the dome above us. It's like you see in the Masonic cosmos, the royal arch of Freemasonry. This is the dome above us, the firmament that the Bible talks about. You see, they're putting their feet in because Set symbolizes the moon and Horus is the sun. Horizon, Horus. Horus is rising, the sun. So they're both putting their feet around this center magnetic pole, which is the pole, North Pole. And above the North Pole, you have Polaris, the pole of electromagnetic energy. You see? And this is how we get the sun and the seasons. Because the sun, for us, when it becomes summer, it's on the Tropic of Cancer. Then it spirals outwards, going out and out and out, then goes to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's winter for us. Then it comes back in and creates summer again. So it's constantly spiraling around this center magnetic North Pole. You see? So this roof above our heads is the firmament. And this is what they've taken off of us. They haven't physically taken it, but mentally they have taken this away from you. It's a female energy. And this is what the Egyptians called Nut, the sky god Nut. And this is the womb. We are inside God's creation, God's womb. And the woman's womb, when she has a baby, is a microcosm of this, because everything inside of this creation is macro. It's a reflection of the bigger things, as above, so below. So the dome above our heads is the dome we are in when we are a baby. And you can see the sacred geometry of it is the exact same. It's the dome. And when we are inside of the womb, the woman, the sacred maker, which is the M, the Masonic M. This is the Gmail symbol. The Masonic M is maker, mason, matter, male. She delivers the mail, you see. She delivers the male because it's the maker, the female, the magnetic. The woman is magnetic in nature. The male is electric in nature. So when we are in this womb, the female, we are being fed by the center umbilical cord, by the center of the mother's stomach. We're connected to the center of the woman's stomach, just like we are when we are in the earth. The center is where the aurora borealis is being emitted from, the electromagnetic aurora borealis, the northern lights. This is our spiritual umbilical cord connecting us to counter space, connecting us to the realms beyond this world. Because at the center of every torus field is counter space. And at the center of the earth is our spiritual umbilical cord. And this is the earth's belly button, as you see. As above, so below. We had a physical umbilical cord. We have a spiritual umbilical cord. And this gets cut when we die, when we're cut away from the physical reality. You see, here's the ancient Egyptian tablet showing this female. You can see the hair, it's a female above us because the female energy is nurturing, helping, looking after. And that's exactly what the dome is. It's protecting us. It's the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark covering us. You see? And this is what they've taken away from us. By you believing in space, it completely destroys the idea of this being a sacred creation. They've taken the roof off your head, whether if you believe in space, you believe that there's chaos, there's planets, there's asteroids that could kill us at any moment. But this isn't true. They've made you fear your own creation that you're inside of. They've made you fear what's above you. You see, and it's to hide the power of astrology, the power of the lights in the firmament, which are constantly flowing through the ether. These powers which are above us are sending rays down to the earth, which are influencing our psychology and how we behave. And this is what astrology is. It affects human consciousness. It interacts with our consciousness. And there's a different energy every day because the planets are in different houses, different alignments. And this is, we'll go into this a bit deeper later on. So the world tree, this magnetic north pole, the pole of electromagnetic energy, was symbolized as a tree, the great tree at the center of the earth. You see? And this tree is symbolized everywhere. You can see here how the center person, this Egyptian person, is holding up the sky. This is the North Pole, the hyperboloid, at the center of every torus field. And this tree was in the Mayan cosmology. This is an ancient depiction. This is the torus field. There's the plane of inertia. Here's the center tree. Here's the tree in the center, the magnetic North Pole, the woman holding the stars. Here's the Hindu with the two birds symbolizing the sun and the moon revolving around this center tree. The Mayan tree, his Horus and Set around the North Pole. They all knew this flat earth cosmology. They knew these secrets. It's so sacred you understand the creation that you're inside of. Because if you don't, you'll be led astray. You don't know where you are. You're lost. You see? And here's the Masonic art with the rays of the stars coming down with the tree in the center. So it was personified as a tree. And we are in Asgard, Midgard, the middle garden, where there's good and evil. So the 7 layers of heaven, which is talked about in the Quran. Each planet has a different layer of the firmament, and this is the 7 layers of heaven, and these are our 7 layers of the energy centers in our body. So we start in the stars, so we are stars in a physical body. And this is why we say Mr., Sister, Fraudster, Sinister. Stir is star, and we are in the stars, and our star descends into the soul system, not solar system. And as we descend into the soul system, we enter Satan's kingdom, Satan's world. As it says in the Bible, Satan is the god of this world. Well, if you've been into my research for a while, you know Satan is Saturn. Saturn's world, because Saturn's the outermost ring. He's the Lord of the Rings. And you enter his kingdom, the kingdom of time. And this is why Saturn's the time god. As soon as you go past the rings of Saturn, you're now in the soul system, you're now in time. You're now bound by space and time. And you're bound to the earth plane, the heart. Earth is heart. It's a rearrangement, it's an anagram for heart. And the heart of the electromagnetic color spectrum is green, and that's why the earth is green. And above green is blue, and this is why the sky is blue. In order to go to heaven on the macro scale, you have to go through the blue sky, through the 7 layers of heaven. In order to reach heaven in your body, whilst you're here, you have to go through the blue chakra to your head, which is heaven. It's micro, macro. Everything is micro, macro inside of this creation. It's an ancient. I think this is a French image, piece of art from the ancient French, with obviously the 7 layers of heaven, which they all depict. And notice how it's like a dome. We'll go into this dome symbolization, the Royal Arch of Masonry, which is next. But these 7 layers of heaven give us the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week, the 7 diatonic tones, the 7 chakras, the 7 everything. It's God's favorite number. And this is why the Masons use the G inside of the compass, because the G is the 7th letter and God starts with G. You see? So it's 7. God is 7. Here's another depiction of the heart, the soul system, the 7 layers of heaven. La fermente. You see, la firmament, with the stars on the outermost layer. Here are the 7 planets: Jupiter, Mars, la Sophie, the sun, la Luna, the moon. So Saturn. So we are in the heart of this soul system. In order to ascend, we need to ascend up our chakra system, reach 144,000 hertz, God consciousness, the God man. You have to unfold God man, master of the mind, mastery of the mind. So what are the stars? The stars make everything unique. The stars are constantly rotating around the center, magnetic North Pole, the tornado at the center, which is stirring everything. It's stirring the ether. The center is the ether, and the 4 elements are born out of this ether. There's 5 elements: ether, spirit, water, air, and earth. The ether gives birth to the 4 other physical elements, which the whole of creation are made out of. About them 4 elements. 4 is the number of stability. You know, a chair, a table has 4 legs. It stables things. It's a foundation, and these 4 elements are the foundation of this creation. You see, and this magnetic North Pole is stirring this, and the 4 vibrational states of the ether are the 4 elements. Now let me get back to the stars. I just wanted to give you that. The stars are being stirred around this center point. Center. It's stirring everything. And they're always in different alignments. Every millisecond they're moving in different placements of the stars. And the planets are called the 7 wanderers because they're not fixed. The stars are fixed. But the planets are called the 7 wanderers, the 7 layers of heaven, because they move faster and slower than each other. Each planet is slower and faster. Has a different rate of speed it's moving. So these alignments are mixing in with the energies of the different 12 constellations. And this is why you have a unique characteristic. You have a unique look, a unique energy, a unique personality. This is because when you were born and you took your first breath, that energy which was in the ether, because the ether is all around you, and energy travels through the ether. The energy that the stars were casting down and the energy that the planets was mixing in with the 12 constellations was in the ether. So when you came out of the womb and your first breath, because breath is spirit. Okay. So that first breath you took, that is the energy that is imprinted within your DNA, your soul. And you reflect that energy. You emit that energy. That's the energy that is with you forever until you die. Till this physical body dies off. And that's what the stars are. The stars are giving a unique energy, characteristic, personality to every living thing. Every dog, every cat, every animal has a unique personality because it was born at a different time and place in the sky. Okay? The stars are your destiny. Now, the stars are constantly changing as well. If you look at stars through a telescope, they're constantly changing and forming different forms. You can see here, it looks like water. It looks like light through water because it's the ether above us, a sea of ether. And this light is being emitted through it, and it's just constantly changing, giving different energies, each star. So this is why this is what the zodiac is. It's the expression of energy. It's the expression of the stars. And each constellation has many different personality, different energies, different traits. Each planet has different traits, depending where your planets are, depending what energies you hold. No same person, no two person have the same energy. There's no one. It could be similar, but no one's the exact same. It's because of the stars. The stars are never in the exact same split place. The planet's always in different houses. So here's some Royal Arch symbolism. Here's the Royal Arch of Masonry, as it says here. The sun and the moon, the constellations. Here's Cancer, the 7 planets, the 7 stars. Here's the Royal Arch. This is the firmament. Here's the duality. Black and white, duality, good and evil, rest and motion, dielectricity, magnetism. You see? So this is what the Royal Arch is. It's symbolizing the cosmic dome above us. The womb we're in. We're inside God's womb. And here's George Washington, the Freemason, inside of the Royal Arch. You see? With the G, the Masonic G, God, 7. Here you see another depiction of George Washington with the stars in the dome above his head, his Polaris, the sky vault, Polaris. We'll get into that later. Go inside of all of your ancient churches, you will see the dome. Go to the Vatican, you'll see the dome. All of your ancient churches have this dome because it's the dome above your head. The ancients knew this. This was known. We did not live in space. It was known back then. They all knew. This is Crown Court, which is one of the most important courts in the UK. You can see it's clearly so much Masonic symbolism. You've got the 4 pillars of Masonry. The Royal Arch is like an arrow pointing upwards to Polaris. As the Disney World is under a dome. In his Polaris, the sky vault. You see? And also 666 in the symbol. Here's more 7 layers of heaven. Here's an ancient depiction. The firmament. Here's the astral plane outside of the firmament. The Royal Arch. You see? It's everywhere. Here's Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Polaris is in between the sun and the moon. It's at the center of the Taurus field. And Polaris corresponds with the pineal gland as well because it's the all-seeing eye. See? So, is Polaris, the 8-pointed star, which is at the very top. It's the very center. It's on top of the North Pole. And it's an 8-pointed star that's always symbolized as an 8-pointed star. Here you see the Vatican. The Vatican is a giant key with an 8-pointed star. See, it's a key. Here's the dome. Here's the Space Delta, the USA Space Delta logos. Here you see the Egyptian god looking from the center of the North Pole, looking upward to an 8-pointed star, Polaris. An arrow pointing up to Polaris. Here's another, the bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, 7. Holds the key to Polaris. Here's an eagle holding a key above the North Pole to Polaris. Polaris, and here's another one. There's another bird, like a dragon, holding a key to Polaris. Because Polaris is definitely something to do with leaving this creation. Okay, maybe, I can't say for sure, but maybe it's to do with ascension, and this is why the Vatican hold the key to the 8-pointed star. And this is why the space, well, we all know space is a lie, but they're showing Polaris and its sacred symbology. Maybe it's to do with something leaving this creation, going to another. Here's some North Pole symbolism. As above, so below. You see the four seasons of the Big Dipper constellation going around Polaris. This is Polaris, this is the Big Dipper constellation. And this is the swastika. This image gives us the swastika because all the symbols we use are created in nature. They're created somehow in nature. This is how we get them. As above, so below. This is the map of the North Pole with the 4 rivers looking like the Big Dipper constellation. It's the Masonic, here's the ancient cosmology with the 4, you see the 4 islands, Mayan cosmology, 4 islands. This is the alchemical symbol for Earth, 4 sections. The windows, because the center at the North Pole is a window to another dimension. The 4 lucky 4-leaf clover, which is supposed to be lucky. It's truth in plain sight. And here's Hitler looking at 2 flat Earth maps. So this swastika has been used for thousands of years, thousands and thousands of years. And it's symbolic for the most sacred land on this plane, the North Pole. Shambhala. Do some research on Shambhala, people. It's a it's a Hindu mythology about the sacred lands at the center of the earth. And it's known to be full of enlightened beings. And it's all symbolized at the center. You can see their paintings of Shambhala. It's all at the center, the North Pole. And it's known to be the most godly place ever because it takes you to a portal to the higher places. And maybe this is something to do with Polaris, connecting you to this sacred land at the very center. But anyways, people, thank you all for tapping in. Hope you all learned something. Have an amazing day. Please follow, subscribe, like, all the links in the description for the courses, the PDF. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
Creation demands destruction. Every time you release your sexual fluids, you're destroying a part of yourself to create an extension of yourself. For example, if you want to create a business, you have to destroy your time, attention, and energy in order to create the effect of the business. All creation demands some sort of sacrifice or destruction. This falls under the law of polarity in the universe. It's the same with your sexual fluids. Your sexual fluids, especially as a man, contains minerals, all the minerals in your body. It contains your vitality. It contains your DNA. It contains the blueprint of you, and it can create a whole new human being. You are literally playing with the power of creation if you are releasing your sexual fluids too much. Sexual fluids also extend beyond the physical plane. They contain astral forces because all physical creation is a mental creation. We live in a mental universe. Everything begins as a thought in the mind, then the thought takes the form and the body of imagination, which is an astral force. Imagination turns into etheric emotional energy. Then the etheric emotional energy turns into the physical action and the physical manifestation. We live in a mental universe. Therefore, these dimensions do not exist separately. They are permeating and mixing in with all. Your physical body has an astral body. Everything physical has astral forces behind it. Semen is known as the astral fluid of the soul. It feeds nerves, the channels of life force and consciousness within the body. And every time you release it, you're destroying a part of your vitality, your brain, your nerves, your energy levels, your creativity, and your DNA to create an extension of you. Therefore, it is a sacred fluid within your body and not something to be played with and to be released too much. Think about it. This is a very creative energy, your sexual fluids. It can create a whole new human being. This is how powerful it actually is. It is the power of creation, and the misuse of this power can destroy your own vitality and your life of your body, because that life you are giving in order to create an extension or a child is the same life you could keep inside of you and not waste, to recycle and regenerate the body. Sexual energy has been for thousands of years associated with regenerating the body, longevity of life, and maintaining youth. Not only that, every time you release your sexual energy, it floods the brain with dopamine. Dopamine is the brain's reward system, created within the middle of the brain. It releases every time you've achieved something. However, sex or an orgasm is the most powerful feeling you can feel. It's the most amazing, intense feeling and release of dopamine you can possibly feel as a human. Therefore, if you flood your brain with this high amount of dopamine every single day, you are getting the epitome of human feelings every single day. Therefore, you will become numb to everything else in reality. You won't be able to enjoy the small things in life. And I know this firsthand because I experienced this myself. As soon as I stopped, this is when I started to enjoy the little things in life, seeing family, and I actually gained more energy, more ideas. We'll get into this a bit later. It is a creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. Therefore, if we maintain this energy, we can maintain our creative power within us, because that's what we are. We are all creative beings, moving energy from higher dimensions of consciousness, the mind, into lower dimensions of consciousness, the physical world. You hold the power to create. You are not in a world. The world is working through you. You do not possess a life. Life is working through you. You are not in a universe. You are the universe. It's moving through you. There is no past, present, and future. The present moment is you. When we release every single day or frequently throughout the week, like I said, we're triggering the brain's reward system, dopamine, which makes you feel as if you have already achieved something. And if your brain is telling you you have already achieved something by overusing your sexual fluids, then you will not have the motivation to achieve other things in your life. I know this firsthand. I became very lazy. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything because subconsciously my brain felt as if I've already achieved. If we look at the symbol of the Baphomet, we notice the Baphomet has horns and a goat head. Now we look at the word horny. When you become sexually aroused, it's known as horny, which is the horns, representing the lower mind. The lower mind is the mind we use for our animal instincts. We have two parts of our mind. A higher mind, which is contained of higher thought, which chases spiritual things such as love, wisdom, knowledge, and God. Then we have a lower mind, which chases the things of the material world closely associated with the ego, chases validation, material gain, status, and physical sensation, physical pleasures. It is these physical pleasures that can keep you in an endless loop, making you feeling empty inside, because nothing material can ever satisfy our internal world. Nothing. You can achieve millions of dollars. You can achieve your dream house, your dream car, your dream watch. And if that is the only thing you are chasing, you will feel empty inside when you achieve it, because nothing of this material plane can satisfy you. Nothing of the lower mind can ever satisfy you. This is why we must sacrifice the lower mind and overcome the lower mind and the lower instincts. One thing I found amazing when I mastered my sexual urges and my lust is that my mind became a lot more clear. The thoughts and the time and the attention that I used in my mind to go towards lust, sex, and chasing these things was taking up a lot of mental space, time, and energy. But as soon as I removed it and mastered it, my mind became an open vessel for higher thoughts to be received from the higher mind. The mind is like a radio antenna. Whatever we attune it with, that's what we receive. If we're constantly thinking about lust and low-level pleasures, we're going to just receive low-level thoughts. But once we remove all of the lower mind and we conquer our physical body and physical urges, our mind becomes an open channel for divine thoughts and spiritual thoughts. This is what most people call today as downloads. You receive wisdom from your higher self. Not only do you receive more wisdom, you just receive more power to create. The male and the female come together to create a child. That's how you were created. Now, the law of correspondence teaches as above, so below. It refers to everything in the universe. Therefore, in order for you to create a reality, to give birth to something, you have to bring together the masculine and the feminine. Your masculine forces are willpower and actions. Your feminine forces are emotions and imagination. When you combine the willpower, action, emotions, and imagination and combine them together, you can give birth to reality. But it's important to only give birth to things that are spiritual, that are good, that are for the benefit of yourself and humanity, and not for the ego and the lower mind. Killing our lower mind is essential for spiritual ascension when we die. The thoughts that we give the most attention and energy to when we die are pretty much the same thoughts that we're going to think when we die. When you die, your physical body and external world is stripped and you're left with your internal world of consciousness, more than likely be resonating within the lower astral plane before you move on to any higher dimensions of the astral. It's important that we kill any addictions such as sex, food, attachments, emotional attachments to people, any desire for material things before we physically die. The Hindus taught this, Buddhism taught this, the ancient Egyptians taught this. We have to remove the desires in our heart for material and things before we physically die, because when we die, we cannot fulfill physical pleasure. Therefore, we will create our own suffering within the astral dimension. So sex is the biggest part of this. We have to remove the desire for sex or releasing any of our sexual fluids before we physically die to master ourselves. And not only that, it's going to benefit the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act towards people once you have mastered this. Porn psychologically damages you. You are quite literally the person in the corner of a room watching two other people give pleasure to each other. Psychologically, that is not good. And what happens in darkness is always revealed in light. What you do in your alone times will show in your confidence, in your eye contact, in your presence, in your aura, your energy. You cannot hide things that you do in the dark, because they always reveal themselves in a subconscious way, whether physically or through an energetic spiritual way. Sex can be known as sacred energy exchange. You are exchanging energy, bioelectrical energy. It's a scientific fact that when you hold hands with another person, your brain waves of each individual become synced. Your emotions sync. And you exchange electromagnetic energy because you are an electromagnetic being. When you have sex with someone, you are literally exchanging emotional energy. Your aura is not just an electromagnetic field. It is literally a manifestation of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness contains your thoughts, your beliefs, your traumas, your emotional state. And this manifests externally through the vortex of your heart into an energy presence around your body. This is why you can feel sad when someone else is sad next to you, because their energy is merging with yours. When you have sex with someone, you are quite literally exchanging consciousness, beliefs, traumas, emotions, feelings, vibrations, and your consciousness merges with their consciousness. So be careful with just having casual sex. Now, I'm not here trying to say never release, never have sex with your partner. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take caution with these things. Take my teachings with a pinch of salt. If it benefits you, that's great. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm simply giving you my research and the things that have helped me in my life on my esoteric research, awakening, or spiritual path. I don't like calling it a spiritual path, because it's not spiritual. It's simply just life, the knowledge of consciousness and the self. So I hope this video helps. If you'd love to read this book, I'll leave a link in the description. This book I wrote myself, called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this, but I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. We see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have the same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter. And spring is the morning. This is a macro, a reflection. We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self, the spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. the world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world. The body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest. It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment. The word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world, and it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening, an expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world, but you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, a guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength. Mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering. And it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people. Because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thought. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind, as above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is, in the head. And then the thoughts we think travel down the body into the heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro reflection. I can't even say it. Reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done, all of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else, the lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again, trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next. Unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end, it is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought. All objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars. Or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to. This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter. Awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning. when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all of these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, when we don't know our true self, the soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember, the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation. There is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single night time. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with, I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name. And then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience, that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number 2. That's meant to say number 2. Sorry about that. Mental addictions and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns. This could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops. Because you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will give you long-term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk. But I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this, but do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled, and we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind. And we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to get real deep. This video is going to get real deep. A lot of people are not going to be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind, because everything we've been taught is a complete lies to keep us trapped. Okay, This is really, really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart, because we're in the heart of this system, of whatever it is, a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the 7 layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which was probably made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here with the arch, the boat. You know, it's similar because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds, because the ether is also symbolized as water, because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water, because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay, and look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are 6 sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up and down. 6, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn, Saturn's world. Okay, now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples, of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay? Look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. It doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris, because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light, because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye, because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an eye. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the eye, The two pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the 1. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored, as above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds, beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So, you know, in the films, how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing. If you ascend beyond this world, if you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up. I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars, because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris. And below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. The Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, which is that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And they symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the Emerald Tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the truest